Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Aster Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and joined with me here is Kojo Creations.
Hello, everybody. Kojo Creations back at it again for the final weekend of the Prince Cup Online Pacific. Can you believe we made it this far?
I cannot believe we made it this far. So I just wrapped up Atlantic. I say just, but it was about a month ago at this point.
Mhm.
The Atlantic Prince Cup Pacific tournament. We already determined our top 8 for that one, and now this weekend we are on the final portion of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. I honestly cannot believe it. I'm really excited to see which two players are going to be advancing out of Group D to finalize everything. What do you think, Kojo?
Yeah, it's definitely exciting. And since the previous weekend, we didn't actually get to see Group D on our with our own eyes unless we tuned into the stream, of course. So this will be quite interesting for us to see where Group D is at, and also additionally the players who will be moving through the bracket. And here we go.
Here we go. So here is our updated bracket so far for the regular season. Group D specifically, we've already determined the top two from A, B, and C. We already played Doom versus Cosmos and Deckdog versus CJRZZZ last week, and now we're going to be going on through the rest of the initial Group D matches, Dio versus Kirisa, and then Maytel versus Seiryu. I think after that, we're going to go down to the lower bracket, do Cosmos versus Deck Dog, and then Kojo and I will be swapping off for Sumi and Staffa.
Yep, that is correct. It's going to be Dio versus Kirisa first up, and then Maytel versus Ryu afterwards. And then we will have one more match, which is going to be between, slots that are currently unfilled. So yeah, this is going to be quite exciting, and I've got to say, Group D has a lot of stacked players. So many of these players either have, massive involvement in the community and or really big tournament history.
Which seems to be the case with all of these groups, right? Including in the Atlantic, every group seemed to have a stacked roster. That is because this is the top 32 of the Prince Cup tournament, of course. These players had to go through so many hoops to qualify for this stage, but Dio versus Kirisa will be our first set of the day. Kirisa, of course, taking second place in the Japan Prince Cup tournament last year up against Chikawa, who did qualify already in a previous group. So definitely big expectations on Kirisha's shoulders. We're going to have to see if Dio can beat him or not.
hmm Yeah, absolutely. Last group we were talking about, oh, there's this person, Chikawa's got first place in Japan Prince Cup, but you always got to remember there's many more players that have participated in these Prince Cups, and it is quite the journey, only to fall short of first place. But who knows? Kirisa is ready, back at it again, to go in, and of course, Dio I've been able to watch inside the Castles Gathering Asia. They've been in many of them, but notably they have fourth place in HSCGG in 2024 season 1, and the top 16 HS season 2, and as well as looks like another season as well.
Yeah, so in 2024 season 1, they took fourth, as you said, and then I believe in seasons 2, 4, and 5 for the Asia Cat Sales Gathering tournament, they were top 16. So Dio definitely a very veteran player as well. It's really hard to say who's going to be winning in this matchup, but before we talk more about the players, we have our most played character cards updated statistics here. Lo and behold, look who's in first place. It is the Abyss Herald Wicked Torrents.
Yes, absolutely. Harold finding a very comfortable spot paired alongside Sayu and Chongyun, and of course can be adapted, especially with the Kuki and Kirara set of decks. Which personally I'm very surprised. I've stated this multiple times, but how well it's been able to do in this tournament, especially 2 weeks until the patch ends as well. You really don't expect that late game deck building to really just come in and start swinging.
Speaking of Sayu, of course, she is there in second place at 22% usage rate, actually beating Double Dragons. So we were having a bit of a debate last week, and it was like, Double Dragons was so popular at the start of the Pacific Prince Cup, and then it kind of fell off the radar. And we were saying it was because of the Sayu Herald deck rising up and other forms of aggro that just target it, right? So we're going to have to see what happens today.
Yeah, absolutely. I will actually be surprised to see if anyone else still sticks with their, sort of sticks to their, tradition and just stick with Double Dragon. But personally, I foresee that, just like the previous group, people are just going to start dropping this deck completely in favor of the Sayu, Chongyu, and Herald or Herald Claymore.
That could certainly be the case. I mean, Double Dragons, obviously, you can see it's still at a pretty high usage, 21.5% for both Neuvillette and Ishtaha, and then Mona last 50%. But here is our banned character cards, and if you didn't see Conwell in the previous slide, that is because it's here. It's always banned. It is at a nearly 85% ban rate. I think for a while that these percentages for the all-devouring narwhal, the consecrated flying serpent, and the consecrated scorpion were around the same throughout most of the Pacific Prince Cup tournament, but they're a little bit different now, and I think it's because players are trying to divide these character cards up a bit and use them in other ways because they know it's just going to get banned.
Yes, absolutely. A few players have tried to throw in a curveball, and I don't believe they succeeded, but regardless, good effort to try it out. But of course, Whale is going to be holding that top #1 ban statistic of 84.2%. I believe we should have hit, maybe 90% by the end of this tournament.
Of course, Neuvillette and Ishtaha tied with 7.3% there, coming up in the rear here. That double dragon deck, they're always paired together right now. Last patch, Neuvillette was often in stall decks, and right now he's mostly being played in combo decks. Hyper Magic.
Yes, absolutely. I think, of course, as a joke in the lore, the dragons are really playing off of each other's, but, being able to, have a good amount of damage output and sustainability through Ashtaha, and then once Neuvillette gets that weapon, it's too late for you.
You mean the too late Tula? The too late... Anyway, here's the most played action cards. I feel like Strategize is just rising in percentage every week.
Absolutely.
It's at 94% now.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. And, all things considered, because, unlike characters, right, you can only play one of them at a time, I do believe. Do you think we could see 100% usage rate by the end of this tournament? That would be pretty amazing.
Would it be 100% usage, though? Because the 6% implies that it wasn't used already. It would go up to like 98, maybe. It could be near 100%. But Lumen Stone, Leave It to Me, Heart of Kavria's Brilliance, Timaeus, there's a lot of artifact card draw, dice generation, fast swap. A lot of players are prioritizing these types of things in their decks right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good to see also the back and forth. In previous patches, Catherine got significantly favored because game plans were very linear. So, hey, have a permanent fast swap, even though it's, very against the mentality that a lot of players had. Now, Leave It to Me is back where it usually is at about a 74% usage rate.
Yeah, I mean, I know players dropped Leave It to Me in previous patches due to the introduction of the Arcane Legend Judgment, because it is an event card, and Catherine ended up picking up popularity, still played in some decks like that Kuki Kiwara Herald deck we might see today. It was very popular in Group C and D, but it looks like people are dropping off Judgment and bringing back Leave It to Me. But here is our deck selection for our first set of matches. Dio picking the underdog tag versus Kirisa with the aggressive tag. No surprise, Conwell's banned on both sides.
Yep, indeed. They're both holding the same spot, and looks like players not only that, but also brought the same type of decks across the board and went for the mirror on the first match.
Wait. There's two.
Yeah.
There's two potential mirrors here. So it's the Sayu Chongyun Herald deck mirror. That's gonna be your first match, and then both players brought Liyue Armory. It is literally a mirror matchup. The same decks were banned, the same decks were picked in first match, and the same decks were brought overall.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, mirrors though can get extremely dicey, despite both these decks being quite aggressive. So we'll see, ultimately who rolls a little better, but also who can better take advantage of the deck's strengths. Here we go. We got the deck spotlight for Dio. Once again, having the underdog tag. And very interesting, is not running the Herald talent.
Wait, there is no Herald talent. I think... Actually, no, I don't think this deck runs Herald talent, surprisingly. I've seen it ran sometimes, but I think for the most part, this is a Sayu deck. It has Herald for the survivability. Normally, I think you would start Herald and Ramp 8, as some players are calling it, but... I've seen some other starts, like Chongyun start, for example, but this is definitely a Sayu deck.
Hmm.
This is
Yeah,
definitely inside
most
your deck.
definitely. You will be building towards either Sayu or Chongyun to just completely demolish the end game. We've seen players in groups say take massive advantage of the Wolf's Gravestone and how much damage it can output by knocking players out in the first end. Here we go on the other side of Kirisa.
Yes, here is Kirisa's mirror deck. This one is taking Herald Talent. I think I think it's optional whether you take it or not. I really like including Herald Talent, but yeah, it looks like Kirisa has it. We're gonna see. We're gonna have to see if it gives Kirisa an edge in this matchup because, especially mirror matchups, these little choices in your cards is really going to determine the bigger picture.
Yeah, absolutely. So personally, I would say, playing off of what you said, because I personally believe that Herald Talent should always be run inside the decks that's played. However, of course, like you also mentioned, is that they're using the ramp 8 strategy. And what that means is that basically you use all your 8 dice in the first round to push them into your resources like Timaeus, Lumenstone, Liben, Countdown to the Show, etc., right? And especially since Harold has a tendency to fall, immediately in the second round, especially when fighting something like Wolf's Gravestone, what's the point of Harold Talent? Use it for something else. Instead, if filling your card with with a card that you can't use.
Right, right. But it looks like we're going to be getting into this first match, Gio versus Kirisa. And actually, we're having welcome raffles today. So if you're watching, they're going to be taking place on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel specifically, not the Twitch channel. This time it will be on the YouTube channel. So for the next 3 minutes into this game, if you go over, and I believe there will be a moderator telling you how to enter. You can enter into the welcome raffle. There will be 2 winners at the end.
Mhm. Yes, absolutely. So get in there right now. The raffle only lasts for a short time. You have 3 minutes, so get into the YouTube chat and type in, what the moderator is telling you to do. And right now, I also think we see something a little special in between the name cards right there.
Yes, there is a QR code on the screen. Before I shut that out, the way you enter the raffle is actually exclamation mark pick the name of the player that you want to win and your UID. So that is what you will enter into the YouTube channel, specifically Astro Carnival YouTube. But yes, there is a QR code as well that will be appearing every so often. You can scan it. It will send you to a feedback form where you can give us your thoughts about how we're doing here. If you like the things like these welcome raffles and want to see more of them, please tell us that in the feedback form. But here we go. We are getting into our first game.
Yep, here we go. Here we go. Pretty decent mulligan from both players. Carissa did roll into both that talent and gilded, so if there was any doubt that they were going to make use of it, it will definitely be during this round.
Oh, I think I saw Chongyin start from Dio.
Yes, indeed, indeed. This is one of the forms of counterplay that a lot of players employ when fighting freeze decks. You want to try and field off the element to someone who's not come in until slightly later, around rounds 2 and 3. So that way, your opponent can't either swirl and or go for a freeze super early.
It's really interesting. I know I've seen both Herald and Chongyin starts. That tells me that Dio might be playing a bit more aggressive, but we're gonna have to see. And it is Dio's turn first as well. See what he's
Mm-hmm.
gonna do.
Yes, absolutely. Taking a look at their dice, they are perfectly set up for that ramp 8 strategy or
Oh
pass 8.
yeah,
Ooh.
there is the countdown. Draws a 2 Seed Dispensary Lumen Stone.
Mhm. Yes, absolutely. The perfect combination. Now, however, there is something to note here is that, typically with the float 8 strategies, is that as much as Seed Box is very efficient and will help you play out your Lumen Stone, you won't actually be making use of that extra dice. So they may have to just push it into Liben and, get to the place where they want to swap to.
That is a good point. Ideally, you'd want to play Seed Dispensary to Lumen Stone, but I guess if you're not planning on proccing it this turn, or I don't know, the dice are pretty awkward if you also want to play Levin.
Yes, absolutely. Although for the most part, Dio's hand is definitely, blessed. Not too much to complain about. On the other side, Kirisa definitely, hopefully, they will pull something out of that magic countdown because only one Lieben is not going to cut it in these float 8 strategies.
And it will be a Lumen Stone at full cost into one of those Lebens for Dio. I personally like this play. I think, wait, are we gonna proc Lumen?
Interesting.
Okay, we're procking Lumen. What do we draw?
hmm
Maybe looking for strategize or something, but we're gonna do with the extra dice. Just
Yeah,
endings, right?
Most likely they should be swapping. However, I would disagree with the swap because they played Heart of Cavarina on Chongyun, so he's not going to be taking any damage at this moment unless Dio decides to end their turn on 4, which would be a pretty uneven amount of dice.
Dio might play the other leave it in hand just to catch up the singular dicer. Maybe it'll be a Chongyun skill. Oh no, it is a
Ooh.
full ramp 9, I guess.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Although I am a little bit questionable on the efficiency of that because Chongyun, of course, still will serve his purpose on being started first on, so that way Herald deals the hydro damage if Kirisa decides to go for that. But I do believe we could have been a little more dice efficient with our cards.
Wow. Okay, so Kirisa, wait, playing double leave-in. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The second leave-in. Oh, this is an overdraw from
Yes.
the leave-in. Okay, because he was on 7 cards, he's gonna draw another 2 at the start of next turn. But actually equipping that Herald talent very early, playing Strategize, drawing out Sayu's talent and Wolf's Gravestone already.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely a pretty big advantage to hold, especially on the side of Dio, because the reason you pre-play talent is because Herald is always fully susceptible to be on the HP threshold of Wolf's Greystone, and if Dio has at any point, they will simply just tear through Kirisa's HP and give them no chance to breathe. But of course, since Kirisa was able to get it on the first turn, they're now having it available and just makes it efficient with their dice and gets it out there early.
Yeah, waiting for these players to
hmm
choose what dice they want to keep. Well, the time that it takes for them to go through this rolling phase isn't actually because of the dice themselves. They're thinking about what they want to do in this matchup and probably looking at their board and everything like that. But Chiesa with a full hand of cards, Dio almost there as well. And it's Dio's turn to act.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely would be looking on the side of Kirisa because Kirisa is holding a pretty significant amount of damage, not only having, it is equal amount of dice, but definitely, a good amount. And also, Wolf's Greystone, Arcane Legends, and the Gilded Dreams. So they're going to be able to put on a lot of pressure onto Dio this turn.
Yeah, though Dio playing that Timaeus, I think drew a second Gilded here, has both Boar and Rhythm of the Dream, has both Gravestone and Sayu Talent as well, so the resources aren't too different between these players, but that Liar Song on Kirisa's side and Herald Talent is definitely something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the only thing I'm really, unless Dio somehow pulls the arcane card, it's gonna be able to even them up with Kirisa. But otherwise, looks like they're gonna have a little bit of a herald battle, and probably just drop in skills on both sides.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Kirisa going for a skill in response to Dio's swap onto Herald. I am really curious why not stay on Chongyun and go for Chongyun's skill.
hmm Yeah, I would definitely agree with you in that aspect because the whole point of Dio starting on Chongyun was, of course, to make it so that Chongyun takes the hydro damage and then, they would not conventionally swap to them otherwise, so Sayu would be out of a swirl. And Sayu really loses a lot of damage and value when she's not swirling, especially because that talent card wouldn't trigger otherwise. But I guess Dio decides that, hey, I really need to start moving now or I will fall behind.
Mirror Herald skills, and Kirisa feels more than confident to swap
hmm
over to Sayu. I have no idea what Dio's gonna do here.
Yeah. It is definitely hard to say because if Dio allows Sayu to swirl, like I just said earlier, Sayu gets as much value as she possibly can from the swirl. But I don't know if it's the right idea to swap off either because sure, you'll delay the swirl, you'll delay the freeze, but regardless, Kirisa holds such a card advantage over Dio that it's going to be a bit of a mountain for Dio to climb out of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kirisa literally a full hand of cards, hasn't played a single one, has 5 in hand. I mean, with Ancient Courtyard, Golden House, Liar Song, we
hmm
could see a really big turn from Kirisa, especially with the dice difference. But it looks like Dio will be swapping back on to Chongyun.
hmm Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and it's as much as I'm a little worried about Dio's tempo. I think ultimately this would be an okay move because they'll at least get one card draw from Chongun getting hit, and they can mostly hold out from the swirl this turn. Oh, interesting.
swap stalling a bit on Kirisa's side away from that Sayu. I mean, this is probably because there's no elemental application
Hmm.
on Dio's Chongyun.
Yes, absolutely. But I do believe Dio simply may respond in kind and swap over to Sayu. And not only will that put Herald in a very difficult position because Dio has Swirl set up on their side, but also, Kirisa kind of needs to commit to that Hydro skill because now, pushing away from Sayu, now they're going to waste another dice, going back if they want to go back and Swirl.
Dio playing strategize. I wonder what he's looking for. I feel like it could be something like a liar song, just considering he does have that Heart of Kavarena unused on Chongyun. Might be
Hmm.
looking to equip a Gilded with liar song.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is definitely more interesting, of the mirror matchup because I believe I have seen this mirror matchup played out in Group C. However, these players are getting a little more methodical with their moves because they understand once that swirl is out, a lot more damage is going to be coming onto them, and of course, also checkmate scenarios where their entire team gets frozen.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of players have been bringing freeze in these past few patches, and it's an elemental reaction that's definitely risen in popularity, while other reactions such as overload have decreased in popularity. We might see something different going into the new patch, considering we just had our new cards dropped, right? But freeze is definitely something that is hard to beat because it just locks you down so well with that control aspect, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Carissa swapped over again. Yeah, these players are really just trying to see who cracks first, because neither of them want to deal with that in the slightest.
Dio playing a golden house to replace the Leavenwood one dice. I'm not sure if I like that. I'm really not too sure what Dio is planning here because I personally would have went for a Chongyun skill much earlier, but did
Hmm.
proc that Lumen Stone. There's nothing this world Sayu, so will just be a swap back onto Chongyun.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with your statement as well because, eliminating that Liven means that Dio will not have any more means to, have Liven in the first place. Of course, they have, other forms of ramp like Timaeus who can reduce their artifacts the next turn as well as, just equipping Wolf's Gravestone. But regardless, seems a bit early to be getting rid of such a card. They also, have things like Seed Box, which, would be helpful next round. You could have considered getting rid of as well.
Yeah, I mean, C-Box could be used to play the second Timaeus, though I'm not sure when it would come into play. But Dio will be equipping his own Wolf's Gravestone as well as the second Heart of Kavarina, both onto Sayu. Draws like gamblers. And there's the Liar
Ooh,
Song.
very good,
Okay.
very good.
So actually, despite the weird swapping mechanics in the second round, I do
Mhm.
believe Dio could have an edge.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. By at least pulling one of those, it means that Dio has a chance to generate dice. Because Kirisa has basically, had Dio in a chokehold. Of course, they can't see each other's cards, but at any moment, simply if Kirisa needs to, can just play Gilded twice, and that's just going to completely overflow Dio's dice economy.
Yeah, the pre-gilded, the Liar Song, the discounted Timaeus if you even need it. You have Rhythm of the Great Dream to discount the other gilded,
Hmm.
or the Gamblers. Sayu Talent, I mean, both players have that Sayu Talent board princess.
Hmm.
But on the side of Kirisa, there is the Heart of Kavarina onto Chongyun. Does have two gilded as well and a Liar Song, but no Timaeus on
Hmm.
the field.
Ooh.
Though there is that Ancient Courtyard.
Hmm. Yep, and Dio, thanks to Chongyun being hit, triggers Heart of Arena, and we see the Wolf's Gravestone. I'm starting to wonder, because of course it's okay that these players are trying to take this matchup very methodically to make sure that they don't have elemental application and get screwed over by it. But I'm kind of wondering if Kirisa is playing a little too slow, right? Because of course, like we mentioned many, many times already, they're definitely holding the card advantage, and we've seen other players reactionless, right? Just go straight in with Wolf's Gravestone, not caring about reactions in the slice and knocking out a character out the gate.
We've definitely seen that. We've also seen players just playing through things like Forbidden Knowledge without really caring if they
Mm-hmm.
draw like 10 million Forbidden Knowledge into their deck.
Mm-hmm.
So But it really feels like both these players are trying to avoid the elemental auras going on to the wrong characters. And that's why we're seeing
Hmm.
a lot of swapping around and ramping here in these first few turns. But
Hmm.
Dio did play that Lyre song to take back the heart of Kavarina, did play Boar Princess. I think this is where we're going to see some dice generation coming in. There is
Hmm.
the first Gilded, the other one is still free and draws out the other Lumen Stone.
Hmm. Yeah, other Lumenstone is huge because Dio has plenty of cards in their hand to play out and also make sure they generate that. And they had to do a Gilded just because their dice were a little unfortunate, but I don't think that's going to matter for them too much. Already holding 11 dice, of course, Kirisa can absolutely respond in kind, but until they choose to actually make
Ooh.
some more moves, it's not going to happen.
Interesting. Dio going for the second Timaeus.
Mhm.
Wait, replacing the Gilded with the Heart of Kavarina.
Mhm.
Very interesting choice there. So that's one Gilded out of the game for Dio, but still the
Mhm.
other is in hand and is also free. I wonder why not play the Lumenstone. Why Timaeus over Lumenstone?
Yeah, I would agree with you. Lumenstone, just gives you so much value. Even if, Dio has been able to draw out majority of what they
Oh.
want, I would still definitely want to go for Lumenstone.
Oh, the fast swap from Kirisa away from Chongyun
Hmm.
onto Sayu with this Wolf's Gravestone attached, Ancient Courtyard Golden House, free Gilded on Sayu. This is going to be her talent into a swirl. That Herald is going to be frozen.
Hmm. I know you've been holding that in. It sounds like you said a rhyme. With all those actions, all those cards played all at once. It's the ultimate combo for Sayu. And look at all this value that's immediately being generated off of the swirl.
I mean, this is what all of the ramp from, both these players is leading to, right? This is what you're looking for. And when these players are managing these elemental reactions so well, like this is the crucial moment. But now the thing for Kirisa is the elemental auras are cleansed off of both Herald and Chongyun. There's only
Hmm.
that cryo aura on Sayu, but
Hmm.
I think it's pretty useful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because Harold does have that revive now. Of course, the best counterplay is that Dio could simply just normal attack. But Kirisa could absolutely put Dio in a checkmate scenario where they get turn advantage, and then Harold freezes Dio Sayu, and then it's pretty much GG's from there.
Yeah, I think that Sayu in this deck specifically is the one you really want to be locking down. Of course,
Hmm.
I have definitely seen Chongyun do his fair share of carrying as well, but
Hmm.
he's gone with the rest of
Hmm.
that prepared skill. The Wolf's Gravestone bonus damage is no joke.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I'm talking about. When it comes to these Wolf's Gravestone moves, it took a little bit for Kirisa to finally pull it out, but they got their chance to swap on it now. Chongun completely knocked out of the game. This is going to be quite the struggle for Dio to come back from.
Yeah, though Dio does have a quick swap in hand. Herald is frozen this turn. Kirisa. Yeah, the unfortunate thing for Dio is that Kirisa, there's no way to freeze that Sayu right now.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I don't think the follow up here from Dio Sayu is also going to take out Kirisa Sayu.
Nope, it'll be exactly 1 HP off, unfortunately. And on the side, funnily enough, despite having slightly different changes in tempo, hey, they even heal past breakpoint. I have a feeling Kirisa may swap to Chongyun at some point to tank the damage if Dio takes
Oh,
that turn advantage.
the treasure already coming into play here. Tuning the other countdown. This is just going to be
Hmm.
another swirl. We're procking Herald Revive with this one. And Kirisa definitely has enough dice for a second action.
Hmm. Yep, absolutely.
However,
Ooh, getting
however,
teary.
however,
Hmm.
so Dio has a free gamblers.
Hmm.
Um, has
Oh.
treasure going into the deck here as well, but
Hmm.
there's a lot of options for Dio because
Oh
I
yeah.
do think a normal attack swing onto Sayu will take her out.
Yep, that would be
Dio could
correct.
actually sweep this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially Dio's got that boar princess, and the gambler should be coming on at any moment, unless they decide to also sacrifice Golden Troop for one more extra dice. That would definitely be a pretty good play since Golden Troop has zero value at this rate.
Golden House, interesting. I think it will be what you say. It should be. Oh, countdown. Are we drawing out treasure? Oh, it's three treasure.
Oh,
I mean, considering
wow!
considering how low the deck is, that makes sense. But
Hmm.
wow, this might actually be what saves Zio.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Dio clocking and also believing in a bit of the luck of the draw. That is a pretty crazy play to make because, of course, like you said, I do agree. That majority of their deck should be thinned out, but that's still incredibly risky to get three of your treasures out of your deck. Super duper nice. And now Dio is set up for a very clean normal attack.
Dio able to rise above those breakpoints with that treasure, plays to strategize, gets a liar song in another treasure.
Yep. Dio is definitely doing quite well for themselves now, completely, shifting the momentum of this game. Kirisa definitely has to watch out because, here Sayu is fully equipped, but Kirisa's Chongyun's got nothing.
There is the liar song. We're taking back that other gilded. Of course, it's free because of Tamaya stacks. This is exactly what Dio wants. This should just be a gilded equipped into Golden Troop, into Rhythm of the Great Dream Gamblers, or even Ancient Courtyard Gamblers. And that's going to be just so much dice on top of the treasure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so impressed. Typically when it comes to these sort of dice generating decks or of the sort, it's sometimes really hard to make maximum efficiency out of every single card that helps you out, right? Like Rhythm, Boar Princess, etc. Usually you get like maybe one or two charges out of it, but here we can see Dio maximizing as much value as they possibly can and getting every single extra dice they can.
Yeah, there should definitely be a gilded on top of that golden troop, the golden troop going on first. The question is, you play gamblers here. I think you should.
Hmm. or the Liyue Armory.
So let's talk about these matchups. If it
Mhm.
is the mirror matchup, what would you expect going into that, Kojo?
It's hard to say. Oh, actually, you know what? I am starting to remember now. There was a one time I got to see Liyue Armory matchup mirror, and it was very interesting because one of the players actually flipped over and started on Yelan instead of Shenhe, which is the more traditional way you started this matchup. Now, on the side of it, because Shenhe makes a lot of sense. Not only can you quickly build up to a burst, avoid any unnecessary damage that comes out, in the 1 to 2 rounds, but afterwards, you not only have Shenhe's super powerful summon, which increases your physical damage, but also your cryo swirls as well. And then Yelan can easily just sweep the endgame. But a player decided to pivot the other way around and go for, Yelan start to not only draw out cards, but also field off that application, something that we saw this matchup, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. So, I mean, Yelan start is not what you really want to do. And I've seen situations where you start Yelan, and even with King Squire, it leaves you behind, and you don't really do anything useful at that point because your opponent, actually, this wasn't a mirror matchup, I think, because the opponent went from Shenhe to Shao and just swept with Shao. And
Oh yeah, absolutely.
so, I think in that case, the Yelan start's definitely slower, and it really depends on how you manage those elemental applications.
Yeah.
However,
Mhm.
however, I think that there is a case where you could start on Yelan and maybe, well, okay. I was gonna say use up the Hydro Auras for freezes on Shenhe, but then you don't have any more elemental application. At that point, you'd probably rush Shenhe Burst.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, typically people pivoted away from the Yelan start despite her value because it's so important that these freeze end games end up, working out, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I think as long as you're not starting on Shao, it should be fine.
hmm Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no Xiao starts. He is that end game, character, likes to fight alone. You may even let the other characters all. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. We are in our versus screen. So it will be a deal on the Liyue Armory deck versus Kirisa running it back with the Sayu Errol Chongyun deck. And this is just a reminder, but there are welcome raffles going on. I believe one is just started for this match. So make sure you're typing exclamation mark pick the player you want to win or you think is going to win and your UID into the Astro Carnival YouTube channel specifically. If you need any help with instructions, there should be a moderator there telling you what to do. In addition to that, there is a QR code on your screen. It will be cycling through every so often. If you see that QR code and you want to tell us how much you love these walk-in raffles, please go over there, scan it with your phone or whatever device, and just give us your thoughts. Tell us what you like, what you don't like.
Yep, absolutely. Personally, I do love these welcome raffles, and make sure, chat, go vote, go, go, go. These only last like 3 minutes, so make sure that you're here, attentive, and putting in your UID and the player you think who's gonna win.
Yes. So, Kirisa, countdown on Herald, drawing out. Do you see that? Lumenstone, Sayu Talon, Wolf's Gravestone immediately. What is this opening?
Kirisa believing in the powers of the regional high roll.
Oh!
What? What?
Are you okay? Second Wolf's
crazy.
Gravestone. Chongyun has a friend. Okay, great. Wow.
Yeah, okay, whoop-de-doo. Kirisa having probably the strongest start, if the other match was not strong enough. Pretty much all the conventional cards that you want to see, inside your deck being pulled out of the Lumenstone. And not only that, wow, they're even going for an early equip.
It's even going for an early equip. Wow. That ancient courtyard.
Ancient Courtyard brought out all of the friends from back from the dead. But here we go on the side of Dio. Once again, also, responding in kind and playing the Magic Countdown in a pretty good start as well.
Yeah, so Countdown drawing out double Lumen Stone. I believe Gamblers was in that. I'm not sure what the other card there was, but so those two weapons in hand. One of them is Moon Piercer, one of them is Lithic Spear. You want them both, but you really want Moon Piercer first. So I'm wondering what order Dio is going to do things in response to Kirisa's insane start. It will be Lumen Stone. I wonder, yeah, double
Mhm.
lumen stone. This makes sense. We're going
Mhm.
to also ramp in response. There's a strategize and draw out. I believe that's the other moon piercers. Two moon
Yep.
piercers.
Yeah, absolutely. Even playing fast swap to forcibly proc both lumen stones.
Oh,
Dio. Mhm.
Master
Ooh.
Shane.
Ooh, perfect. That's exactly what we want.
Opera. Okay. Wait,
Opera.
wait,
Oh
wait,
wow.
wait, 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 wait,
Oh
wait,
my goodness.
wait,
What
wait,
is
wait, wait,
happening?
wait. What is happening in this match? There is so much high rolling going on.
We are quite literally at a loss for words as we see players just pulling out absolutely everything they need. While they probably won't take advantage of Master Shank this turn, they do have a strategize in hand, so they should be able to play that out. But regardless, we're going to be seeing a pretty explosive turn two.
Pretty explosive turn two indeed. There is the Opera Epiclase, and of course it does not proc because the equips are less than Kirisa's, but with all those weapons in hand, that's definitely going to be changing.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
well, well, well.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Uh-huh.
it won't be. It won't be.
Why is
Wait a
that?
second. Because Kirisa has double Wolf's Gravestone Sayu talent.
Nope, that is absolutely true. Despite being called the Leeway Armory, Leeway does not have the Wolf's Gravestone. That is from Mondstadt. But anyway, that is going
I
to just completely floor Dio.
I think we're gonna start learning why players are not really bringing Opera Epiclese these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh! And here is the Herald skill.
Yep, there we go. Sayu is now perfectly set up. Kirisa, if they wanted to really put the nail in the coffin, they could definitely go for a magic countdown and hopefully get that fast swap right, because that would just absolutely, not only deal a ton of damage to Shenhe, get the swirl, and also pull off that Sayu talent.
I don't know if you want to count down. I guess the dice are really bad for Kirisa. Actually, it might be
Mhm.
something you consider if you're Kirisa, just to see what you get. But at this point, you have so much dice. You're at 10 dice on top of the 3 you just used for Herald's skill. I don't know how much you really want to count down, but we're gonna have to
Mhm.
see.
Yeah, absolutely. Shenhe, not holding anything back either. Does a good amount of damage to Herald, already pushing them down to a 3 HP. One more skill from any of the characters on Dio's team will force Herald to proc that revive. Who knows if talent will come in a later round.
I mean, Dio can always just where is the unseen razor and re-equip that moon piercer just to save on dice. I wonder if that's something Dio will be considering here,
Hmm.
or if maybe we'll see a fast swap over to Shao with moon piercer instead.
Hmm. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. A lot of players have been taking the line of Shenhe into Xiao immediately as soon as possible to get maximum value off of the swirl and damage all the characters across the board, which definitely would help out a lot. Ooh, they might go for it.
There is the where's the unseen razor pulling back that moon piercer, and it costs 1 to equip another weapon. Oh, there it is! It's on Shao.
Hmm.
It is another moon piercer equip.
Hmm.
Is that
Ooh.
rhythm? Drawing it a bit late, but
Hmm.
both Lubenstone's proccing here as well. This is going to be huge.
Hmm. Yep, absolutely. Interesting that I'm seeing Sunyata in here. Sunyata is definitely not a card I would suspect, but hey, Opera Ebi Clay, since it's not going to be functioning right now, you might as well get rid of it.
Of course, not even needing to play that last fast swap in hand because there was still the one active that was played last turn to proc
Hmm.
Lumenstone. But it's Sunyata, very interesting. I guess you get Sunyata the opera because like what's it doing right
Yeah,
now?
absolutely. Wash over the opera, watch it go under the primordial sea. We'll see. Hopefully, they could draw, some pretty scary cards because Zenyatta pulls from the pool of support cards. So there is a significant amount of randomness, but you can also pull totally just something that swings the entire game around.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any way of taking out that Herald right now for Shao. This might just be another swap back onto Shanha, but here's the problem Dio is going to have. He's already used up all of his dice essentially, and
Hmm.
Kirisa here has so much dice himself.
Hmm.
Ooh, wait, rhythm?
Ooh, rhythm. Yeah, but
Gamblers
yep,
on
that is going to be
Shao?
4 damage coming out from the skill.
Oh, from the skill, right.
Yeah.
Normal attack would be 3. Skill with weapon is going to be 4. Wait,
Good
that's
shout.
perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
This might actually force Kirisa to play Countdown.
hmm Yeah, I definitely think so as well because not only are the dice pretty bad, but Kirisa will definitely be in desperate need of some sort of other card to push them out of this pretty difficult scenario. It should be the swap to Chongyun and simply freeze Xiao to stop his reign of terror.
You go Chongyun, play Countdown, get the dice you need to skill. No,
Mm.
it's Sayu. Kirisa choosing Sayu.
hmm Yeah, this definitely, as much as I would feel uncomfortable doing it, makes a lot of sense because now that Herald is gone, these are your only two sources of Hydro application on Xiao and on Shenhe. And if you waste it, it is going to be a problem because Yelan will simply go through the end game and freeze you both.
So I actually think Kirisa is just planning to end the game right now.
Mm.
With Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu already, that could very well. Oh, there's the late Herald talent, but that could very well be what happens.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Oh, Herald talent, too late. You're right. Ooh, what are we gonna do here? I do wonder if Kirisa can properly end this game. Right now, or just like end one of the characters, because like the dice are not only not in their favor, but also, I don't even think they don't even have resources to really push all the way through.
Yeah, though that Shao is definitely within Wolf's Gravestone range.
Mm-hmm.
Dio, I feel like, is going to have to swap off here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
most
it is.
definitely. Yep, there it is. Oh, 5
Oh,
damage.
that break point, the follow up, bringing Shenhe down to 1 HP. And
Mm-hmm.
honestly, if you're Dio, I think you just end. I think we're sacrificing Shenhe here. There's nothing that can be done about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. We'll be interested, because of course, Kirisa does not have. Oh, they even tried to pull gamblers out of Timaeus, but they were not lucky enough. Yep, and they even destroy
Oh,
all that.
yeah, there is the Golden House for Princess replacing the artifact on Sayu with that Gilded. We now have another action. Easy dice fixing without playing that countdown. Oh,
Oh.
the gambler is just a little bit too late, but Shenna does fall. This should be on to Yalan.
hmm Yeah, actually, it might be Xiao since Xiao is already at such low HP. Now, the gambler, like you said, is a little too late, but thankfully, Kirisa may actually just be able
Oh,
to take full
wait.
advantage of it. The
Oh, wait,
follow up.
went on the Shao. Okay, wait,
Yeah.
this actually makes sense. Like you don't want Shao to fall, right? But
Yeah.
Shao is never going to be the one to do damage in this case. I think Dio just wants to control Kirisa with freeze, and so Yelan is more important to keep alive.
Yes, absolutely. But unfortunately, since Kirisa still has 4 dice available, they should be able to tune everything and just completely destroy Yelan's HP pool.
Yeah, definitely. You don't need the countdown. You don't need the second Wolf's Gravestone. You don't need the Herald
hmm
talent. Just you don't need the Gambler's Tune at
hmm
all. Get rid of
hmm
it and go for that skill. This will be game 2 going to Kirisa.
What a crazy match! I can't believe this is the swing that we got, especially off of the last one. Right, players are playing slow, methodical. Maybe Kirisa kind of just like snapped up. It's like, okay, never again. We're doing
Well,
this.
I was thinking about that earlier as well. Because, oh, by the way, wait, this doesn't actually take out your loan.
No, yeah, that doesn't take out Yelan, but 1 HP Yelan versus 2 8 HP. I would have a bit of a difficult time. Oh no!
The game's
Oh
like,
no!
you know what? This game is over. Let's just give Kirisa the win. Just give fast swap right now. Let's not drag this out anymore. Honestly, understandable. But I was just thinking about what you were saying earlier, Kojo, because Dio and Kirisa were playing very slowly in that first match. But I feel like going into round 2, they just had such fast actions. They knew exactly what they were going to be doing, especially Kirisa. I think
Mhm.
that is owed to the amazing start Kirisa had.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah, Kirisa, had that great start, and continuing the momentum of the regional high roll. That fast swap pretty much seals the deal because, like you were trying to,
Oh!
talk earlier. Oh! Wait a minute.
Oh, wait, there's an egg.
Ooh, there's an egg. That is a massive deal. Of course, Dio will struggle in the dice generation department, but simply having Egg actually completely swings the game around once again.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
There is the egg. And
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, I don't know how much this really matters, but
Mhm.
Lithic Spear equip onto Shao.
Mhm. Lithic Spear equip is a little chaotic because I'm a little surprised they didn't go for at least one golden house, but they're just drawing everything out the wazoo. They could absolutely, make this work out.
Honestly? Wait, okay, we have to count here. There's
Yep.
no way Dio wins, right?
Let's see. I definitely agree with you. I don't think Geo has a high chance of winning, but they're about to do something crazy right now. Re-equip the Lithic Spear, and I don't think I've ever actually gotten to see this in tournament, but I do believe can Lithic stack? It may be able to.
No,
Nope,
it's
they're going for
not
the bow.
Lithic Spear because the shield points stay on Shao. This is going to be King Squire on Yolan, and most likely no, it's a skill. Oh yeah, because of King Squire, discounting it.
Yeah. Yeah,
There is a
discounting
fast
it,
swap
general damage.
though.
Scary.
There is a fast swap, and now all Kirisa has to do is whack. But the problem is, Shao's still alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Chongyun is not an animo character, so you can't push the Hydro over to Xiao. So this is actually going to be the last form of Hydro application they're ever going to have in the match. And if Dio somehow is going to be able to last out, like you said, I don't think Lithic Spear can stack up. So it's going to be pretty difficult to get out of this.
So Wolf's Gravestone plus another action would actually take out Shao, but the problem is there's not. Kirisa is missing one dice. I'm not sure how many cards were already played. Maybe it was two. Maybe it was two.
Yeah, as long as Wolf's Gravestone can be equipped and then simply tune everything and get one more Omni off of Lumenstone, and that is going to be the line Carissa takes because, ooh, it's still looking very dark for Dio, but any more room that Kirisa is or Kirisa slows down with gives Xiao all the time more to simply attack back.
There is a strategize, draws out the other quick swap. I don't think this matters. I think Kirisa is going to end first. Dio has absolutely zero dice generation. All Kirisa needs is turn trial, that Wolf's Gravestone, and a skill from Chongyun or the fast swap on the Sayu. But yeah, there is the Wolf's Gravestone equip.
That was a. It is a Gilded. Here it is.
The game is the Liar Song into Gilded. This is actually at this turn. It's not going to be next turn. The skill is more than enough to take out that Shao, and Kirisa is finally taking game 2.
My goodness, that was a match full of emotion. I was even trying to clock. I'm like, wait, did they? Everything happened so fast. I'm like, does Sayu have Gilded? They can back and make it happen this turn.
Yeah, so definitely that game was something. I do believe we're going to be having our raffle winners from the first game, though, really quickly here. So we had some technical difficulties earlier. Thank you for your patience. But if you see your UID down below, this should be the first game's raffle winners. And we should see our second game's raffle winners pretty shortly here. So yeah, congratulations to those of you who have won the Blessings of a Welcome Moon. We're going to be having Welkin raffles every single match. So the longer these sets go on, if they go to 3 games, each best of 3, then that means it's another 2 Welkins for you guys watching. So here is our second pair of raffle winners. So congratulations. If you see your UID there, you have won a Blessing of the Welcome Moon. And stay tuned for more information about how to enter the raffles. They'll be on Aster Carnival's YouTube channel.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we will tell you as soon as the match starts because it happens right when you get to that versus screen. So be paying attention, be tuned in to the matches. But that was that was completely different from the first match. And hey, we get to go to a game 3, so another raffle for all of you. But anyway,
we do get to go to game 3, and I mean these two players are very hyped to be winning and advancing through Group D. So I think that especially Kirisa taking that game is expected. Now, who's going to win? It's hard to say, but yeah, Game 1, everyone was playing very, very methodically, very slow, thinking through their actions. Then Game 2, the high rolls came in, and it was like, oh, I know what to do with this. I know exactly what to do with this. And Kirisa did exactly what he thought he needed to do, and basically swept the entire game with the dice generation going into the second, third round. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're on to the mirror. It's going to be Liyue Armory versus Liyue Armory. So, there's not going to be any threat of Wolf's Greystone anymore. But still, regardless, this deck is not only a mirror, so it really starts to mess, with what your capabilities are. But also, these decks throw out a lot of damage early with no defensive utility outside of that Lithic Spear.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to be going into our deck selection here, but it is just as Kojo said, it will be a mirror matchup, Liyue Armory versus Liyue Armory, because these are the only 2 decks left for both these players. Of course, in open deckless conquest format, you do get access to your opponent's full lists, and you get to ban one, which is why you see Conwell banned on both sides here. However, when you win with the deck, you can no longer play it. And so now that's why we are seeing this mirror matchup, because both players have won with that Sayu Herald deck.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty interesting that we got to see both of the mirrors. We'll see. Funnily enough, I actually think the players will revert back to the original strategy they had early on, which is being playing very slow and methodical, and also additionally trying to off-field the freeze based on who gets their first turn. So that'll be quite interesting to see. And here we have Dio's deck as a refresher.
Yes, this is Dio's deck for Liyue Armory. Of course, we affectionately call this deck Liyue Armory because it is made up of 3 Liyue characters and a whole lot of weapons as you see them up there. So the bow is King Squire, which reduces your elemental skill by 2 dice. Moon Piercer is the same as King Squire, but in spear form, and then you have 2 copies of Lithic Spear, and the way that works is for every Liyue character you have on your team, you get a shield point. So 3 Liyue characters is 3 shields.
Yep, absolutely. And we have on the side of Kirisa, once again, a card that I have been desperately wanting to see played in this deck, but I never get to see it happen. It is that Tandoori's Roast Chicken.
So I think it is Kirisa. I know a couple of players have been bringing the combination of egg and tandoori in this deck specifically, and I have yet to see the tandoori come up. I have not seen a tandoori skill yet. Like, it hasn't been drawn. It was drawn once and then not played. So I would like to see this come up.
Absolutely. Maybe the secret is that none of the character cards wanted to eat it. Maybe that's what it is. I think Yelan would like it. She does like spicy food, so.
Tandoori is very tasty.
It is very tasty, absolutely. Come on, Shao. Stop eating almond tofu. Come on now.
Listen, Shao is an Adeptus and does not need mortal food. I think the only mortal food Shao tends to like is almond tofu Adeptus Temptation. But here we go. We are getting into our 3rd match of this first set. It is Dio, the underdog, versus Kirisa, our aggressive player. And with another match comes another Welkin raffle. So if you are on our Aster Carnival YouTube channel, you can type !, pick the player you think is going to win or you want to win, and your UID into the chat there. And the raffle is going to be starting now. There will be 2 winners. We'll be announcing them at the end. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. And the raffle is very, very quick, only 3 minutes. So get in there, pay attention to the match, and see, once the moderator comes in and lets you know that the raffle has begun. But what else is beginning is the match, the final best of 3 between these 2 players.
You know what else is beginning?
Ooh, do tell.
The beginning of the QR code cycle during every match. So if you see the QR code there on your screen, you can scan it with your device, and we'll send you to a feedback form where you can tell us how we're doing.
Yep, absolutely. I'd definitely be interested to see more Welkin raffles, but regardless, here we go. Both players, is that a double Yelan start?
Wait, was it? I didn't catch it. So the dice are so bad on both sides as well. Those 3 Geo dice. Oh wait, Geo hasn't rerolled yet. Okay, no, it didn't know. No, you have Cryo now.
It's a little bit.
Starting.
They started on Yelan. Oh no.
Dio started on Yelan. Kirisa started on Shunha. So normally in this deck you start on Shunha, so you can build towards her burst, which will boost Physical and cryo damage. So the swirls from Xiao, the cryo swirls, are going to deal so much.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely. Yeah, using a little bit of that start theory, pushing the cryo onto Yelan first, since Dio did not get the turn advantage. Now, it will be interesting. How are they going to make any utilization of their dice? Because, of course, they have Hydro, they have Cryo, but, the action order is definitely not in the way that you prefer.
well, that's how we just play countdown. Then we don't have to worry about getting the right dice because they all become Omni. So that's exactly what we're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they're fishing for some sort of support cards. Lumenstone. Master Zhang is not a bad pull, but most definitely, I do believe, is that also an Opera Epiclase sitting inside their hand right next to Master Zhang? That's not going to proc.
Yeah, so it won't proc right now because Kirisa does have that weapon on Shenhe, but Dio did draw both Lithic Spear and Moon Piercer. The thing is, he's on Yuan, so
Hmm.
we're not going to see the opera right now. We could
Hmm.
see the Master Shang being played before going into next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Do kind of wonder if Dio is going to use that Opera Epiclase for tuning fodder, which is the most likely scenario, unless they perfectly math out all their cards and make it so that they have a higher or equal equip amount to Kirisa.
There is the Master Shang into the Golden House, and there is the rhythm.
They're trying for a early weapon equip. They really want to push it forward now.
Is it going to be Lithic Spear on Shao?
I would definitely agree with a lithic spear. Make sure you get that defensive utility early before anything else.
It might actually be the Lithic Spear, and then you can put down Opera.
Hmm.
Yeah, there it is, Lithic Spear.
Yep, absolutely. Now players are equal, and we'll see if Kirisa ends up matching it in the next turn. But now both players are out of dice, so this should be the end for now.
This is the end. And what does
Uh,
Dio draw? So Kirisa draws a second Gamblers and Lithic
hmm.
Spear. I did not catch what Dio drew.
Dio. Actually, I didn't catch it either. But referring to the earlier hand, Dio has two fast swaps early. So you always expect at least one fast swap from your opponent, but having two, ooh, that is quite difficult, especially in a matchup
Ooh.
that has freeze.
Okay, those dice for Dio would be really good if there was a plan to go to Shenhe, but I do believe this fast swap down. Wait.
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh!
Yeah,
Wait.
freeze.
Wait.
Hmm.
Okay. I think I understand. This is because we don't want Kirisa's Shenhe getting the burst off.
Yep.
So I think Dio might be going for his own Shenhe burst here with all that cryo.
Hmm. Yep, absolutely. And now Kirisa is quite in the difficult position, not only not being able to get value out of a Xiao Swirl scenario, but also, majority of the dice are Hydro. So if you want to slot the Yelan, I think that might be your only choice.
Yeah, you don't have countdown to fix your dice, do you? And
Mm-mm.
Kirisa definitely swapping over to Yelan here, and Dio probably doesn't care. It's just gonna be another skill from Shenhe. Yeah, there it is.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Even with unconventional game plans, these weapons always make the breakpoints quite difficult. Shenhe dropping 4 damage onto Yelan. She's already sitting at a pretty dangerous breakpoint.
Sealy drawing more card draw out, but Dio going for that elemental burst on Shenhe. This is why he swapped to Shenhe. He shut down Kirisa from getting his own Shenhe burst off and then cast his own, and now it's gives him a significant advantage, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Dio completely was able to just push through with the Yelan start, making full advantage of, fielding off the application and now letting Shenhe just fly in with that fast swap and do tons of damage, not disable the other Shenhe. This really is probably the most maximized
Oh,
value play off of getting that.
oh, wait,
Hmm.
wait. Is it
Yes.
actually just King Squire equip here?
Most likely because Master Zhong is available, simply put it down, and then also because it works off of making sure that other characters are equipped with weapons, which Kirisa does have in spades. So,
Actually, maybe it's not. Well, maybe it is. You could go Master Shang, King
hmm.
Squire. I think you could Yulan skill and swap off. I think.
Yep. Absolutely. There's definitely the angle that Kirisa would want to go to, also pushing Shenhe down to a pretty lethal breakpoint now. I wonder, I believe Kirisa should swap to their own Shenhe because as much as Shenhe is super important, you don't want to get a free cryo application onto Xiao and then, your Shenhe on Kirisa's side is not long for this world, so maybe it's time to just drop it.
There is the Master Zhang. There is the King Squire. And there is the skill -4 because base 3 + 1 from that King Squire, bringing Shenhe down to 3.
Yep, absolutely. And now we are just 2 dice remaining. Really planning on staying on Yela and an early. Whoa.
Wow.
Okay.
That was a decision for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things we always talk about, pro players always hand this tip out as well. Never reveal your hand too early, but of course, this being a very aggressive matchup, dice efficiency is kind of everything. So Kirisa, full confidence, double gamblers.
Dio is going to be going for all the Animo in the world here on this roll, by the way. I am just looking 2 Omni, 1 Animo so far, and I'm sure he's checking the board right now before rolling again, but it should just be all Animo. Should be.
Absolutely.
This should be a fast swap over to Xiao and doing Xiao things.
Yep, Xiao is going to lament all over the place.
Wait. Kept the cryo and the hydro.
Interesting. I mean, Shenhe does get minimum 1 skill, does get to refresh Icy Quill, so that's not the worst thing in the world. But Yelan, with the Hydro Dice, I don't know.
Oh, okay, that's countdown.
Interesting.
Draws the Gamblers, draws the second Opera Epiclase, but I don't think... Actually, that's why Kirisa put all the Gamblers on his characters, because of the Opera Epiclase. But here is the fast swap. This should just be a Gamblers, maybe even Fresh Wind.
Oh, I am definitely in agreement with the Fresh Wind. Because, both Shenhe and the Icy Cools are out. Of course, Dio will expend one right now. But that is a significant amount of value. And actually, Shenhe on Kirisa's side may immediately just go down, during this next 2 actions.
I think the Icy Quills will only apply to the Swirl, because you're not dealing cryo damage to Yelan. Maybe it goes in order. I don't know if it goes left to right or from the active character over. We're going to have to see, because there's only that 1 Icy Quills. There is the Fresh Wind.
Yep, both of them should come into play here, if I'm not mistaken. But Dio is locked and loaded, Fresh Wind and Gamblers. Only a matter of time before we see Yelan down for the count. Yep,
and
there it is, 3.
Is the skill. Both Yelan and Shenhe falling, and Fresh Wind means Dio gets yet another action here. The Opera proccing. I wonder if Dio's gonna play the other just because he can. And this could actually be a Boar Princess into one of those weapons in hand. There is a Moon Piercer there. So this is going to be a huge turn actually for Dio.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Being able to get that double knockout, because it's quite difficult to maintain Shenhe's skill Icy Quill uptime, but the stars aligned for Dio, and now both of Kirisa's characters down. It's just a Xiao solo.
Yep, there is... Wait, the weapon... Wait. Didn't play Boar. I wonder why. Oh, because he's not planning on swapping off or doing the other action. He's just going to go for... Wait. Wait, but if he played Boar and then equipped the weapon, he could have played Lumenstone.
Yeah, no, that is a consideration to make, especially... oh wow, that's something I didn't even clock. That Opera will trigger since both of the characters went down. But yes.
Dio with just enough dice to Shell Burst here.
Yeah, but outside of that, they're gonna have to push into next round. I do wonder, because Kirisa could totally even up their health a little bit by getting another Lithic Spear. Ooh, even Unseen Razor.
Ooh,
wow.
Unseen Razor for Kirisa. There it goes. We're drawing back that Lithic Spear. It is free to re-equip and will bring Xiao back up to effectively 5 HP. Oh, and there's the egg!
Oh my goodness. Egg is getting maximum value in these matchups. Honestly, it's been a minute, since I've been able to see Egg actually played properly in these matchups. I do wonder, will this, I don't think it's the same situation as last time, right? I don't think it's going to be enough to push Kirisa to a win, but it definitely throws a wrench in Dio's game plan.
It definitely does, except deal with the Yaksha's Mask on Xiao basically means that those skills and normal attacks are going to deal so much damage. I don't
Yep.
really know if there's a way for Kisa to avoid what is going to come next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirisa is considering, between either, dealing enough damage on Xiao and then making sure they can also egg, but it should just be one Xiao skill into swap on. Oh, do you? That's a good question.
I
Because
don't even know if you skill on Xiao. You might just go over to Shenhe now.
hmm Yeah, because you could also, that is an angle to consider because, Shenhe. Well, you already have icy quills on, but you do get a swirl, and then also get to benefit from icy quills, not only disabling Dio Shenhe in the next turn, but also
Whoa!
dealing good amount of swirl damage. Ooh, really?
Okay,
That's.
Kirisa definitely going for that turn prio. Now the question is, will it actually save him?
hmm Yeah, I don't know. Turn prio definitely makes a lot of sense. Make sure that Dio
Oh!
can't throw anything.
Whoa!
Oh.
No way. Okay, so I think the only way that Kirisa can get something here is if Dio, for whatever reason, goes over to Shenhe.
hmm Right, absolutely. Yeah, no. If they're able to pull something like that off, that's kind of the only way they're going to be able to pull out from this very difficult scenario. Oh, the fast swap.
There is the first fast swap for Kirisa, fast swap onto Shenhe as the perfect dice to skill here, but those breakpoints are going to be so bad for Kirisa because
hmm
look at all the dice for Dio with the Opera Epiclese proccing.
Yeah,
Xiao is
absolutely.
just going to be able to whack twice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We were, talking about Opera Epiclese, being a bit of a struggle in these matchups with high cost equips, but once all the characters are down, nobody has equipped, so
Wait,
Opera Epiclese will feed you dice.
hold on.
hmm
Wait a second. Okay, I see the vision. I see the
hmm
vision. I see the vision. I see the vision. I see. Okay. So
hmm
the icy quills,
Yes.
the Hydra aura on Shenhe,
Yep.
the fresh wind
Gonna
of
be.
freedom.
Yep. They're gonna go for that sneaky off-field lethal.
However, Kirisa is missing the dice to really make use of that.
Yeah, no, most definitely without. Well, actually,
Wait, I think
gamblers.
Gamblers is on Shao, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Or did Kirisa replace it?
I believe it should still be gamblers right now because this deck is not really running any other artifacts besides the Heart of Kavarina. So this may actually, you're right. It may actually be the chance. Yeah, you can even see Dio like froze up here. It's like, they
But
might do it.
there's not a moon piercer. There's not a moon piercer.
No,
I
there
think
is not a
it's
Moonpiercer.
lithic spear. So I mean, Dio can't give a free swap over, I think.
No, absolutely not. Dio needs to push back here and simply just swap over to someone else. Yeah, and see, they're even
Oh!
going for
Oh!
the adaption. Very
Oh!
nice.
Dio playing. Okay, that is it. That's it. That is
Yep.
over now.
Yep.
That is.
Wait.
No, wait, but
No.
still gets taken
Wait,
down,
no, it
right?
still works. It's still fine. We're still fine. Yeah. The shields should cover the lethal right now.
Wait, strategizing. That is bold.
Yeah, that's very bold, considering you have little to no dice and now can no longer gambler's chain. You always need at least one more to take full advantage of that.
Kirisa really needs to go for that swirl. Where is the Unseen Razor taking back the Lithic Spear? I wonder if he was looking for something like a Tandoori. No, wouldn't really be able to make use of it. Oh wait, it's only -2 on Yelan. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, because
Thankfully,
it's not a freeze reaction.
yeah, no, there's
There's no
no freeze
Shenapers.
reaction and none of that, but Dio just ends up going right back and taking it over Kirisa.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely quite the match. So, but first, we have our raffle winners down at the
Hmm.
bottom here very shortly for game three.
Ooh.
Congratulations, if you see your UID there, you have won a blessing of the Welkin Moon. And with every game, there will be another Welkin raffle. So make sure you're staying tuned for information on how to enter the next one. But yeah, that match, I don't really know what to say about that one. What do you think, Kojo?
Lots of swings and momentum, honestly, and that moment where we clocked the play, where they could go for the off-field freshman and freedom lethal, which you don't know, freshman and freedom, it will always activate as long as you knock out a character, who isn't, even if they're inactive, still counts. So it had, Kirisa actually had a lot of chances to make it back, but thankfully Dio did adapt. I got a little scared when they dropped in the Xiao skill, but of course they just equipped the Lithic because swirl is not piercing; it will not go through shields. So it was all they needed to make sure they definitively ended that game.
It was just so unfortunate for Kirisa. He really tried to play around it. There was that line where he could have won if Dio
Hmm.
hadn't seen around it. That's the thing. Dio saw around it and actually went for the Lithic Spear equip on Shenhe, who was off field to avoid the freeze and death of Shenhe because of the icy quills. Um, that
Hmm.
swirl in fresh wind basically would have won the game for Kirisa, and
Yeah,
he played
absolutely.
around it. So I think Dio earned that win. Of course, Dio will be advancing to the upper bracket with 2 lives, and Kirisa will be falling to the lower bracket with only 1 life. So we'll be seeing our updated bracket here very shortly,
Hmm.
and there it is.
Yep. Yeah, this was an upper bracket match, so don't worry, these players are not down for the count. But of course, it's definitely going to start getting there because, during these streams and during later streams, we will be reviewing, the lower bracket, and that's where we're going to see players, unfortunately, take their first fall.
Yeah, but it will be Maytul versus Seiryu coming up next in our last match, kicking off Group D. And the winner of that will be going on to face Dio later on when we go through the upper brackets. After that, we should be going through Cosmos and Deck Dog's match in the lower first round. And Kirisa will be facing off against the loser between Maytul and Seiryu. So, quite the matches coming up. Kisa, of course, just a reminder, second place in the Prince Cup Japan tournament from last year. So getting knocked down into the lower bracket, just like some of our other Prince Cup players. That is something.
Yeah, absolutely. But the underdog run is the underdog run, and you will be able to fight, a little bit more matches. But there's still a way to make it all the way into the Prince Cup. But that was our best of three for the first, and we'll be right back with after this break.
Yes, we'll be throwing to the break. See you guys very soon. And welcome back, travelers, to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament regular season stream. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I am joined here today by Kojo Creations.
Yep. Once again, I'm Kojo Creations back at it again with the Prince Cup Pacific. We're going to be continuing with Group D, and we had a very interesting not only high caliber match that we just watched, but also very interesting seeing the tempo shift just all over the place. Players like slowing down, going faster, and we'll see if this ends up repeating again with two I'd personally think very high caliber players.
Well, I think, when you're managing those freeze and hydro auras, you really have to think about where they're going to go, how they're going to get used up, because you don't want your characters to be frozen during crucial moments. There are
Mhm.
some times where you actually want the freeze to happen earlier than later because you want the aura to be cleansed, even if it
Mhm.
means taking some extra damage. So I think, the first match, they were taking their time, thinking through
Mhm.
everything. It makes a lot of sense. And then going into game two, I just think Kirisa knew exactly what he needed to do with that really, really amazing start. He went and won that
Mhm.
game, but we're going to have to see what happens. We saw a lot of the same decks we saw last week and the week before today. Let's see what Maytel and Siryu bring. So, of course, we just concluded the Dio versus Kirisa match. Dio going to the upper bracket 2-1 and Kirisa falling to the lower bracket. The person who will be facing Kirisa will be determined between Maytel and Seryu next. Of course, the loser falling to face Kirisa, the winner going up to face Dio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And that is the match we're heading into now. And the reason I cite both of these players as quite high caliber is on the side of Maytel. They got here through the series showdown, and their records go through the Japan Prince Cup top four. Once again, another Japan Prince Cup player. This bracket is just absolutely stacked. But also top eight in the Asia CTG on season four.
Yes, Maytel making it top four in the Japan Prince Cup, as you just said, is an incredible achievement, especially considering Kirisa, top two, just got knocked down the lower bracket, and Chikawa, our champion, did qualify for the live tournament. But here we have our deck selection here. Maytel choosing the Tag Commander. That's one I haven't seen so far. And Seria
Mm.
going with Mastermind. Of course, Conwhale is banned on both sides.
Hmm. Yep, Conwell gone as usual. We'll wonder if that percentage is gonna skyrocket once again. But also, both on the side of Harold Claymore and the Leeway Armory with Maytel, with Shelryu opting for the Double Dragon's Cryo Cube.
Double Dragon's Cryo Cube indeed making a comeback here. It fell out of favor for a while, and some players were even bringing the Layla variant again, but it looks like we're going to try again with this Cryo Cube. So are you having faith in that deck? And here is our first deck, Maytel the Commander, bringing the Armory with him. Leave it Armory it is.
Yep, the commander-in-chief of the Liu Qixing. But here we go, looking pretty standard. No Tandoris, and everything else is pretty in line what we've seen so far through this tournament.
Yeah, it really does not. There's nothing here that stands out to me, I believe, as being out of the ordinary. Of course, there's no Tandoori in this list like Kirisa takes. But there is an egg. The double Sealy is an inclusion that Kirisa has as well.
Yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think everyone takes Sealy in this deck. Dio didn't.
Yeah, no, not everyone takes Sealy in this deck simply because they don't think it's fast enough. But to me, I think it's pretty logical. It's a card that simply will stack up to 3 times by doing your actions. Then you'll draw 3. I could see some arguments against it, but for the most part, I think it functions as needed.
I do think so as well. Of course, there's no cheeky copy of Sunyata in this deck. I feel like this is very standard Liyue Armory deck. Of course, we call it Liyue Armory because it has 3 Liyue characters and a weapons package with the Wagner and Master Zhang. Some players taking double Master Zhang and 1 Wagner and vice versa. I've even seen a case where it's like double Dunyarzad and only 1 copy of everything, and they fit the artifact package into this deck as well with Tamayas. That was very optimized deck.
Yep, here we go on the side of Shell Ryu, the mastermind, looking once again quite similar to what we've already seen. Of course, this is the aggressive variant of it, meaning that they are not running any form of the underwater treasure hunt. It is full aggro. You're gonna make it or you're going to drown.
Yes, so this deck has definitely risen in popularity over the past couple of weeks. Herald basically replacing Mona in MES and Chong Yun coming to replace Eula. And I honestly really like this iteration of the deck, but here we go. We are getting into game one. Matel, the commander, versus Seryu, the mastermind. And of course, we are going to be having Welkin of the Moon raffles starting now. So if you want to enter the raffle, please type exclamation mark. Pick the player you want to win or you think is going to win and your UID into the YouTube Astro Carnival chat specifically. And you'll be entered into the chance to win. There will be 2 winners announced at the end of each match. It will be open for the next 3 minutes, so good luck, have fun. Also, if you see the QR code on your screen, make sure you are scanning that. It will send you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts about everything. If you like our raffles, please let us know there.
Yep, absolutely. Raffles and QR code. Get on it and you get to it. But here is the start. We have Maytel with a pretty okay start, like that Lumenstone Wagner's. I think it's all right. Get those weapons out there. And on the side of Shellryu, Herald talent early once again.
Meetle going for the Lumenstone into Wagner here. There is the King Squire. That's not what you want.
Mm-mm. Yeah, most definitely not. Yelan, taking that role of the endgame sweeper. What's funny is that, despite these decks having the same elements, kind of fishing for the same reaction, they kind of play in reverse order, right? Herald wants to go in early, get in the Hydro, and then just back off. And alternatively, Maytel is using Shenhe to spread around Cryo, and then Xiao will do as much work as possible, and then Yelan will sweep that endgame.
Yeah, Shenna's start very typical here, but did not draw the Moon Piercer. It's actually a Lithic Spear there. It looks like
Mm-hmm.
Maytol is going to go for the Lithic Spear equip on Xiao though, and maybe just a skill from Shenhe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Mhm. Yeah. Typically, we would see the Lithic Sphere go onto Xiao because he is going to be the character that does the most damage and wants to eat up the most field time as possible. But of course, since Maytel wasn't very lucky, they're just going to go ahead and take advantage of the shields and damage while they can.
Serio playing Lumenstone into Countdown, has Herald Talent now, leaving Lyre Song 4. Lots of preparation for the magic that should be coming later. But first, just a Heart of Cabrina into a
Hmm.
Lieben. Ooh,
Yep,
almost
absolutely.
Greystone.
Yeah, Ryu is not holding anything back here. They have, a pretty good start overall. They can choose. Of course, I think the most logical thing to do is put on that Herald talent. So Maytel will be immediately punished for finishing off your Herald, but also push those 3 Omnis into live, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that is exactly what is going to happen. Herald putting the talent down. And Sarah draws out another Golden House Gamblers. What did Needle draw? I didn't quite catch
Mm.
it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the transition was a little too quick, but we'll see it in just a moment. Hopefully, we get some better dice this round.
What are your thoughts about Maytol's turn this round? So we have that Lithic Spear on to Shenhe,
Mhm.
and normally I've seen players put it on Xiao because they're going to be preparing to go Xiao later on. To me,
Mhm.
I feel like that signals Maytol is going to look to build up Shenhe Burst, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think you're definitely in the right ballpark of the thought process. Of course, I agree with Lithic on Xiao because unless you get the Unseen Razor, which ideally you should get in this deck, but who knows, maybe you don't get lucky with the draws. You can't actually pull it back. It's one -1 resource of your only defensive utility inside this deck. So armoring up Shenhe is a pretty logical conclusion because right now Shellryu is going to be able to get at least 1 Hydro hit and then move into Sayu with that Wolf's Greystone and just completely demolish Shenhe's HP.
Honestly, maybe that's probably why Lithic Spear went on Shenhe to just
Mhm.
mitigate some of that early game damage. Because I mean, both these players, well, no, not both these players, but both the players in their first set Kitty Sandio were definitely high rolling with their draws. They had this Wolf's Gravestones very early,
Hmm.
the discounted equips and everything, and
Hmm.
just went off basically round two, round three. So maybe Meito was watching that and wanted to mitigate that a bit by going for the Lithic Spear onto Shenhe. But it looks like Seiryu is going to be playing a board princess. What is that
Hmm.
for?
Boar Princess makes a ton of sense here. Herald is nearly guaranteed to fall because if they want to get that Hydra application, they need to use a skill which will lock Herald into that prepared and two action. So, they're going to be falling this turn for sure.
Yeah, so Board Princess is basically to give two Omni back to Seiryu after Herald goes bye-bye. And honestly, this makes perfect sense for Seiryu because of that Herald talent already equipped. Seiryu wants that to be proc.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Shiryu will go for the very chaotic play and the fact that, right now Shenhe is going to hit into Herald and knock them out, but also put in, and allow that Heart of Cavalryna to proc. But, if Shiryu really wants to be efficient, they can also play a second Heart of Cavalryna and not only proc the board once, but twice again once they fall.
Maytel's so unlucky. This is, oh my god. Okay, so
Hmm.
Maytel played the second Wagner, probably looking for Moon Piercer because you have a 1 in 3 chance on that Wagner weapon banner, as Plep likes to call it.
Hmm.
Draws out the other Lithic Spear.
Yes, unfortunately, yeah, double lithic, great for defensives, but right now you really want to start pressuring Xiaoryu as much as possible because once that swirl comes out, you are in a very difficult position to fight back at all. Not Xiao, Sayu will simply, spread Hydro to your characters, and then you're gonna be susceptible to freeze from both of the carries inside Xiaoryu's deck.
Chao, Sayu, they're both animal with a lot of damage and weapons.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong about that, but one of them likes to, he's a little too edgy. Sayu just wants to take a nice little nap in the corner.
So I understand. So
Hmm.
Sayu is protected by Harold and Chongyun,
Hmm.
and Shao is like on the front lines with Shenhe and Yulan
Yeah, pretty
backing
much.
up.
That's a pretty accurate. It's even more accurate that Yelan, like she's sitting in the back, gathering intelligence, and then she comes in for that finisher, assuming cryo is applied to every character. Whoa,
Oh, speaking
whoa,
of
really?
Yulan,
Well, speaking of Yelan, that is.
swap over. Oh, this is actually really interesting. So,
Mhm.
it is a fast swap over to Yulan, and now Harold's frozen. Of course, Curse the Undercurrent is on Matel's side. However, Sharius Herald cannot do anything this round because of
Mhm.
that freeze. So that prepared skill goes away.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really didn't clock this play because I'm just like, oh, like, do you really want to do that? It's a little bit of a waste of your resources. But this makes a ton of sense. I think it's a really good heads up play from Maytel because, like you just said, that prepared skill is going to go away from Herald. So now they won't be able to take advantage of the Hydro application, and most likely Maytel will actually simply swap back to Shenhe to once again absorb all of that. Ooh, actually though. Dice are not looking too good because Xiaoryu has plenty of moves left, so they might actually swap stall between Yelan and Xiao.
I think the other reason for this was to avoid the Sayu swirl of the Hydra Aura currently on Matel's Shenhe onto Xiao and Yulan. So basically, there's no Elemental Aura application on either Xiao or Yulan right now. So
Mm-hmm.
Seiryu, yeah, going to be forced to go to Chong Yun in order to deploy skill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty
Ooh,
logical decision. But wow, that is one of the wonderful things about using cards that discount your skills because now typically Maytel's skill would cost 4, but they pushed it all the way down to 2 thanks to that King Squire.
this also is probably the third reason you go Yulan and not the Xiao, because
Mm-hmm.
you get this other action off and reapply Elemental Aura. So the thing is, when Meito went to Yulan and froze Herald, that used up the Cryo Aura on Herald, and you can't swirl
Mm-hmm.
anything. So this is reapplying that aura now.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, attacking in may be their detriment. Shelryu was just able to draw a Gilded Dreams off of that hit, and that's pretty scary considering they have Boar Princess and Liar Song.
They have War Princess, Double Liar Song, Golden House. They have the Golden Troop and Gamblers for additional dice generation with War Princess. They have
Mhm.
they have slightly discounted gilded. They do have Tamias. I don't know if you could play it. Double Wolf's
Yeah.
Gravestone.
Most likely, the Golden House would be the play. Now, that is definitely a surprise. Shelryu opts to swap over to Sayu instead of adding that elemental application because you just talked about that, right? Sayu really wants the elemental application, but now, Shelryu might actually go for the extremely aggressive play and simply just put on Wolf's Greystone and go ham.
Probably what we're gonna see here. There is the
Hmm.
Wolf's Gravestone only costing one because of the double Golden House. And now the question is, are we going to see something like a Boar Princess Golden Troop Liar song gilded play?
Yeah, absolutely. Golden Troop, surprisingly enough, it's not a card we have touched on too much, but essentially what it does is that in the end phase, if you equip this to a character already, it will reduce your skill cost by one, and you can maximum stack it to two, so you can get a free skill out. However, it looks like players have just been kind of using it as a recycling card and making Boar Princess proc it.
I mean, Golden Troop is good if you get it in like your first hand. You can
Hmm.
apply it, but I don't think it ever comes up later because of what you said. Like, it's just more useful when you have Boar Princess. I mean, with this deck, the Sayu Herald Chongyun deck, you're looking to end the game in
Hmm.
the first 3 rounds, and
Yep,
so you
absolutely.
really don't have time to build those stacks on Golden Troop later.
Hmm. Yeah, and there comes in a little bit of the math because I was definitely more in agreement of simply just putting the Claymore onto Chongyun and letting him do his thing, especially because he used Elemental Application. But Sayu, Wolf's Greystone, I'm sure everyone in the audience familiar by now. This is going to be a lethal on Yelan.
Yeah, especially so something I like that Sirius doing has two poor princesses, right? Use the
Mm-hmm.
first stack of it on the on
Mm-hmm.
the artifact that was on Chongyun,
Yep. Yep. On Chongyun.
and could even do the same thing on Herald with the other poor princess stack if
Oh yeah.
he wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. Maximum efficiency because, despite having a Gildan and Double Liar song, you need to use all those cards super duper effectively. And Shelryu is going to net themselves a significant amount of dice here. Wow, look at that.
Yep, here it goes. So this should be
Hmm.
Liar Song, the other boar princess.
Hmm. Yep, absolutely. Here we
There it
go.
is.
Yes, I do believe we should shoot up to 6 to 7 dice here, I believe. Yeah, there we go.
I think this will be 6 dice.
Yeah, because you got to get -1 on the Gilded Dreams. Unfortunately, could have had a little more, but we don't need to be that greedy. Yeah, wow.
Well, we will have
Oh
more.
my.
We will have more because we're gonna put that gamblers on over the gilded.
Yep, absolutely. Oh yeah, that is actually a consideration. Oh my goodness. A little unfortunate that you have to sacrifice your Gilded Dream so early. But hey, I think it's pretty worth it. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, I think that Siryu could have done the order of this a little bit differently.
Hmm.
But this is fine. This is two actions, and that gamblers. I think this is gonna force Maytel onto Shenhe. But
Hmm.
unfortunately for Maytel, Shenhe is the one that has the Hydro Aura.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to the way this match ended up going out, Harold was still able to sneak in the Hydra application. Yeah, they
Oh.
even go to Xiao so afraid of that elemental application.
Yeah, we'll be on to Xiao here, and I don't believe that Siryu has any form of lethal. Xiao
Hmm.
and Shenhe are just too healthy.
Yeah, thankfully, it wasn't a prepared skill, so Sayu's not going to be dropping 2 bouts of damage, but and also -1 dice. So they're gonna just barely miss that break point, but still, pretty devastating turn for Maytel.
There is the Tamanius drawing out that last Gilded here, which is exactly what Siryu wants going into next round. Tamanius will have free stacks. That is a free Gilded that will be getting played. And I honestly really like the position Siryu's in.
Yeah, absolutely. There is some efficiency things here and there, and it may struggle a little bit in this second round because they don't have Liar Song. But regardless, Yelan is out, and that was your end game sweeper. There is no access to freeze anymore.
There's no access to freeze anymore at all with Yelan. Well,
Yeah, there is one on Chongyun, but that would entail that Shelryu ends up switching to Chongyun early, which I don't think they're planning on doing.
but then if Siryu never goes back to Chongyun, so they never deployed Chongyun's Frost Field, which means they don't
Mm-hmm.
have freeze on their own either. But I mean,
Yeah.
with Maytel's turn to go, this should just be a swap onto Shenhe. I really feel like Maytel had the most unfortunate start, not drawing that Moon Piercer. He was
Yeah,
so desperately
absolutely.
searching for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can see how much it is starting to affect their dice economy, especially with the Herald Curse of the Undercurrent. Actually, yeah, it's affecting them way more it traditionally would because without weapons, this deck essentially has to flounder a little bit, and just figure out what it can work with, especially with a debuff to their dice cost, 4 dice per action. That is expensive.
That is pretty expensive, but I mean, yeah, no Moon Piercer,
Hmm.
no way to discount it because it
Hmm.
is double Lithic Spear.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we can see Maytel taking a lot of their time just really thinking about it. What is the best way they can play out their cards and make sure they don't dip below dice disadvantage on Shell Ryu. Yep, there we go. Lithic, interesting.
Lithic onto Xiao draws Master Zhang. I really don't think that's what you want. Like,
Nope.
this is so tragic for Maytel.
Hmm.
What do you do here? Because you don't want to stay on Xiao. There's nothing to swirl here, but I think you have to stay on Xiao.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really want to move to Shenhe, but it's just not worth it because you give Ryu that much more value off of the Sayu. Regardless, even if you have those shield points, Sayu, of course, if they were ever to drop out Talent card, which is available in Ryu's deck, not available right now, but it is just going to be able to make them draw everything out. And we can see on the side of Ryu, right, without those Liar songs, they are definitely a bit slowed down momentum. So giving Ryu any free draw would be a massive detriment to Maytel.
Yeah, there is the treasure seeking Sealy. Maytel really gonna be digging for that Moon Piercer. It must be at the bottom of his deck.
Hmm. Yeah, sometimes it is what it is, even with the ability to guarantee on the Wagner's weapon banner. Sometimes you just lose the 50-50, and that's how it's going to be.
Yeah, normal attack is all Maytel can really do with what he has.
Hmm.
I mean, could go for a skill or something, but
Yeah, expensive, expensive, expensive.
pretty
It is
expensive.
thankful that at least Maytel does have weapon equipped, so they are effectively doing skill type damage, which is 3 damage on the normal attack. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but definitely still really trying to make sure they don't dip below in dice.
So you might actually. No, you wouldn't swap over to Herald. I think Seiryu is actually just forced to stay on Sayu too, which is pretty awkward for Seiryu as
Hmm.
well. Like both these players are in not the best positions, kind of like a standoff.
Hmm.
Who
Yeah,
will shoot
absolutely.
first?
Yep, absolutely. A little bit of a stalemate here between these two characters. Come on, Chevrolet is in the next patch. This isn't this isn't a duel, but but yeah, no, you are right in the fact that we've been focusing a lot about Maytel's position, but on the side of Shellryu, we have to question number one: how are they going to pivot from this position? But also not only that, but actually close the game, right?
Yeah, so you're just going for normal attack here. It's really all you can do because going to Tongyud would mean that Maytel can go for Swirl on that Hydra Aura. Going to Herald would mean that Herald just falls again
Hmm.
to anything Xiao does, so to a skill, I guess. It would reapply Curse the Undercurrent. I don't know if you want to lose Herald this quickly. So yeah, this is
Hmm.
unfortunate, but um just how everything's going right now.
Hmm. Yep, drops in the Master Shang, wants to get at least one more weapon equipped to make sure Xiao can hold out in this standoff. Still really rough. I'm not sure what else you can really do from here. It's just players gonna go back and forth.
Well, so this is gonna be another Lithic Spear equip,
Yep.
which will give 3 shield points. Oh no, just a swap off. Okay,
Ooh.
yeah. Even with Lithic Spear, I guess Shao is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. That Wolf's Gravestone will just simply pierce through and knock out Xiao. So Maytel pulls the trigger, and now here we are on Shenhe.
But I was thinking you could have a second action on Shao if the breakpoints weren't so bad. Though I do
Hmm.
think that Shao would have had a second action anyway, but it's probably better to not eat up that
Hmm.
damage now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thankfully Ryu doesn't have that talent card, the big forewarning I had mentioned earlier. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Of course, Shenhe's going to take a lot of damage, but
Uh
now you're at least going to be able to get to her burst.
These normal attacks are so brutal, and
Hmm.
Shiryu with that gilded in hand won't be taking out Shao. However,
Hmm.
we'll be doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Shellryu is, like conventionally speaking, they should just be going for the Sayu skill, super valuable. Wolf's Gravestone activates, after the next hit. But there is the line where Shellryu could instead go for the Chongyun skill, through the Gilded and make sure that Frostfield is available to them because this is their only time where they could actually go for that pivot.
Yeah, you're right. They could go Chongyun and apply Gilded on Chongyun and a skill to eat up that Hydra R and apply Frostfield. But I think I like this more. So you're probably planning on anchoring with Chongyun, considering all of the Hydra application on Maytel's side.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Very logical conclusion to make there because Aura's an endgame. That is kind of the motto I would say that we're having this match. There's no way. Are you gonna do it? No way. It's a little late. You spent a dice earlier, so.
No, I think so. The Gilded is on Chongyun because it's Gamblers on Sayu, and so now Seiryu
Ah.
tunes. Now Seiryu tunes too.
Mhm. Yeah, no, that's actually
Oh
quite the
wait,
logical conclusion.
huh?
Really? Hmm. That
Very
is,
interesting.
yeah, not the move I'm expecting. Of course, it's okay if Harold falls. We don't really need them anymore. But from here, Harold really can only normal attack. It would be wait,
So
a
this is
gravestone.
yeah. So this is where you're setting up for next round.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Wolf's Gravestone will be on Chongyun, and Chongyun is the anchor here because all of those Hydra auras means that Chongyun can just perma freeze. Especially if he gets a skill out, then anyone can freeze with the normal attack. So I
Mm-hmm.
think this makes a lot of sense, especially because Maytel has turn prio, will be forced to take out Harold probably.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, most likely.
actually, I mean, Maytel doesn't want to do that, right?
Yeah, no, they
Maytel,
don't.
but I don't. I think with Icy Quills
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
Weapon.
unintentionally, Maytel may accidentally be hitting the breakpoint because they have the fast swap, but
Ooh,
yeah, because their burst, I believe, right, does two on base, and then we add icy coals, and then we also add weapon. That will actually push them to the breakpoint that they don't want to hit, unfortunately. So they have to use a fast swap now.
fast swap over to Shao, and is this going to be a skill with no elemental application?
Yep, absolutely. But it does 4 damage, so that is all they need to finish off Herald. And then, the logical conclusion is to go to Chongyun instead. But then Shenhe's fresh and available to freeze. So they're reversing. Mattel is reversing the endgame scenario here.
But then, but then, what does Maytel do after Shiryu goes to Sayu?
Sayu would definitely be the logical conclusion. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so if they go to Sayu, it's gonna be a little doomed, unfortunately.
The Curse of the Undercurrent is reapplied because Saryu's Herald fell, and
Hmm.
so it is going to cost 4 to do any sorts of skill here. So of course, Maytel is going to be drawing cards to the ceiling, so maybe we'll get
Hmm.
something that need
Moonpiercer may be able to.
no.
Oh, that's not
No
Moonpiercer.
Moon Piercer. There is a Gamblers. There
Hmm.
is a Heart of Kavrina, but it's not what you want to see. So are you going for that strategized, drawing out Sayu talent and Timaeus?
Hmm. Yeah, all the things that we talked about, I actually probably would have preferred the Sayu swap because, of course, Sayu is at perfect breakpoint, for Maytel to finish them off. But, once you get onto Chongyun endgame, it's not really gonna matter. They possibly were playing around that Freshman and Freedom.
Yeah, that could be true. I mean, both sides have their arcanes available and just simply haven't drawn them yet. So
Yeah.
that could be something that they're looking to play around right now, just trying to avoid the fresh wind. But Sirio goes for the Chongyun skill, and now it's Maytel's turn.
Hmm.
5 dice, but Chrysander current.
Yeah, unquestionably, Maytel should absolutely go for a skill or a burst. Definitely, in my opinion, burst because that way you can increase your physical damage. But I'm not in the hands of the player. But need to freeze Chongun here immediately. Do not let him get another action out.
Yes, do not let him do anything, Maytel. Seiryu went to Chongyun knowing Chongyun was going to be frozen.
Mm-hmm. All
Art
right.
of Cavarena. Very interesting, but Seryu's not going to have any kind of fast swap off of Chongyun. I don't
Nope.
think so. 2 damage from freeze.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Maytel needs to be very. Oh,
Oh!
oh, oh no! That fresh win.
Wait. How much does Shenna's skill do right now?
Shenhe currently, she's going to deal 2
I
damage plus
see
1
plus
plus
1,
1.
plus 1, plus 2 from
Mm-hmm.
freeze.
Plus 1 from freeze. 5.
So the freeze is 2 damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's 1. It's 1,
It's
it's 1.
1. So it's going to
It's
be
1,
5
it's
damage
1.
right now. Chongyun will live past a breakpoint and
Oh,
now. Yep.
that's
And then.
so bad!
Yep. And then Xiaoryu
You're right,
will.
it's
No,
only 1
however.
damage. Oh,
Regardless, it's a bit of a difficult position, right? Because Maytel does have gamblers, so if Xiaoryu chooses to end, then Chongyun will simply be lethal afterwards, if I'm not mistaken, right?
so Metal
Oh wait.
only has 1 action right now.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, I was thinking they could do a double normal attack, but they haven't hit that breakpoint with the bonus physical damage. Now they do, but now they have no more actions.
Okay, I think Shiryu just ends here.
Yeah, stealing the turn priority definitely would be the logical conclusion. Of course, you do have Chongyun get lethaled by the
But that's
Shenhe summon, but it's
but
not a
that's
big
fine.
deal.
That's
Yeah,
fine. So Chunyin
absolutely.
falls here to Shenhe Burst Summon, and what
Mm-hmm.
basically happens is that Frost Field is still out.
Mm-hmm.
Seiryu just goes to Sayu and
Mm-hmm.
freezes Shenhe out, and then ends the game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. I would definitely play both Timaeus and Parametric because you're not going to use those dice for nothing else. And hopefully Timaeus actually draws you something useful. But like you said, should just be end turn here. If they, for whatever reason, decide to push the priority back over to Maytail, it'll actually be very much a losing match for Xiaoryu.
Seiryu is thinking about what to do here. I don't think Seiryu can afford to end. I mean, to afford to not end.
Yeah,
Seiryu has to
absolutely.
end here. Can't do anything. Can't do anything else.
Nope. Absolutely not. Yeah, they're just thinking about it, making sure they're clean with it. Of course, we are defining these end games, of course, but there's a lot of pressure right now. On these players. It's a very risky position. You have to they have to calc and clock all these factors without having any knowledge of the player on the other side. But there we go.
And
Not playing.
there is the end. I don't think there's any artifacts you can really play with Timaeus. It's not going to
Yeah, that
draw
is
you
fair.
anything useful. I think
Yeah.
both. I think the Gildeds were already played at this
Yep.
point, but Maytol, no dice left, will be forced to end. Chongyun does fall to the burst summon, but with the Chongyun Frost Field out and turn prio, Seiryu is going to be able to just freeze Shenhe and go for the win.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, it's actually interesting to see the deck out happen because it's been a minute, since last patch that we saw consistent deck outs. Of course, I'm sure it happened this patch, but not as often as it typically did.
However,
hmm
there's an egg.
There's an egg. Yep, there is the potential for Maytel to throw out the egg and mess with Shelly's breakpoints. Although I feel like,
Wait,
since there's
no, there's no quick swap.
there's no quick swap.
There's
Yes.
no
So
quick
yeah,
swap.
yeah. I clocked immediately what you were thinking. So Maytel does not have the damage to knock out Sayu sitting at 4 HP, but if they equipped a free weapon and had a fast swap, that actually would have been the case. But no fast swap. They already used it.
Metal already. Oh, if there was a fast swap here, then Metal could definitely go for the win. But
Mm-hmm.
that lithic spear.
Mm-hmm. Yep, armoring up as the leeway armory suggests. Going for the egg. Are they going to equip another lithic spear onto Zhao just to make
There
sure he
is
has a
not
good breakpoint?
another. There's not another lithic spear.
No, it's double moon piercer, eh?
It's double moon piercer, and so Yeah, there's really no way. Like Maytel just has to survive this, but
Nope,
the Wolf's
nope.
Gravestone breakpoint is already met. Shenna is technically 8 HP, but Seiryu has a prepared skill
Hmm.
with Sayu. However,
Yep. Yeah, this could actually, despite all that, could totally swing around. Shelryu needs to make sure they proc that parametric transformer, or they are not going to be able to actually have enough actions to win this game.
I think Seiryu definitely wins.
Hmm. Yeah, most definitely. Shelryu is in a winning position, but needs to make sure that those dice are accurate because look, they only have 5 dice, and that is going to be all unusable. None of them are
No,
aligned with the unlimited side.
so it's a gambler's on Sayu right now, right?
Hmm. Yep.
So Shenna is already in Wolf's Gravestone range. I think Siri
Yep.
just goes for prepared skill, tunes everything for it. And
Hmm.
then the parametric doesn't pop, but the gambler should. I think Shenna should fall, and then you just normal shall because you have enough dice.
Yep. That would be correct. There we go. There we go. Tune seed box. Yeah, you don't need it. I would actually, Timaeus, but now no big deal.
Yeah, it does not matter. You don't need the Timaeus. But
Hmm.
here we go. Shunhuff falls. The Gambler's refresh gives Stereo 2 more Omni, and all he has to do is whack that shell. Only 1 HP, just blow on him a bit and he falls over. It will be the first to take the first game, and Maytil falls
Hmm.
to
Yeah, but
Jenny.
GG's to the first game. Shelry was definitely holding advantage for most of the game, but Mayto definitely tried to poke through and figure out where they have their chance to strike back.
Yeah, definitely. But we are going to be announcing our raffle winners here. So if you see our UIDs down here, am I pointing? No, I'm pointing the wrong way. I always point the wrong way.
It's
Down
always the
here,
wrong way, the reverse of the camera. Yes. Right
you
there.
have won a blessing of the welcome moon. Congratulations. There will be raffles every single match. So not every set of matches, but every match within a set. So the longer these games go on, the more welcome raffles there will be. And we will be announcing 2 of our winners going into the next round. If you want more information about how to enter our welcome raffles, make sure you're going over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel where you will be instructed on how to do it. We'll also give reminders here through the stream.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. We do have that was only round one. There still is potential of at least one more round and another, and of course, more games after that. But what did you think of that game, Leah? Like we said, I think we definitely clocked that Shell Ryu was holding, a bit of advantage, and then Maytel trying to do anything they could to draw out what they wanted.
So I believe that Natal just had a really bad start.
Hmm.
Um, Basically did not draw any Moon Piercer, any forms of reduction, like
Hmm.
dice reduction or value. Just
Yep.
had both Lithic and King Squire. Maytul definitely made the most of it, but he was very limited in what he could do and win. And Saryu definitely had the advantage throughout most of that match.
Hmm.
There was a point where, I mean, we were talking about it where Maytel could have won the match at that point, but it didn't happen that way. No
Hmm.
fast swap.
Yep, absolutely. No fast swap, and then on top of that, Herald talent coming early. This is sort of something that we haven't talked about because we've seen Leeway Armor consistently wreck, especially previously in Group C. But this is what happens when Leeway Armory does low roll. It has a very difficult time getting value out of any of its characters. Even with the Lithic Spear to just give you some healthier breakpoints, still is not enough. You need to be nailing that damage on and fast.
Yeah, definitely. But I believe going into next match, so again, this is open deckless conquest format. So Serio winning with that Chongyun Sayu deck means that he cannot play it again. Will
Hmm.
be forced onto that double dragon deck with Cryo Cube. The one we've been talking about, it had a high pick rate, had a high ban rate, and then suddenly players weren't playing it because of the popularity of the Liyue Armory deck.
Hmm.
However, Maytel has the option to choose between the Liyue Armory deck or his own Tongyun Sayu Herald deck. We're gonna have to see what he goes with.
Hmm. Yeah, considering the matchup history, I have a feeling Maytel may stick with the Leeway Armory deck, but of course, who knows? Sometimes players can get scared off of the unluckiness of their decks and just swap over to something else. But regardless, will be interesting to see how Shellryu pilots the Double Dragons because like you said, it's been, not only a little pushed out of the favor just because of, the Herald Claymore deck, but also, who knows how much they have practiced with this deck due to, the shifts in the meta, very tidily between the tournament.
Well, I think, the practice that goes between these players is definitely nothing to overlook. These players are very well practiced. This community is very vibrant. It's international. They play
Hmm.
with each other despite any language barriers that might exist. So I'm sure
Hmm.
Saryu and all of the competitors in the top 32 have had a ton of practice coming
Hmm.
into these matches today, and that is why they're going with the decks that they chose, because they're confident that they will win today. So we're going to have to see. I'm more interested in what Mato will pick, knowing that Siri will be in that double dragons locked in there.
Hmm. Yeah. Definitely will be interesting to see what you pick. But while we're waiting for that, I think it's a good time to review some of the fun facts about these players, especially chaining off the comment you made about this global community is available because this matchup is very interesting because we have Shelby over here. We didn't talk about their achievements, so it is going to be they went through the series showdown, which in my opinion is the harder version of the tournament and qualification to get into the Prince Cup, but also in general, is that they play a lot of diverse decks, and they share them with others. I've seen a few of the sauces that they've shared, with each other, and that's definitely good to have. A lot of time not only playing the game, but also having a good amount of decks and things that you've experimented with.
Yeah, I mean, so there are a lot of players that, even though they play at such a high level, they definitely focus on, helping the newer players get to learn the game because, like, honestly, the community is so nice. And I know
Hmm.
Matel is definitely one of those players.
Hmm.
Ziryu as well, both very active in our community here. But
Hmm.
we are getting into our deck selection, and it looks like Matel is running with Liyue Armory yet again.
Hmm. Yep. Once again, logical conclusion to make because it has been winning nearly every matchup of Double Dragon. So as long as Maytel is able to get the cards that they want this time around, they should be completely fine. But of course, don't kill Shellryu out. I don't know. I do wonder if Shellryu will actually have any specific adaptations in Double Dragon to counter Liyue Armory.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen Forbidden Knowledge in quite a while. Dishard's Mausoleum.
Yep, absolutely. That is correct. Now, I don't think Maytel's deck draws too much, but it can absolutely bite them in the back and slow down their tempo because they are running cards like the Lumenstone, like Sealy. So if, Shellryu happens to be running that and catch them at an unoptimal time, they could totally demolish their hand.
Here is Maytel's Liyue Armory deck, just in
Yep.
case you wanted a refresher. We just saw
Hmm.
this played earlier, of course. I mean, it is a very standard list. There's nothing here to counter anything.
Yep. Yeah, no nonsense, no funny business. It is just going to be the straightforward Leeway Armory deck. One egg to throw in a curveball, but that is really the extent of it. And we have seen, every time the egg comes up, it's very nice to see it today. We've definitely gotten, all of our calculations and breakpoints just go completely out the window.
So, something I want to mention, just looking at this deck, is the natural progression of Forbidden Knowledge into Liyue Wharf and
Mhm.
Strategize and these things to play around Forbidden Knowledge into no longer playing Forbidden Knowledge into bringing Sealy yet again.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Sealy was the card that is harshly countered by the Forbidden Knowledge. And now that simply everyone decide, maybe I don't want to play the game of deciding whether or not my opponent brings Forbidden Knowledge because that is -5 cards in your deck out of 30. That is a pretty big deal, to lose all of that value inside of your deck, which you really could be using it on more efficient cards like we see with Mattel here.
I'm sure they were also watching previous matches where this Liyue Armor deck actually just played into Forbidden Knowledge without even
Yep.
caring that like it was drawing. It was salty playing that game
Mm-hmm.
and just
Yep.
drew like 10 million Forbidden Knowledge and just won anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they decided that it doesn't actually obstruct you too much. But here is
Mm-hmm.
Sairview's Double Dragons deck, and yeah, there's no Forbidden Knowledge in here. This is just the standard Double Dragons.
Yep, absolutely. The only difference I'm noticing is that is -1 treasure for double parametric. Make sure you get the consistency. I'm a big fan of parametric, being able to generate that dice, especially since this deck is skill focused. You very seldom normal attack, sometimes only on Cryo Cube. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But you are right in the fact that it's just pretty standard across the board, minus that one change.
Despite how Cryocube is here, taking place of Layla,
Hmm.
like Cryocube has a bit more survivability than Layla, I think, but is
Yep.
the overall more aggressive pick because of the 3 damage Cryo skill. So this is definitely the more aggressive variation of Double Dragons. I think the double parametric makes sense because of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, very thankful that you were matching into a deck like, the Leeway Armory, because it can also feed off of your opponent's skills as well. So, I highly doubt Maytel would ever go for these plays, but, to counter that, you need to do normal attacks, but that would be a massive loss in tempo.
But here we go. We're getting into this game. Yes, there's a raffle ongoing. If you type exclamation mark, pick the player you want to win and your UID into the Astro Carnival YouTube chat specifically, you'll be entered into a raffle that it will be open for the next 3 minutes. So make sure you're doing that. Also, there will be a QR code repeatedly going around between those 2 player profile pictures on screen. So make sure that you are scanning it. It will send you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts about how we're doing. If you like these raffles, go tell us that. But here we go. Maytel versus Seryu, game 2 of the second set. This is the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup tournament.
That's right. That's right. And we are unfortunately looking at a scenario that is quite similar to the first game. Maytel did pull one weapon, did pull the Wagners and the Master Zhang, but that is not a Moon Piercer, and nor is that any traditional ramp cards. On the side of Shelryu, not only did they have a Timaeus, but they also had Liben and other cards that are going to be able to help them draw out everything they need. So, unless Maytel pulls out that Moon Piercer, I'm a little worried.
And both these players thinking very hard about how their first turn is going to go, how the rest of the game is going to go after that, taking their time on the dice rolling screen. But yeah, Seryu having that Aisha talent early, pretty interesting. Be Lumenstone, probably into strategize, draws veterans.
Hmm. Yeah, veterans. It's actually, it's funny because we haven't seen Double Dragons. It's actually been a minute since we've even seen veterans in general. Gilded.
Gilded. I think you just played Liven.
Hmm. Yeah, no. Oh, this is an interesting thing you can do. I think maybe a bit of waste of your resources, but you could definitely do it. Put down the second Liven and then also equip veterans onto the cryo cube. So every time Maytel hits into you, not only that will you generate a dice, but also get a card draw.
I was thinking that you could just do the veterans into the first Liven, but yeah, with the Lumenstone proc, that is 4 dice. So if Cryocube gets hit, that is gonna be a 5th.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's pretty good. Maytel,
Yeah,
on the other hand, has Moonpiercer and Lithic Spear. Golden House Master
absolutely.
Zhang, pretty good start, minus the egg.
Yeah, minus the egg. I was getting a little worried that they may have a repeat of last match, but nope. Moon Piercer is here, blessed by the Wagner's weapon banner, so we should be a-okay at least for this turn. We'll see. What else they're able to draw out later, because from here you're definitely gonna want just a little bit of dice generation to pass those breakpoints.
And Maytel thinking if he wants to proc this veterans or not. Sirius already ended his turn for now, so we're gonna have to see what Maytel decides to do. I mean, you're playing Leeway Armory. I think you're always going to start out very aggressively.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really wouldn't expect anything outside of the sorry. Yeah, Golden House into their weapon support card, and then just playing the Moon Piercers and then rolling it from there. I'm sure they're just checking the breakpoints, etc., making sure that whatever they do is at maximum efficiency.
Maytel probably going to go for a Moon Piercer here.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Moon Piercer. Let me calc out just a little bit of a different line, because we are definitely thinking about putting Lithic onto Xiao early. But honestly, since it is the ramp 8 strategy, you have the opportunity to go a little more aggressive. Ooh, Really?
Interesting. Lithic Spear on Shenhe into her skill. I'm wondering what the idea is behind
Hmm.
going for Lithic, and it's just a normal to build up Shenhe Burst going to next round. Maybe it's the eat 3 damage Cryo skill from Cryo Cube that is going to come next round.
Hmm.
Who knows?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that because the breakpoints, really start to teeter over. Shellryu does not have access to Wolf's Gravestone, of course. It's not part of this deck, but Cryo keep 3 damage skill into Agedaha, who's going to not only get the crystallize, so that's +1, but also, their own skill that does 3 damage. Your Shenhe would be pushed to a very dangerous breakpoint early. And that's not good because you want to make sure you spread that Cryo around in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Seiryu definitely going to be going for a Cryo Cube skill here, and then it should be over to Aishtaha. Does not
Hmm.
have Tule Tula just yet for Nuvalet. I would anticipate some waiting things out with Aishtaha talent as well,
Hmm.
but it is Seiryu's turn to go.
Hmm. I am wondering how Children will play this out because they do have options like Gilded, and Golden House, but that's not going to net them any extra dice. I think they may even go for a bit of a risky play, but you can go, ooh, not anymore,
Yeah,
but Magic Countdown to fix their dice and then try and generate a ton on top of Aishtaha.
it should be fine to go over to Aisha, use the Electro Dice for the Aisha talent,
Mm-hmm.
and then skill. No, the question, yeah, no, I think you can't fast swap or anything. Ideally, you want to absorb that cryo with Aisha's skill, and then just apply
Mm-hmm.
cryo with Aisha. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Maytel's turn to go. What will Maytel do?
Should definitely go for the Shenhe Burst. Simply just knock out Cryo Cube, get it on the field, and then start working on your other characters because once again, Master Shang is available, so you can put on those other weapons. Now, what is it gonna be though? I feel like it's just Xiao, but that's the most traditional line. But Yelan is also available. And I do believe they did draw King Squire.
Yeah, there is the Sealy. I was expecting the Sealy play. Now the question is, do we do Master Shang? Probably not yet. Probably just Shun Up first. If there it is, and this will proc Cryo Cube's revive. Of course, with
Hmm.
Cryo Cube only reviving to 1 health, unlike Herald that revives to 4, this is really
Hmm.
bad when you're up against this world deck.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Cryo Cube can absolutely just take collateral damage from the swirl and be knocked out early. And yeah, no, I've been talking about like these cryo applications, who's going to do what first, but Maytel has absolutely taken the lead here. Of course, Cryo Cube having lower HP, but Shenhe, is going to be able to apply way more cryo than the Cryo Cube because they're about to fall.
I think I think it's fine. I
Hmm.
think it's fine. Serio's going to have to swap off here. Maybe not actually.
Hmm.
No, I think you have to swap off here. You never
Yeah.
go for.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a swap out for sure. I wonder. I mean, to be fair, I think this is a little greedy, but Shellryu could go for the fast swap to guarantee that cryo absorption.
I feel like it won't be a fast swap. It was
Hmm.
Heart of Kavrina on to Aishah though. It should just be a slow swap to Aishah and then Aishah talent.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Generate those dice, push the turn priority back over to Maytel so that they're going to be, forced to use their remaining 4 dice, which are not looking great,
Oh,
honestly.
wait, it is
Oh,
a fast swap.
they are doing it.
Wait,
Interesting.
why is it a fast swap?
They really want that cryo absorption. They really want to make sure they get it so that they can apply cryo to everyone, and Nuvalet has a clean end game.
I guess the fast swap procced the Lumen Stone. So here it is.
Hmm.
Doesn't have to tune anything, just goes for the Aishaha skill. Is
Hmm.
-4 onto Metal's Shanta, eating up that cryo application, but also giving Aishaha the ability to apply it himself.
Hmm. Yeah, this turn is definitely a lot of a swing because by drawing that liar song, right now Shellryu is going to generate at least one more dice due to Asia talent, but also steal back the Heart of Catarina and then play Gilded on top of that. So that is going to turn 6 dice into, let's see, +1 and then +2. That's going to turn into a 9 dice turn. That's actually quite scary.
That is pretty scary. And I mean, Metal's dice are not ideal. Already has
Mm-mm.
Shanta burst out, so that's fine and all. But what are you gonna do at this point?
Honestly, like you could definitely go for the Moon Piercers on top of Shenhe, but that seems like such a waste because not only is she guaranteed to fall this turn because I'm sure Maytel can clock that Shell Ryu has tons of resources at their disposal and also just two skills finishes the job. But oh, they're gonna do it.
Moon
Interesting.
Piercer on Shenhe. So this is going to have to be a tune, and there
Mhm.
goes the egg into a skill -4 eating through the crystallized shield on Aishaha.
Mhm. Yeah, and unfortunately, that gambler's draw is absolutely not what you want to see it on the side of Maytel because, like I said, Aisha is about to generate 9 dice, and it's going to be another action probably off of that gambler's.
There's the Aisha talent. We're just gonna
Mm-hmm.
wait.
Mm-hmm.
Maytel has to end his turn at some point.
Yep, Aisha is content to take a seat and let Maytel do whatever they can against the big chunky dragon, which right now, even if they're at 6 HP and going to take 2 more damage from the summon, I don't think Aisha cares.
Nigeria is definitely going for a very aggressive game. This is turn 2, I believe, and there's already so much damage
Mm-hmm.
down.
Yep.
Or about
Yeah.
to be going down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maytel even checks in the fact that it's like they probably have gamblers. Wants to play around that, so they move to Xiao. But still, Asia is going to be able to. Let's see here. Does three damage to Xiao, and potentially 3 damage to Yelan as well. And then from there, would Asia be able to lethal that Yelan?
Could be possible. We are pulling back the Veterans Visage from Cryocube, and it's just going to
Mhm.
be a cryo skill,
Yep.
applying that aura onto Shao.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is why Shilryu so adamantly went for the fast one, which personally I checked is a little bit of a more greedy play, but regardless, it's working very well in their favor because Maytel is out of moves.
So Maytel's just going to be forced to end here.
hmm Yep, absolutely. Yeah, unless they want to swap to Yelan, nope, they're gonna go ahead and go for the Shenhe sacrifice.
So here's the interesting thing. I think
hmm
Maytel's just trying to spread the damage out. And now
Yep.
Seryu is going to try to cripple Maytel in this turn with the resources he has, which is the
hmm
gamblers and the gilded. So there's the gilded.
hmm
And now
Yep.
this should be it should just be a
Yep.
burst. Yeah, there's the burst. -5 onto Shenhe.
Yep, already got that absorption beforehand, and despite the dice being quite poor for Shelryu, they could simply just normal attack and get that gambler's. Oh wait, they can't. They're 1 dice short.
Actually, this might just be treasure pass.
Yeah, no, treasure pass is definitely a logical thing to go for because once treasure's in the deck, Shelryu will be able to start pulling it out really, and with the Hydro dice swap, so they can't play treasure anymore.
Well, I think they want to leave 1 dice to Lieben, so if they swap over to Cryocube, it's
hmm
to eat the damage from the Shenhe Burst summon.
hmm
Um, but then they don't have enough dice to treasure. But
Yeah,
they like
it
staying
should have
on
just
Aisha
been.
there is actually really bad because
Mhm.
Freshman of Freedom into Fast Swap Shao skill on
Mhm.
Aisha takes out both Cryocube and Aisha, and then
Yep.
Nouvelette's toast.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I think I do believe they could have just played treasure there with the dice they had available. But regardless, it is neither here nor there. Next round is coming. Dice roll is looking a little bad. Oh.
Double Boar Princess for
hmm
Sheryu. Matel, I didn't quite catch what Matel drew. Has Heart of Kavarina, Golden House,
hmm
and I believe the King Squire in hand, though.
Yep,
And
that is
it
correct.
is Matel's turn to go. This is definitely not going to be a swap off of Shenhe, though, because
hmm
that that would just benefit Sheryu.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you could see the angle, where Shelryu has gamblers, but for the most part, like why would you, try to extend Shenhe's HP when she's really not long for this world anymore?
So, what is Shiryu's game plan right now, Kojo?
Right now, from here, right? So either A, Maytel stays on Shenhe, goes for skill, or it swaps to Yelan and freezes them, which actually would be a little bit of an issue. But regardless, they're gonna probably try. Actually, huh? That does really throw a wrench in it. That's a lot of damage from Shenhe, right? Because Aisha basically has one action left here, and then from there, Nuvilet has to solo.
I think it's fine. I think you honestly, your parametric, you're probably going to play A shot talent and just pass. Boar Princess A shot talent pass.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
definitely
it
agree
doesn't
with
pass.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
there's the Boar Princess, and this should just be A Shahad talent waiting for Maytel to take out A Shahad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty huge. Being able to play that, of course, because talents aren't going to trigger if your character is gone. So being able to trick off the dice from Asaha and then let Nuvilet take care of the rest. I'm a little worried about not having much cryo application available.
It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Draws second countdown. I really think Shiryu needs Tula Tula, but it
Yeah.
is at the bottom of his deck at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to be as efficient as possible with their Lumen Stones. Looking at their hand, they could totally just go for Magic Countdown, but that's gonna be a big waste of your resources at this rate.
These turns are going by a bit slow. These players
Mm-hmm.
are thinking about every possible thing that they
Mm-hmm.
need to account for. I mean, of course, they have access to each other's lists as well, but it is going to be
Mm-hmm.
a swap off of Aisha. Very interesting to me. This is
Mm-hmm.
going to basically enable Maytel to redeploy Shenhe Burst and apply that
Yep.
cryo onto Nuvolette.
Yeah, personally, I mean, of course, it does suck that Age Hut was going to go down, but I am not a fan of this play in the slightest because, once Shenhe applies Cryo to Nuvilet, all Maytel needs to do is swap onto Xiao and go for an Animo skill, and that's going to be Age Hut down for free. Yeah, let's see
Lithic
here.
Spear and King Squire. I mean, this is really hard because,
Mm-hmm.
like, honestly, you don't want to swap off of Shenhe if you're Maytel. You want to go for the Shenhe Burst just so you have it for next turn, and you don't. Like, you want the free swap onto someone else. But after Maytel does this, Maytel's not going to have another action left. That is
Mm-hmm.
part of the problem. Because
Yeah,
that is
no,
not. You'd
absolutely.
have to go to Yelan. I guess if you went to Yelan, you'd have another action, but that would
Mm-hmm.
be it. Basically, the order of things for Maytel is you Shenhe Burst,
Yep.
Seiryu will either swap stall again or take Shenhe out. It probably
Mm-hmm.
should be a swap stall.
Yeah.
Probably should be a swap stall. And then Maytel, if Shenhe does fall, if Seiryu goes for the kill on Shenhe will fall, and then Yulan will come out. You have the free King Squire equipped. You can just go for a skill. You can also swap over Yulan's skill, but you
Mm-hmm.
can't do anything with spears because you don't have Moon Piercer.
Yep. I think at this rate you kind of have to go for the Yelan skill because that way you put Shelly in a really tough position. That way, not only you're gonna be able to do it, with 4 damage, but both Ashtaha and Nuvilet are sitting at lethal range from a Yelan skill plus bow. Hmm. I think the Nuvilet swap really screwed up the game here.
Shiryu, it should just no. It should just be another swap on the Aisha.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, no,
Golden
absolutely.
House. Board Princess is already played. You don't need to play
Yeah.
another one. This should just. It really should just be a swap back on the Aisha and then Aisha talent.
Yep, absolutely. Well, unfortunately, you can't do that because there is no fast swap available. So
There it is.
Asia, yep, going to be taken out right now.
Except he won't.
Hmm.
Aisha will not fall because there's no way for Maytel to do that. So Maytel is going to slow swap on to Yelan or just end here. There's only 2 options for Maytel. You slow swap on the Yelan, King Squire skill, or you end here. There is the Art of Corvina on Yelan. This will be a swap away from Shenhe to Yelan. And then Seiryu is just going to take the bait and because there's no fast swap. Seiryu is going to apply cryo onto Yelan at this point. No, actually, no. Seiryu will just
Mhm.
A-Shot talent.
Yep, Asia had talent, pass it back over, but then Yelan will freeze and well, not really freeze, but
A-Shot just falls.
knockout
Yeah.
Asia. Yeah, he just
That's what
falls.
Seiryu wants. That is
Hmm.
exactly what Seiryu wants. So Maytel will equip King Squire, go for
Hmm.
the one cost skill, take out
Yep.
Aishaha, and then have no more actions left. And then
Hmm.
Seiryu will get the free swap onto Nouvelette and will just basically be doing Nouvelette things for the rest of the game. However, I don't know if Seryu's going to be able to pull off a win here. The parametric will pop, but there's no Tula Tula, and that is the
Hmm.
most unfortunate thing for Seryu.
Yeah, Nuvalet's charged attacks do way less damage without Tulia, and he's only on 5 HP, so Shellryu also needs to put in consideration of when to play Treasure, because without that, Maytel, surviving this would simply just jump in with their last character and knock out Nuvulet immediately.
Yeah, there is the skill. It's definitely overkill. -5 is plenty to take out A-Shot. A-Shot falls, giving an Omni to Sherry because of the Boar Princess stack. And now Sheryu is able to really go for it with Nouvelette, but without Tula Tula, I'm not sure how far he's going to get.
Hmm. Yeah, let's see here. Looking at it's really unfortunate that our only on-demand draw available is going to be that magic countdown, and that's really expensive. Like, let's see here. You're gonna pay 5 aligned dice simply to draw at everything. Ooh,
Just
not what you wanted.
immediately going for the countdown, not even playing Treasure. I'm really not sure how much I like this, but Seiryu does
Mm-hmm.
not even draw that Tula Tula. And I
Nope.
do think that this is going to spell the end for Seiryu. There's no way he's going to have enough damage here. Will be another Seed Dispensary refresh, probably into that parametric. I can't
Mm-hmm.
imagine anything else is going to be out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thankfully, well, there is the parametric should be interactable since Nuvula always does elemental damage, being a catalyst character, but the dice, like you said, very, very low, not looking too good.
But there is the first parametric proc, and
Mm-hmm.
now Maytel is going to be wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Maytel's gonna have to end.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I saw the
No.
Boar Princess and I was like, but no, there's nothing to replace.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, the deck may run Board Princess, but there are not a lot of artifacts that actually replace each other. Only 4, and also, mostly used for that character falling. Yeah, here we go. Shelryu, the turn is yours. Let's see if you can make it through.
So it should be Liar Song to take back the artifact on Nouvelette. You have another
Mm-hmm.
Boar Princess if you need it, but you can reapply the artifact that is currently on Nouvelette. I think it's a heart. I'm not 100% sure. But
Yeah,
you
most
reapply on
likely.
Nouvelette, then gild it over it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Time is ticking. Here we
There it
go.
is. It's a heart. Put
Mm-hmm.
the heart back on.
Yep. And then destroy it with the gilded.
There's the heart.
Yeah, just thinking carefully. Even if Shelryu has full
Whoa.
turn. Whoa.
Wait,
Not
actually, this makes
a lot.
sense.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
This is fine.
Yep. He's going to be able.
Yeah, so Nouvelette is going to heal himself. So he generates a dice by doing this, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next proc, he takes a damage here, and that draws a card. And it's not Tula Tula! It's not Tula Tula. That is so unfortunate.
No, not like this.
But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Gamblers. Gamblers. Gamblers.
Mhm.
Gamblers first. Gamblers
Yep.
first. Gamblers first.
Yep, here it
4.
comes. I believe the burst actually
Gamblers.
just 3.
No, but no.
The piercing damage for
The
the
piercing will
off-field.
take out
Yeah.
Shunha, yes. So
Yes.
Gamblers, 6 dice, this is 2 actions. Yelan
Mhm.
will not fall, but Shunha does, giving the Gamblers proc. And now with the other parametric procking, we're at 8 dice, and Shiryu is actually just going to win here with Nouvelette solo without Tula Tula.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking extremely dire for Shelryu originally, but that off-field piercing damage from the burst is going to be enough to take it, and now Xiao is locked in the freezer, and Nouvelette will pass
Yes, here
judgment.
we go. The normal attack follow-up does not do enough because there's no Tula Tula, but it's fine. A burst will be enough to take out Xiao. Shiryu will be taking game 2 here, and with it, advancing to the upper bracket. So congratulations to Shiryu for coming back with a tremendous win. I mean, not having the Tula Tula really scared us for a minute there, but was able to get all the dice generation he needs. And I think that's, just what happens when you have double parametric. But for now, we have our raffle winners below. If you see your UID below, you have won a blessing of the Welcome Moon. Congratulations! And if you want to enter the next raffle, there will be one coming up very shortly as we enter the next set of matches.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. What a game to see this matchup finally happen again, especially after Double Dragon, frankly, has been taking a lot of L's in this tournament against Liyue Armory. For Xiaoryu being able to pull that back even without Tulia Tulia, like you said, not having that even went as far as to make me forget that Nuvalet does do that piercing damage, can hit multiple characters with his burst.
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people take that Liyue Armory deck because it's supposed to have an edge up against Double Dragons. It's just much
Hmm.
faster and everything like that. But
Hmm.
Musiryu really proving us all wrong, going for that turn 3 win. I had such a good start. So I think we
Hmm.
have to attribute some of that win to Shiryu's start. Really
Hmm.
high rolled the beginning there as well. But congratulations. And yeah,
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think the stars kind of just aligned perfectly for Xiaoryu. Had every single strength of the Double Dragons deck, especially that treasure for backup. Once you get, I'm really surprised that double parametric transformer came through because most players would argue against that. They feel like you only need one, but it is all the dice they needed to make sure they had enough consistency, to break through the end game without the Tulia Tulia.
I mean, Tule Tula always at the bottom of the deck, always too late. Sorry, I have to say
Hmm.
that every time Double Dragons is played, I guess. But
Hmm.
um didn't even need it. Just had enough dice generation. That was the most important thing. But here we go. Here is our updated bracket. Of course, Shiryu going 2-0 up against Matel and advancing through the upper bracket here. Meanwhile, Matel will fall and face off against Kirisa in the lower bracket, which is a very interesting matchup considering Matel was top 4 in the Prince Cup
Hmm.
Japan tournament from
Yep.
last year, and
Hmm.
Kirisa was second place.
Hmm. Yep. Absolutely.
Actually, actually,
Mhm.
Metal even lost to Kirisa. So
Yep,
this is kind
absolutely.
of a revenge match. Yeah.
Yep, we're seeing a little bit of a revenge match. Of course, I believe these players have played plenty of times on their own, but seeing this happen in an official setting, definitely, a blast from the past.
Yeah, I mean, so going on to this revenge match, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here. But of course, we're going to be getting into the first lower bracket match first. It will be Cosmos versus Deck Dog, I believe.
Hmm.
But before that, we'll be heading to a very short break as our players get ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll have more raffles when you get back. See you soon.
Hmm.
Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament regular live stream. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I'm one of your casters today. And with me here is once again Kojo Creations.
Like you said, once again, Coach Creation back at it, and this is going to be our last match that we'll be casting, but we will be flipping it over to Sumi and Staffa, who will be taking 2 more matches of the Prince Cup Pacific.
Yes, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We're going to be getting into our lower brackets now that we've completed the first 4 matches of Group D. Of course, we'll be getting an updated bracket very quickly here soon, but if you are just tuning in now instead of watching the stream earlier, we just came back from our break, we are running welcome raffles over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. So make your way over there. With each match there will be 2 welcome winners. So just make sure you're there following instructions from the moderator, that is Shirley in chat, and we'll be giving instructions on how to do it as well from our side. But we've had some very interesting matches today, and honestly the lower bracket is looking really interesting, especially with the Kirisa versus Matel match. I'm particularly excited to be watching that, and I am a bit sad that I won't be casting it.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but of course you can tune in to our other casters to check that out. Like we mentioned, a little bit of a revenge match, a little bit of a revenge story. We have 2 of the players from the Japan Prince Cup going up once again with a matchup that I do believe they faced before.
Yeah, so Kirisa actually beat Matel out and made it to second place in the Japan Prince Cup tournament last year. Of course, Matel taking a top 4, and now they're in the lower bracket together in the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. And whoever loses that set will actually be dropping out of the tournament entirely. But before we get into that, we will be doing our next lower bracket match first. I believe it is Deck Dog versus Cosmos.
Yep, so Deck Dog I have been able to see in the Cat's Gathering, quite a few times. So, that is going to be my reference of history now. Cosmos, however, I do believe they have some history as well, no?
I don't believe they have any history. So, Cosmos qualified through the wild card, and there's actually nothing else there at the moment. Maybe they've played under a different alias, but for now there is nothing under them other than qualifying through the wild card. However, Deck Dog did make it in the top 16 of the Asia Castles Gathering 2024 Season 2, and that is how he was able to qualify for the Pacific Top 32 of the Prince Cup tournament, because he qualified through the Serious Showdown. Of course, to get seeded into the Serious Showdown, you have to place very highly in the Castles Gathering community tournaments hosted by the Genshin Impact Tavern Discord server. So make sure you are staying up to date on all of Astro's socials and everything, so you can know when you should be heading over to sign up if you want to be on the big screen yourself.
Absolutely. On the Astro Carnival website and on the Astro Carnival Twitter/X account, you can find all the updates always posted with those notifications on. So make sure you check that out. But yes, you are right. Cosmos doesn't actually have, or at least currently from what we can see, a placement outside of wildcard. But of course, I do believe through deck choices, we'll definitely be able to tell, if this player is set to go or not. But who knows? There's always a chance for a curveball to, make it out of the tournament.
Is there anything you're expecting to see in this next set of matches? Because of course these players have been watching each other play. We've already seen changes within the meta as this tournament goes on. We were just discussing earlier, the addition of Forbidden Knowledge, the counters to Forbidden Knowledge, Forbidden Knowledge ceasing to be played at that point, and then Sealy making a resurgence. So I'm wondering, we've already seen Double Dragons come back. I wonder if there's anything else that is going to emerge in this last set of matches that we're casting.
Considering the performance of Double Dragons, who knows if the players decide that they, feel like they're more comfortable with bringing it back in. But here we go, the updated bracket.
Yes, so we've already determined that it will be Dio versus Seiryu in the upper bracket, the winner's second round. They both advance with 2 lives each, and the winner of that will go on to the third round, and that will be played later. For now, we're going to go into Cosmos versus Deck Dog, and then Kirisa versus Matel. Of
Hmm.
course, the loser of these two matches will unfortunately be knocked out of the tournament, but not without any prize. So the top 32, just for playing one match, will be walking away with 600 USD. So that's definitely quite an achievement just for making it into this tournament to begin with.
Yep, absolutely. 6 user USD, pretty decent prize for making it all the way through, this tournament. But of course, all these players will be angling for that Prince Cup, which whoever wins this still has to go through the lower bracket gauntlet, one extra match, and also, any previous opponents you may run into once more. So it is a battle that you're gonna have a very difficult time with, but hey, it is all worth it to make it to that grand prize of the Prince Cup.
Yes, and I'm really excited. This is our last weekend casting
Mhm.
the Pacific Prince Cup online group stage. And I was talking about this a bit at the beginning of the stream, but I also just came off of the Atlantic Prince Cup online group stage. And
Mhm.
seeing all these amazing plays, like this is the first time as casters we've been able to be here and watch all of the group stage. It's not taking place behind the curtains, behind closed doors. We get to
Mhm.
see it all and see how these players develop and what they decide to change and bring to the next steps. And when we get to that live event, it's going to be really, really interesting to look back on everything that's happened and try and track the patterns of it. So
Mhm.
definitely today is one of those days to do that. This is, the second to last day we're going to be casting the online group stage. So
Mhm. Yep, absolutely. And this, I believe, is our last casting pairing as well. Which unfortunately, I've enjoyed our time here together, working, through all these matches. It only sounds like 9 days, but it's actually, 2 months worth of casting. But here we go. Here's the deck list.
what is that? What is that in the top? Okay, I was talking about patterns. I was talking about breaking patterns. Of course. Wait. Okay. First off,
Hmm.
they both brought Conwhale, but Deck Dog did not ban Cosmos Conwhale. So there is still Conwhale here. Now,
Hmm.
they both brought double dragons, and that's the first batch we're going to be seeing. It is the no. So Cosmos brought the Layla variation, while Dekdog brought the
Hmm.
Cryo Cube variation. So it's still different there. It's not quite the same as a
Yep.
mirror. Dekdog
Hmm.
banned Cosmos Sayu Chong Yun deck, feeling like it is more of a threat. And I would honestly agree with him. If he knows how to play against Conwhale, then there is a great
Hmm.
chance that he's just going to be able to take the win, and that's why he let it through. Now, the thing I'm looking at, what is that deck in the top right?
Looking like a Herald, Senora, and Thundering Manifestation. Quite the familiar combination of Senora and Thundering Manifestation, but Herald, that is not something you expect in the slightest.
Here is the deck spotlight. So, I mean, we're not going to see that deck just yet, but it's up banned, so hopefully it comes up later. I really want to see that, but Cosmos, double dragon deck with Layla. Is there anything here that strikes you as out of the ordinary?
This is shockingly the most conventional style of the Nuvilet Double Dragons with Layla because, of course, the cards, they're pretty set in stone. They've been like this for a while since previous patches. Two treasures, but also Passing of Judgment making an appearance once more.
Passing of judgment. Of course, this is why I was talking about this a bit too during the card statistic phase at the beginning of the stream. The Leave It to Me's stopped being played as much in exchange for Catherine because it was getting blocked by things like Judgment, and
Mm-hmm.
Catherine plays around Judgment. But people stopped bringing Judgment as much in this patch after
Mm-hmm.
Chong Yun Razor. That deck kind of fell
Mm-hmm.
out of the meta because
Yep,
it's just a bit too
absolutely.
slow.
Yep.
So now, with Judgment being in Cosmos Double Dragon's deck,
Mm-hmm.
this is definitely going to block the quick swap from his opponent.
Yep, absolutely. Not only blocking the quick swap, but any other action cards that you end up using. Here we can see on Deck Dog's side, pretty interesting. That's not what I would expect typically from Double Dragon's Cryo Cube.
Yeah, so what do you think about this deck, Gojo?
So the things that I'm noticing right away is that not only do they have one Lotus, double treasures, so they're definitely going for a more defensive style gameplay, but also has the Leeway Harbor Werf, assumedly for the King Deshret's Mausoleum counter. But of course, that's in this matchup, so it is a little bit wasted.
Yeah, the double wharf is definitely the counter King Deshret, but
Mhm.
alas, there's nothing to counter. They counter
Mhm.
themselves.
Yep, absolutely. At least because the biggest reason why I call it a little bit of a waste is because typically decks that put this in aren't running seed box, so they won't be able to discount it. But seed box is available in this deck, so deck dog will actually be a little more
Ooh.
efficient.
We have some pre-match data here before we get into the game. So Cosmos bringing the unlucky roller tag. We're gonna have to see if
Hmm.
it's true. But average elemental burst being 0 is a very entertaining statistic, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I am wondering how you were able to play your games without elemental burst. But if anything, let's put this in the more positive spin of the perspective. Maybe you're winning so fast you never elemental burst. Hmm?
I mean, average normal attack being 2. That
Hmm.
tells me that they're
Hmm.
playing very normal attack heavy decks rather
Yep.
than anything that really requires a burst.
Yep.
So
And that would make a lot of sense considering that their two picks are the Nuvi Light Double
oh,
Dragons and the Herald Claymore. Whoa,
here's
look at that.
yeah, here's Deck Dog's pre-match
Hmm.
data. Being a bit luckier, the average number of effective dice in first 3 rounds is
Hmm.
definitely much higher. Mathematician tag.
Hmm.
The average normal attacks being 4. It's even higher than Cosmos. Average rounds being 5, which is also looks like it's the highest points, I believe, maybe
Hmm.
the second highest points.
Yeah, no, that is quite interesting. And assuming they brought this Herald Senora Thundering Manifestation deck previously, makes a lot of sense because all three characters, do have access to pretty decent normal attacks that are all infused with elements. And of course, Herald will be able to get a damage bonus, and Thundering Manifestation makes great use of their normal attacks.
But here we go. We are getting into this first match of the lower bracket. Cosmos, the unlucky roller, versus Deck Dog, the mathematician. And of course, there is a raffle ongoing on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. So make your way over there if you type exclamation mark, pick in the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and your UID in the same message in the YouTube chat of on Astro Carnival, you'll be entered into that Blessing of the Welkin Moon raffle. We will be announcing 2 winners each match. So at the end of this match, see your UID there. Congratulations. But go enter.
Mm-hmm. Yep, yep, go, go, go. And also, I believe we have another special thing that we always like to talk about between the matches.
Yes, so if you see that QR code there on the screen, make sure you send it. It will send you to a survey feedback form. And yeah, just tell us your thoughts if you like the Welcome raffles. Make sure you let us know.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Your feedback is appreciated. And Deck Dog, drawing literally everything out of their hand and not really getting what they want, unfortunately. Even another strategize. That's still not it.
So what is Deck Dog looking for? Is the question. Why are we playing all this card draw right now?
Oh, actually, I may be wrong in this aspect. I just realized that Deck Dog is not running Liben. So I did, typically I would expect them to be fishing for Liben, but they don't even have it in their deck. So instead, this may actually be okay because they have both the Seed Box to play out Timaeus, but also the Wharf and its maximum efficiency because they use all their dice on it.
Yeah, so I think Deck Dog, like if you get camped out in your first hand, I feel like
Hmm.
you're almost always going to play it, especially when you know your opponent is also probably going to be ramping. When you're up against Double Dragon deck, you can anticipate, especially with the Layla Star, that there is going to be some ramping, maybe a Layla skill. So
Hmm.
this makes total sense. You're getting the Timaeus out, have a double gilded, Liar
Hmm.
Song, and Liyue Wharf playing double Cavarina, just so you can actually he's gonna have 10 cards going into next
Hmm.
round, assuming that Cosmos doesn't hit him, which he won't.
Yeah,
Which he
no,
won't.
definitely. Yeah, Layla plays super duper slow. Like she does these to take her time in a little bit, but once she gets that skill rolling, gotta watch out for that on-demand freeze. And Deck Dog may have not been running live in, but Cosmos absolutely is, and they went fishing for it and did not get that lucky.
It's okay though. So Seed Dispensary will give the third dice here, and this
Hmm.
should just be a Layla skill.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. You can't play that magic countdown because you would way overdraw, and that would definitely be not what you want. So, like you said, Layla's skill just to end it, and pretty efficient turn overall, even if Cosmo does not have the traditional ramp that they want.
I don't see what else you do with those dice because yeah, you don't play contact. It's just Layla skill,
Hmm.
which you ideally want to get Layla skill out at the beginning of turn 1 anyway with
Hmm.
double dragons. So you ramp with the other dice you have, and just get that skill starting to go now.
Hmm. Yeah, it really is surprising because while we were doing deck review earlier, I really clocked in the Lotus and Wharf, but I had not. I completely missed the fact that Deck Dog isn't running Liben at all, which is just so different to me. Like I can understand why because they're not pushing a lot of dice into the next turn, but with other players playing this deck, with Liben is really unconventional to see this happen.
It's basically the same exact list you'd normally run, except instead of double Lyman, it's double Leeway Wharf, and that is to
Hmm.
counter that Mausoleum, which we know is not being played, but it's still a good card anyway, especially
Hmm.
since I believe with Sea Dispenser you can actually discount it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Discounted by one. It is a two-cost support card. But now we have very full hands on both sides. And I do wonder, let's see here, who can really take the advantage of, their cards in hand.
I mean, both players have basically the maximum amount of cards.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they're both at 10 each. Actually, Deck Dog is gonna have to play cards before actually going for any kind of skill here on Cryocube because it's gonna overdraw and burn something. So your Deck Dog having a free gilded due to Timaeus at 3 stacks
Mm-hmm.
has the ability to play another discounted Leeway Wharf with that dispensary, has one copy of Asia Tau. Oh, it's going to be tuning that actually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this makes sense. You don't need
Yep.
the card draw.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely a bit odd to throw the resource out, but not the biggest deal in the world. Get rid of it. I feel like you could have just played Boar Princess because I feel like at some point Duck Duck will start replacing artifacts during this turn, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to just get rid of early.
Digno probably doesn't want to reveal that he has
Hmm.
Boar Princess and is going to play Magic. I think that's why. This is probably
Hmm.
technically correct. You tune a card because you're going to draw one if Cryocube gets hit. But there's a good chance Cryocube doesn't get hit and it Cosmos simply flops.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. With the fact that there is no elemental application on deck dog side, that's the big disadvantage. With Layla, Aisha cannot get that absorption so quickly. Cosmos basically would need to move to Aisha, use talent and or their elemental skill, and then just hope that deck dog will attack them with cryo, which since both these players are clearly knowledgeable in the matchup, deck dog may do something alternately.
Deck Dog is going to have to be careful here. I think what you want to do is normal attack with Cryo Cube
Mm-hmm.
and apply that cryo to Ashtaha, Cosmos Ashtaha.
Yep.
However, something I fear is Cosmos has that double Ashtaha talent in hand right now. Double Liar Song and Gilded. I think Cosmos has a really big turn ahead of him.
Oh
So
yeah,
using up his dice
absolutely.
like this could be a little bit scary, and he does go for the normal attack anyway.
Hmm. Yep. Just making sure to get that piercing damage across all the characters, slowly chip them down. But like you said, double Asia talent, Gilded, and Liar Song. That's gonna be. Oh, let me see here. How many dice is that? That's a lot.
It is going to be quite a lot of dice. I mean, Cosmos probably swaps off here.
Hmm.
I don't know. You don't really want to give
Yeah.
the
Don't
cryo
give.
absorption
Yeah.
to Ashtaha.
Hmm. Yeah. Absolutely not. Yeah. It's one of the things that.
Yep.
Ooh, Nuvilet though.
You have to. You have to. So this is
Hmm.
fine. Nivlet is going to take like a 3 damage skill, if anything, but Deck Dog at 1 dice. Ooh.
Hmm.
Boar Princess
Hmm.
into.
Oh wow!
Oh!
Very efficient.
Boar Princess gilded on Cryocube.
Hmm.
And then Ashtaha talent.
Hmm.
Now what do you
Yep.
do?
Yep, makes sense to get all that dice efficiently, but they still have to geo skill at least once. Just to make sure they get that damage on. Otherwise, they're going to be doing a 2 damage normal attack. Not ideal. Cosmos.
Cosmos going to be replying with a boar princess of his own, actually draws Heart of Cavrina, which is exactly what you want if you're Cosmos. So the heart goes on to Nuvolette. This is probably going to be a liar song to take back the heart. Oh wait, not yet. Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping ahead of myself.
Mm-hmm. There we go. There is the Lotus. Asia absorbs Hydro. I guess that's fine, but Deck Dog is really trying to even out the dice disadvantage that they're in because Cosmos did go ahead and play the first H out of town. They still have a second one. You know, do wonder how many much more. I wanted to calculate earlier, but how many dice can Cosmos generate? Should be one more and then four more from playing Gilded twice. Oh yeah, and Boar Princess as well.
So there's a lot of dice on Cosmo's side, and Stickdog is not really going to be able to fully play around that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Yeah.
the question is, I don't know if you stay on the Ishtaha. Maybe you actually apply Hydro here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hydro
there it
application
is.
definitely not the worst thing in the world because I think what's going to happen here is that once Deck Dog runs out of dice, they're probably going to swap to Cryo Cube and just hold their ground as long as possible.
Cosmos might actually swap stall back onto Layla and just wait for Deck Dog to properly end.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely an option they can do. Would it ever be worth it to tune your dice out to go for a Geo Agedaha skill to absorb an element if Cosmos chooses to switch?
Well, you've already absorbed Hydro.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If Cosmos swap to Aisha, I mean, we could see something like that. We could see Dick Dog going for the cryo absorption here, but I think
Mm-hmm.
Cosmos feels safe enough to head over to Aisha, and it will be a swap on the cryo cube
Mm-hmm.
for Dick Dog himself. I honestly wonder if we're gonna see a burst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it totally could be because they still at least have one more Liar Song and the Gilded to work through all of that. Actually, yeah, fully efficient because they can just pull back the other Gilded and then expend the Liar Song usage. So they'll have two Gildeds available for them to use later.
It's strategized. I think Cosmos with quite a few cards in his hand. I wonder if we're still going to see the Ashtaha talent or something else is going to be played like that treasure. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, a 4 5. I think there's 10 cards. If you go above 10, you start burning. So Cosmos going to have to play at least two. There is the Gilded. Wow, wait, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, technically lost a dice there. Thankfully, Boar Princess is there to scoop it back up, but maybe they're making maybe a few rash decisions, trying to make sure
Wait,
they get
what?
rid of all the cards in their hand.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, there we go.
I am very confused right now.
Yeah, definitely not the play that we would typically expect. But now they should be in the clear in terms of card draw, so not the worst thing in the world. This is definitely something to clock while Deck Dog is running out of time. Cosmos does now have passing a judgment available to them.
Yeah, so yeah, Cosmos drew Judgment. That's definitely for next turn. It's not going to be relevant in this turn. But
Mm-hmm.
what I am confused about is why equip the full price Gilded
Mm-hmm.
and then Talent.
And then Talon, yeah. Bit of a misplay, but no big deal regardless. They are losing a little bit of dice and tempo, but still 5 dice available. Is Asia going for a skill here?
This should just be an Shahaz skill, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is unfortunately nothing to absorb just
Mm-hmm.
yet, but that Starry Night is going up in stacks. It will be
Mm-hmm.
available next turn, and Treasure is being folded into Cosmos deck as well. Fontaine
Mm-hmm.
Exploration is set to 0.
Mm-hmm. Yep, indeed, indeed. I'm not really sure how I feel about this whole play out because, like you noticed earlier, right? Layla does have or the Layla status is now available. So Cosmos has an on-demand freeze, but I don't think it benefits them that much, honestly. They'll fast swap to Nuvalet, go for that on-demand freeze on the Cryo Cube, but Aishtaha and Nuvalet on Deck Dog's side are really just healthy, and they may not have that access to freeze, but outside of that. I don't think they have to worry about it too much.
I think TikTok just did a good job of basically stalling out the round so that
Hmm.
Cosmos didn't entirely cripple his team. Because,
Hmm.
yeah, Cosmos wasn't able to get any absorption with Aishtaha and used a
Hmm.
lot of resources at the end of the day. So,
Hmm.
but look at all this treasure in Deck Dog's hand.
Yeah. Yeah, should be interesting to see what they do here. Yeah, they're just throwing everything out because they know passing of judgment should be coming soon. Because it's been enough rounds. To the point where Cosmos has drawn a ton, so they're forcing everything out of their hand until they have no more action cards left to play.
Swap to Nouvelette, Deck
Mhm,
Dog, with that Liar Song passive still active, I think prematurely played some things around that judgment that he knows is in a Cosmos deck. So
mhm,
that is why we just saw a whole bunch of things going out.
mhm.
But there is the leave-in from Cosmos. Will a judgment come down now?
Mhm. I would definitely, actually, hard to say really, because if you saw Deck Dog play all those treasure, is there really a point in playing the Judgment now? You could definitely save it for next turn and stop, potential Liar Songs out run. Hey, look at that! Cosmos even draws their own treasure out.
A countdown being played on Cosmos side as well. Mirror matchup in every sense of the words.
Mm-hmm.
But draws out three treasure. Already had that Tule Tula actually for Nouvelette.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be a fast swap, probably over to Nouvelette.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is where I'm definitely seeing a bit of a misplay here, in my opinion. Because Deck Dog really should have just swapped over to Hub because they both have the Hydro abilities on these characters. So they could have freezed the opposing Hub regardless. And now, Deck Dog's strongest damaging character is going to go down for now.
So, Nouvelette on Deck Dog side is going to be frozen because of the Layla Starry Nights passive going up to 4 and Cosmos. Look at all this dice generation between
Mm-hmm.
veterans and the treasure being played. This
Mm-hmm.
is why you play veterans and treasure together, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
But
absolutely.
the thing is, TikTok does have a quick swap away from Nouvelette
Mm-hmm.
and plenty of dice to work with. And so even if Nouvelette gets frozen, that Hydro Aura that was applied from Aisha in a previous round is going to mess with Cosmos' plan quite a bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially since Cosmos already saw so many treasures fly out earlier. They're not really willing to play Judgment because unlike other arcane cards, Judgment actually does cost a dice. So you're losing action efficiency, but they don't care. They're gonna do it.
Oh!
Oh snap!
There is the judgment. Okay, so the quick swap is now not going to be a thing. And Deck Dog's Nouvelette is going to become frozen now.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Totally
Oh,
equipped and ready to
equal
go.
liar song, not now.
Yeah, you don't need any event cards. You have to burn through three of them before you can actually play them. And now Deck
Mhm,
Dog is in a bit of a sticky situation here. It's going to be
mhm,
forced to slow swap to either Age Dahar, Cryo Cube. The thing is, Cosmos knows this.
mhm,
Cosmos knows this, and so I mean, Nuvelet's in the middle of this prepared normal. So after the
mhm,
follow up, Nuvelet's definitely going to get frozen.
mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but from there, it's gonna be the trade and the trade back. But from there, oh, it's really unfortunate. Of course, Deck Dog is definitely losing Asia swap. Whoa, not what I
Ooh.
expected. Mm,
That is pretty ambitious.
mhm.
Yeah, Asia does not currently have cryo application. It is
Mhm.
it is hydro. So I'm
Yep.
not sure what we're doing here.
Yeah, no, that's a little odd because the idea of Deck Dog swapping to Asia is instead to have a different character going in, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense because they're not able to lethal Nuvolette in any sense of the word. Their burst, oh,
Um
actually pretty close. They can deal 5 damage.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
Deck Dog choosing instead of freezing Cosmos Nuvelet out is actually going for the more aggressive route. Basically saying, hey, I have more dice than you, and they're already aligned. I don't have to fix them. So
Hmm.
I don't really care if you go Nuvelet and do normal attacks with Tula Tula because
Hmm.
I can match your damage. And I
Oh
can dread
yeah.
your Nuvelet. That is what Deck Dog is saying here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh wow, yeah, this
Ooh.
even pushes it into a better favor because of the Asia Hydro absorption on Deck Dog side. Now, Cosmos's Asia is in full range to just be frozen.
This is a bit unfortunate for Cosmos. Oh wait, no, it's just a swap onto
Mm.
cryo hypostasis.
Mhm. Yeah,
Interesting.
a lot of these lines are interesting because a lot of the players are set up to go for more aggressive angles with the freeze, giving them control of the match, but they're just deciding against it. Maybe playing a little slower, just to make sure that Cosmos can't pull any surprises on them.
Isha definitely could have went for a freeze there
Hmm.
on Cosmos Aishaha, but
Mhm.
probably doesn't want to eat up that cryo application just yet. That is for Nouvelette's pop off round. That is my best guess.
Mhm.
And I think Cosmos might have actually swapped the Aisha to bait the freeze,
Mhm.
knowing that Aisha would be able to freeze him. But it will be
Mhm.
a swap on to Layla now for Cosmos.
Mhm. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It makes a lot of sense that they want to keep cryo application, as long as they possibly can. But honestly, it may be a little too long because look at that. Cosmos even plays their second treasure, so they're gonna have another set of healing available to them. And now Deck Dog is, basically out of dice to have any damage pop off this turn.
Yeah, there is the treasure being folded into Cosmos deck. It is the second treasure, already drawing it out. And
Mhm.
Deck Dog's Tula finally emerging from the depths of his own deck. So the
Mhm.
question is, can Deck Dog actually make use of Anduvalette, or how is this
Mhm.
going to go?
Passing of Judgment is gone, so they have access to fast swap, and Tulia is not too late, too late. But Ace HP is so low.
It is Cosmo's turn to go, and I mean, Deck Dog does have all of his event cards available. I feel like Cosmos was not really able to cripple Deck Dog in any sense of the way, despite
Nope.
playing that Judgment. So Deck
Mhm.
Dog really is in a position to go off this round.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Looking at the damage, actually, Asia currently is doing 5 with his burst, and there is cryo application, so there will be another one with crystallized. Layla would have been knocked out, but she has that shield, and she went ahead and by doing it, she re-triggers her Nightstar passive, and now if Cosmos swaps to anyone, they will be able to get an on-demand freeze.
The second Lumenstone going down for Deck Dog, and yeah, Cosmos just stalling it out with Layla's skill here. But I wonder if Deck Dog would actually go for the burst. I don't think so. Probably going to be trying to get the cryo absorption, right?
Yeah, there would be no point in bursting because you don't lethal. You're just -1 on the breakpoint, so get that cryo absorption. Actually, that is kind of weird. Because cryo absorption doesn't really benefit you at the moment. Everyone has cryo already applied, so you could go for the freeze.
I think you still want the cryo absorption though. Like you don't really
Mm-hmm.
need to freeze Layla. I think there's no point in freezing Layla.
Mm-hmm.
I think you definitely want the cryo absorption
Mm-hmm.
because the whole point of this deck, like
Mm-hmm.
it's you have to time your freezes and you have to
Yeah.
time your applications, and so
Mm-hmm.
you always want cryo applied to your team if you're either one of these players, because
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the game, Nouvelette is going to come in and use all of those cryo RS for himself, and so you don't
Mm-hmm.
want to use them now
Yep.
because
Absolutely.
then that means you have to reapply.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. I think the thought is coming into my mind just because, surprisingly enough, Cryocube is kind of acting like Layla and has barely done anything this matchup. Of course, they have dropped, skills and summon, but they're still sitting at a very healthy 7 HP thanks to that treasure from earlier.
I think it's because Deck Dog has been playing on the offensive for the first 3 rounds
Hmm.
because
Yeah.
Cosmos used Judgment. Cosmos had better dice advantage over
Hmm.
Deck Dog in the
Yep.
first and second round. So
Hmm.
basically, Deck Dog has just been swap stalling a lot and was forced to play Treasure on Cryocube, knowing that Judgment would come in round 3.
Hmm.
So like basically, yeah, Deck Dog is. It's not Deck Dog's turn to pressure Cosmos
Hmm.
because Cosmos has already used up a bunch of resources, and that's basically what's happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Duck Dog is try and weed out, as many Cosmos actions as possible because they do have 2 treasure in hand, so they can, replenish 1 action. But, Deck Dog has all the dice in the world that they could ask for and a little more, if they do pull off that golden house. Or actually, no, they don't have any more outside of this.
Cosmos just
Hmm.
swaps stalling. This is basically what Deck Dog did in the first 2 turns, because Deck
Hmm.
Dog was trying to have the spread of damage to his characters be pretty much
Hmm.
even across the board and not have anyone eliminated to like a gambler's play or anything like that, because that would severely cripple his plans. But now
Hmm.
Cosmos has to do that, and it's Deck Dog with all the resources,
Hmm.
not inhibited by the judgment any longer. And
Hmm.
so, I mean, why not? Why not equip the Tula now?
Yeah, absolutely. Even if Layla does not get hit by the breakpoint right away, because Nuvolet's skill only does 2 plus 1 is going to be 3. Regardless, Nuvolet's just going to be able to pop off here. It's really interesting that both of the issues that players are running into is that they do not have enough on-demand draw, because, Deck Dog is obviously holding the advantage, but they're going to run out of turns unless they draw something out of their deck, which they can't. So
There is the swap onto Ashtaha for Cosmos. Really swap stalling this out, and we'll be tuning the Seed Dispensary, going for the normal attack and freezing Ashtaha. But, this does give Cosmos a Hydro Diet because of that absorption.
Yep, and but they can't make any use of it because
here we go. Yeah, no Gambler's Equip, no premature Gambler's Equip, and so unfortunate.
Swap to Nuvolet. That's gonna be a free Gambler's proc. Oh no. Oh, wait, treasure.
And Cosmos does have treasure in hand, was basically saving them, and actually Deck Dog's Nuvolet is about to be frozen here with this burst.
Oh, and another treasure. They should be able to pass Breakpoint here. Oh wait, no, let's see here.
There is the burst coming down onto Deck Dog, and Deck Dog's Nuvolet is now frozen, but here's the fast swap, not blocked by Judgment, and with Boar Princess into a Gambler's Equip, this is going to be Cosmos Nuvolet going down to an Ashtaha burst, tuning countdown, probably the Lotus going to be tuned as well. Oh no, there goes the second Gilded, and there's the burst! Goodbye, Nuvolet.
Yeah, very unexpected plays around. Is definitely not expecting Cosmos to be able to fire back on the Nuvolet versus Nuvolet, having a little bit of a dragon fight here. But now Deck Dog is able to drop the massive burst onto Nuvolet, and it's an Ashtaha solo, not looking good for Cosmos.
And Cosmos is not really going to be able to come back from this, even if he pulls out a bunch of treasure. Unfortunately, doesn't. Of course, still has 2 more cards he can draw from Lieben, but Cosmos largely used up his resources in the first few rounds. And that is what is holding him back right now. That is what Deck Dog is taking advantage of, and what Deck Dog was able to survive through to get to this point. So now Deck Dog is just basically going to be taking the win here. Nothing really to do.
Yep. Yeah, there's at this point it is too late for you to try and make a comeback. You have some treasures, but not having treasure is going to win you the game because you run out of fuel eventually. Now we're just gonna see what Cosmos will do. Probably a few skills just to get some stuff out.
There is the Ashtaha skill, but that is not going to do much of anything. I think Deck Dog is going to be more than happy to just wait. Really? Okay, I was gonna say you could stay on Ashtaha and get the free swap, but this makes sense. You Lotus. This is why you pick the Lotus. The Lotus actually coming up here. Remember, we commented on it because this deck normally does not run any kind of food like Lotus, but one copy of Lotus will protect Nuvolet.
Yep, most players believe in the defensive utility of Underwater Treasure, but that Lotus is going to make it actually very cleanly allow Deck Dog to pass the Ashtaha burst because, typically, Treasure would not be able to save Deck Dog from Ashtaha burst. Even with 2, it's like, okay, you get the 6 breakpoint, but then, Cosmos has a new action, but now, it's not going to be enough to really push Nuvolet down. He's going to be able to freeze in kind.
The only problem I'm foreseeing here for Deck Dog is the lack of Hydro Dice here.
Yep. Absolutely.
Go on.
Yep. Veterans was able to generate 1 more, so we should be okay, though.
I mean, also Lumenstone, so 1 more treasure should proc Lumenstone. And there it is. There's just treasure. Just only treasure at the bottom of this ocean. And there is Nuvolet's burst freezing out the Ashtaha on Cosmos' side. The last treasure just to try to save the game just a bit. But I think Cosmos knows it's over because now this prepared normal alone will be enough to win the first game for Deck Dog. This is the lower bracket match of round 1.
Yeah, very interesting. Match. Like things were kind of going back and forth. Honestly, I was definitely more on like the side of Deck Dog. They were holding a lot of things, and especially playing around Judgment very well. I would say very lucky that they had the turn priority to just push right through that.
Yeah, so we have our raffle winners at the bottom here coming up very shortly, and there they are. If you see your UID there, you have won a Blessing of the Welcome Moon. Congratulations! There will be another raffle coming up going into game 2. But yeah, revisiting that game, I think it was just as I was saying, throughout that game. Basically, TikTok did not have as good of a start as Cosmos did. Cosmos high rolled pretty well, but was not able to properly take advantage of it. Dog was able to spread the damage and stall out that match as best as he could, played early treasure even, and fished a lot of it out and survived through the end. And then after the judgment ran down, turn 3 was basically able to overturn it going to round 4 because now Dog has the advantage. So that is what we saw in that match.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, comparing the tempo between the two decks because, of course, they are holding the same core of the double dragons. But Layla, does give you on-demand freeze, but, that doesn't really matter, if you cannot get that freeze fast enough. And even with going on a Layla and skilling again, still wasn't enough to actually allow Cosmos to take proper advantage of Layla and her freeze.
Yeah, definitely. But, we are going to be going into game 2 pretty shortly here. Considering this is open deck list conquest format, the person who wins with their deck can no longer play it again going into game 2, and so we're going to be seeing a much different match here.
Yep, absolutely. A very different match indeed, because I believe Deck Dog has the super unconventional deck, which I'm very happy because I would love to make comments on this deck, but it is the Herald Senora Thundering Manifestation.
Yes, so Thunder Manifestation, Signora, and Herald. I'm very curious because the Signora Thunder Manifestation core was very popular around the time of the Age of Invitational, but was not paired with Herald, I believe. It was historically with Yolanda Decay, and Mona and Child. So Herald being the anchor, taking popularity over Mona these days is very, very interesting. I'm curious to see how this is going to work out for Deck Dog. As for Cosmos has the option to go with Conwill or run it back with the Layla variation of the Double Dragons deck. So either way, it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm curious how Deck Dog's Signora deck will face the Conwill though.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, if the reason they didn't ban Conwill is because they believe they have a favorable matchup. But I, am 99% sure they will be bringing Conwill into this matchup because why wouldn't you, of course, since it's unbanned, finally released from the cage of the Primordial Sea. Here it comes. Yep, there it is.
It's Conwill. There we go.
Finally
getting to see it. It has been banned, 85% ban rate, and we're finally going to see it played.
Very impressive, that players have really stuck to, their, personal thoughts about Conwill, but here we go. We finally get to see it on the big stage, and now we have on the side of Deck Dog a very unconventional deck.
It's very, very unconventional. So, I mean, it's similar to Yolanda Decay. How do you think this deck works?
So I want to see the action cards first before I make too many comments about it. But in general, this is going to function, like you just said, as Yelan OTK, except making sure they take value out of Herald. Because a lot of players have sparked a very interesting debate. Because Mona, of course, we saw her on the top pick rate, earlier in the deck list. But also that, to an extent, people think that Herald is actually stronger than Mona, despite, how strong Mona already is.
Yeah, Herald definitely rising up in popularity versus Mona. Mona was the pick to play after Yelan took a hit in previous patches, but here we go. Here is Cosmos Conwill deck. Of course it's called Conwill because you have double Consecrated Beast and then All Devouring Narwhal, but it has been a while since I've seen this played.
Yeah, it has been a hot minute since we have seen this because Conwill just keeps getting sent back to the Primordial Sea. But this is the defensive version of, I would say, Conwell, because they are not running Emblem of Severed Fate to make sure they get those guaranteed burst breakpoints. They're instead running the Ocean Hued Clam, which, while generally speaking is going to be fed into the whale, can sometimes give you a good amount of defensive utility.
And here is Deck Dog's essentially Yolanda TK
Hmm.
deck, except it's with Herald. Well, it's more. It should be more like
We should call it.
Mona and Child.
Yeah, we could call it Senora OTK. We could also call it Thundering Manifestation OTK and all of its many nicknames. But here's the deck list. Actually, more standard than I expected. I would expect them to throw some curveballs in here.
So Double Treasure definitely makes sense. It does have, so both these decks have Mausoleum and Wharf to play around the Mausoleum. Of course, you
Mhm.
have Herald Talent.
Mhm.
Now the question is,
Mhm.
I think it's still the same game plan as usual. You start
Yep.
on Herald, you apply Hydro, you go over to Thunder Manifestation or Senora, and
Mhm.
you essentially freeze them out or do a whole lot of damage. But
Yep.
there's really not a lot of Hydro application. There's no fast swap passive away from
Mhm.
Herald. So I'm curious to see how this is going to work out. I would expect something like a Catherine in this deck, but there isn't.
Mhm. Yeah, most definitely. Of course, I do believe that Deck Dog is making a pretty, logical, pretty logical deck list here, especially since Herald is going to be able to emulate what Mona does, but like you said, lower Hydro application because you're not going to have not only that no fast swap, but also, once Herald's down, there is no more Hydro applications because not even a summon is going to be able to help you.
I think you just tank it on Herald. Well, honestly, so something that isn't talked about super frequently is how
Hmm.
the core of Senor and Thunder Manifestation is actually fine in itself. Like
Yep.
there were cases where you could use it, you could lose Yolan during the Asian Invitational in Shanghai before, and
Hmm.
you would still see the players come back with just Signora and Thunder Manifestation. So
Hmm.
I'm just really excited to see how this deck plays out. But here we
Yeah.
go. We're getting into this game to Cosmos, the unlucky ruler, playing Conwell versus Deck Dog, the mathematician. By the way, our raffle has also started. So if you go to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel right now, you can type exclamation mark, pick the player you want to win or the one you're personally rooting for and your UID in the YouTube chat. In the same message, you'll be entered into the raffle. I believe the duration of the raffle is for the next 3 minutes, and we'll be announcing the winners at the end of this match. So
Hmm.
make sure you're staying tuned for that. And of course, there's also our beloved QR code feedback. QR code
Hmm. Yep.
there that will send you to a feedback form. So make sure you're scanning that and telling us how we're doing. Tell us what you want to see better. Tell us things you like. Tell us things you don't like. Tell us you like our raffles. And, we'll make sure to listen to your feedback and apply it when we can. Thank you so much.
Hmm. Absolutely. QR codes and your feedback and appreciate it. And make sure you enter that raffle. But wow, what a start. Deck Dog threw away everything and absolutely got rewarded for it. They not only got the magic countdown and pulls out a ton of cards, also the Timaeus and the Wharf. And on the other side, Cosmos, nothing to scuff at. They have not only Serpent talent, but also the Stove to draw out their other talent with the Scorpion.
Tamaya is drawing a second gilded even. So this is definitely the rampage of all time on Herald.
Hmm. Yep, absolutely. Despite all my comments, they are still adapting in the fact that they're starting on Scorpion first. Of course, as long as Cosmos plays the cards in order of what they're supposed to, they should be fine. But they totally could mess up, and that is going to be, a massive misplay detriment on their end.
Definitely gonna have to see when it's Cosmo's turn, but for now I'm looking
Hmm.
at Deck Dog's hand. I wonder if you actually play that strat. Nope, it's just gonna be
Nope,
full
they're gonna play
folio
permanent
worth.
strategize.
Hold on, do you play that quick swap now?
I guess you would have to because you will overdraw, but that is unfortunate.
It is a quick swap. I mean, I guess we're simulating Mona, so why not?
Yeah, why not? Hey, it's Mona now. You have Hydra application at 3 times, and now you also have a fast swap.
Oh! There
Hmm.
is the Scorpion talent from the Stove, because you
Hmm.
already had the Serpent in hand. Of course, Stove drawing talents in round one now.
Hmm. Yep, and there goes one of the cards burned away, fed to the
The
whale.
Mora Chaussee Hunter. That's sad. Normally
Hmm.
you want that on your whale, actually.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, especially Cosmos thankfully does have Veterans Visage later in their deck, but it's going to be predicated on them actually drawing it. And there we go, perfect efficiency with Bone Crunchers moves over to the Serpent.
This is so unfortunate though, having to tune away things
Mm-hmm.
just a skill here. We
Mm-hmm.
should see the Sealy going down, but maybe it actually gets tuned.
Mm-hmm. Nope, looks like it's gonna be played out. And funnily enough, I would actually, yeah, I would just tune that Bone Crunchers because as much as you need that for your ammunition, for the Scorpion and the Serpent, you are so behind on your cards that you really need something to help you out.
Oh no! Drawing the Fontaine Research Student Ruins
Mm-hmm.
after already tuning and discarding things. That is
Yep.
unfortunate.
Yep. Very unfortunate. Cosmos may have the two talents that really accelerate their game plan, but in the dice and card department, they are not doing so hot.
Yep, but there is wow, already playing it now. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that felt like a little bit of a toss out too early because, of course, they had to clock that. They did have three unusable dice, so they weren't going to be able to do anything, with it regardless, even if they tried to swap to Scorpion. But a little too quick. I feel like you probably could have gone for maybe a normal attack, especially since the Laboratory Ruins isn't going to do anything right now.
I think Cosmos can still. Have they played a Bone Cruncher? I guess
Yep,
they
they have.
did. Yeah, they did. They played on Scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this is awkward because you really want to do something here, but what are you gonna do? You have two
Mm-hmm.
dice unusable. Just having to end and pull them.
Yep. Yeah, slightly, inefficient, but of course that is due to the dice roll, so it's not their fault. Hopefully, they draw something better. Especially, these both of these players could draw Mausoleum at any point.
And the dice rolls go.
Oh,
What are we going
oh,
to get?
oh, not looking good. Oh no.
There
Yeah.
is the Lumenstone discounted because of Seed Dispensary.
Mm-hmm.
Strategize. Ooh, early Mausoleum. It's
Mm-hmm.
not really enough, but I mean, could still play it at some point.
Absolute. I would actually definitely play it this turn because it'll not only discourage Cosmo from using his skill because they are going to draw off of Serpent skill, but also that Sealy once it procs, it will also feed into the Mausoleum.
There's the Gilded onto Herald, and I wonder if at this point we're actually going to see the Mausoleum played over Timaeus.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely could see it because Timaeus at 0 stacks, it'll take him way too long to get back up. So definitely would be a good play to consider. Yep. Oh,
Ooh, over
really?
Wharf. I mean, I guess you don't really need the card draw at this point, but there is the skill. Deshret's Mausoleum is out. It's going to start counting to the number 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now Cosmos has to be super duper careful about how they play. Number one, I think they should play a Bone Cruncher's energy block anyway because I don't agree with that. That was a strategize into a fresh mausoleum. You were giving them free points to draw, and you were already going to draw a lot more during this turn.
So the funny thing is that I think Whale actually works in a really interesting way with Forbidden Knowledge
How so?
because it gets consumed
Mm-hmm.
by the discard.
Oh yeah, that is actually true. Whale, thankfully, not only being from the Primordial Sea and the Abyss, but can actually eat forbidden knowledge through its skills, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. You are right.
I'm realizing that I really like this deck into Conwhale as well. I actually think
Mm-hmm.
Deck Doc might have taken this in order to counter Conwhale, now that I think about it,
Mm-hmm.
because Herald is just so good against Animal, Serpent, and Whale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you are more than happy to just stay on Herald until proccing that revive, and then you have the
Mm-hmm.
Herald talent to apply Curse the Undercurrent, which is going to slow your opponent down, and it's just
Mm-hmm.
overall net beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually something I really didn't clock when I was looking at it because I'm so used to really it's been a minute since we've seen this Thundering Manifestation Senora OTK core, and you are right, they have two revives. So no matter how many times Serpent, even if they high roll, gets their burst and throws it at you, both Herald and Senora are literally just going to stand back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cosmos' turn to go.
Mm-hmm.
Only 2 Geodice in hand, and like This start was honestly so unfortunate. But I
Mm-hmm.
think if he tunes two,
Mm-hmm.
he will get another dice.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, unfortunately throws that in the trash and does not play veterans either, so they won't be able to get a dice off of that on top of their scorpion. They're probably saving it for the whale, but I don't know. You're so behind on dice. I guess not. Guess you're all right.
Ooh, there is the fast swab onto Thunder
Mm-hmm.
Manifestation, and that Lightning Probe is on Animo's Serpent, bringing it
Mm-hmm.
down to only 2 health. That is such a brutal thing. And Thunder
Mm-hmm.
Manifestation is not really played too much anymore these days, but this is
Mm-hmm.
this is why it was so popular, especially during Asia Invitational times, because that
Mm-hmm.
Lightning Rod is just so difficult to play around.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely an unconventional swing fast. I'm really liking this deck, like you said, because like we talked about the rewise, but also now Thundering Manifestation being able to target Serpent. That's actually really smart because traditionally, Serpent just likes to sit there and skill. Because it can also, well, not only does it draw out the Bone Cruncher's energy block, but also builds up to this burst. But now it's at critical HP, not safe to swap to anymore.
Treasure going into the deck for Deck Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I expected Lumenstone, but we might see it played at the start of next round instead, because
Mm-hmm.
it will be discounted. But there goes the Forbidden Knowledge!
Mm-hmm. Yep, all sent into Cosmos' deck. Hopefully, they draw something else because they are falling behind with their draw significantly right now.
It was just really, really unfortunate start for Cosmos.
Mm-hmm. Yep, here we go. Not really what you want.
So, what do you want if you're Cosmos? What are you looking for? Like, with the strategize, what are you trying to pull out?
If you're Cosmos right now, you definitely want well, oh yeah, the King Deshret's Mausoleum buff is gone. So you can definitely want Lumenstone and the Sealies to just try and pull everything out of your hand because of course, while the artifacts won't really give you direct value, you're gonna be able to feed the whale with it. And of course, what's not directly in the deck is that Bone Crunchers because now Serpent is set up, but oh, there is one fast swap in Cosmos' deck, but that's going to be really hard to draw out with all of the, forbidden knowledge that they have.
Yeah, Bone Cruncher means Scorpion's Burst is ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Cosmos is definitely going to go for it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That Serpent is just too low health, but here we go. Thunder Manifestation take 3 electro damage. And of course,
Mm-hmm.
so the Scorpion Burst kind of acts like a Clee Burst. You see that little status
Mm-hmm.
beneath Thunder Manifestation. Every
Mm-hmm.
skill from the side of Deck Dog is going to do 2 points of electro damage.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and surprisingly good draw from Cosmos off of that Sealy. Could have been absolutely punished. Not only has their second Mausoleum, but also 3 more Bone Crunchers. That's really good.
He didn't play the Mausoleums though, so Deck Dog is going to be able to get out more card draw right now without basically suffering because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, the
Oh, wow.
Lumenstone procking and drawing yet another treasure.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna
I'm
play
kind
it.
of seeing why they played Treasure because they're starting to they're noticing that the beasts are going to start pushing a lot of breakpoints, so they want to heal up their Thundering Manifestation, keep them nice and healthy.
I do believe Yolano TK, before it went through a lot of changes, was also playing Underwater Treasure Hunt. So I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it's out of the ordinary. This is basically a deck that mirrors the Mona Dylan child
Mm-hmm.
iterations of
Yep.
this Thunder Manifestation Signora core, but it will be a
Mm-hmm.
swap onto Herald with that talent on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes a ton of sense. Deck Dog is trying to bait out Cosmos, and if not, they can absolutely just proc it themselves by throwing out a elemental skill or normal attack. Let that Thunderbolt trap trigger and deal 2 damage to Herald, lethaling them.
It is Cosmos' turn to go. What do you think Cosmos is going to do here?
I think number one, even if like you're technically a few turns behind, play Mausoleum. Make sure that you start slowing down Deck Dog because I guess they have Wharf, but you saw them destroy one, but so you can play your chances a little bit. They are going to start feeling out the whale, but outside of that, I mean, they're still going to be fishing for a fast swap and a chance to try and swap over to Serpent so that they can throw a lot of damage out. Whale is not what I expected in this last.
Swapped the whale. That's very interesting. I didn't expect that either. I really don't like the veterans on whale either. I feel like Marshall say the one that got burned in round 1 would have been much better on whale. It's unfortunate that it was burned away. But it is Deck Dog's turn, and I think, if I was Deck Dog, I would just say goodbye to Harold. Ooh, the treasure for the breakpoints. Wait, this is so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Wait, oh my goodness, they're gonna force Cosmo to lethal their Herald. Yeah, they even on purpose do it so that Thunderbolt Trap does 2 damage and they have 1 HP remaining.
Oh, that boar would have been perfect here.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate that it's not going to get played in time.
Still could be played because this is the first proc of Herald's Revive, but oh boy. Yeah,
Well,
Cosmo's
no,
just like, oh.
it should get played now. So what I was thinking was, if Cosmos did go for the skill, which I guess it doesn't make sense because Herald is on 1 HP with that revive. Herald would get taken out before you could play the boar, but now Deck Dog can just play Boar Prince.
I am really surprised they swapped to Serpent because Serpent is going to be that game changer. Even if there is revives available on the field, tearing through like 10 HP on Senora would be very useful. And now, Serpent's probably going to go bye-bye after this move.
There is the skill. We're drawing a ton of cards right now on the side of Cosmos. Bone Crunchers, and there's the other Fontaine Research Institute card as well. Herald's Revive is procced, and Curse the Undercurrent is on the other side of the board, but you can't see it because it's under the triple dots.
Yeah, they thankfully, haven't been drawing too much Forbidden Knowledge, so they've been able to hold strong. But here, absolutely, Deck Dog should just knock out this Serpent. Don't let it, get a chance to burst.
There is the Boar Princess into the heart of Cover Arena. We're going to eat some treasures too, and what's this even going to be? No point in bursting.
Should just be the elemental skill since the Curse of the Undercurrent is already applied. Not very necessary to do either of those. Has Breakpoint as well, so Herald's going to be able to survive a hit from Scorpion, not from Whale though, because Whale should be fed enough to deal a much higher damage skill.
I don't think you need to burst here. I agree with the skill. There is the Gamblers. And Serpent falls to Omni Refreshing on the side of Deck Dog. Honestly, this game is very decisive. I'm not sure how Cosmos comes back from this. This is the infamous whale that has an 85% ban rate, and no one's been able to play it, and it gets screen time and just gets absolutely obliterated.
Yep, I think all of the it's really interesting that this is going to be the Whale Slayer deck. We've made jokes about Whale Hunters, in Group A, Z Crimlet, just being super good at knocking out Conwhale, but it really is perfect for taking down Conwhale. I'm so impressed.
It really is perfect in a lot of ways. Deck Dog is waiting for Cosmos to go 4 Forbidden Knowledge in hand, 3 Bone Crunchers.
Yeah, that was something I also didn't clock, but of course, Thunderbolt Trap was still available, has multiple usages, so Herald does actually push themselves down to lethal breakpoint from the Scorpion because both their burst and skill do 3 damage, but now, healthy Senora, healthy Thundering Manifestation, here they come.
Yeah, I don't think that Deck Dog cares about losing Herald there. It's just unfortunate that the boar was already eaten up, so there's no benefit gained here from losing Herald, other than the reapplication of Curse of the Undercurrent. But it is Deck Dog's turn to go here, and this should just be a Senora skill. Oh!
Whoa, okay, alright, interesting.
Huh? What?
Yep. That is a bit strange. Very unnecessary swap stalling. You may pass a few breakpoints here. Actually, they're trying to preserve Senora because Thunderbolt Trap would drop Senora down to 7, and then Scorpion would retaliate and do 3 damage. So that would push Senora, believe, the 4 HP breakpoint now.
I think it's fine though. So I mean, Deck Dog could have just chosen to go Thunder Manifestation if that was the case. I think there's something else going on here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think Deck Dog is just planning on swap stalling until Cosmos absolutely has no other actions.
Yep.
But there is the skill from Thunder Manifestation that Lightning Probe. The Lightning Rod is still on the Scorpion.
Yeah. A little unfortunate. Definitely would have preferred that damage go into the whale, but no big deal. That is the price you pay for paying Thundering Manifestation. You should be seeing a Thundering Manifestation burst. It's been a minute, huh?
Yes, this should be a burst coming down. Of course, Electrocharge reaction will also be damaging that Scorpion, but it's a huge turn. That whale is not really building enough stacks to sustain. Actually, this might just be Treasure Pass.
Yeah, no, considering the situation, because Whale has eaten a good amount of cards, they will be starting to do a lot of damage. Actually, they could potentially knock out Thundering Manifestation in one fell swoop next turn with a skill.
I think Deck Dog actually needs to swap back onto Signora, play Treasure, and just pass. Okay, it's gonna be Timaeus. Very interesting.
It will be interesting.
I don't think Deck Dog wants to stay on Thunder Manifestation here either.
Yeah, it'll be a complete sacrifice if they end up moving into the next turn. However, Whale does have that Hydro applied to them, so Senora will be able to freeze them. But it is definitely a bit risky to waste, a big chunk of HP just like that. Very
interesting decisions being made here. I wonder what the reason for it is. So Whale currently does 4 damage skill plus 1 from Electrocharge. If Cosmos tunes 3 more cards, it will just take out Thunder Manifestation, but maybe Deck Dog is trying to bait it out and just end on Signora.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. Cosmos should just be good. Yeah, they even eat a little more just to make sure they have that breakpoint down on the Thunder Manifestation and trigger their veterans. Ooh.
Draws Adeptus, very much too late for that.
Yeah, none of the characters are at at their full maximum energy, so they cannot elemental burst, and Whale does not take good advantage of Adeptus, so. Thinking about 13 HP, 11 stacks on the Whale.
Here's the unfortunate thing. So, yeah, it's 11 stacks, it's not 12. So yeah. It's still not where you want it to be. It's so basically the way Whale's extra damage works on his skill is it's base 1, and then it's plus 1 for every 3 points you heal. So right now it's at 11. So has to discard 1 more card. Yeah, and unfortunately that discard would only come through the means of Whale skilling because all of their dice are Hydro. No more tuning available for them to do, and they just played that Bone Cruncher to get rid of another one, and you cannot play another one again. But actually, this kind of plays into Deck Dog's plan, I think. So now I'm kind of understanding why Deck Dog did it this way. Baiting out the skill here on Thunder Manifestation. But now look what's going to happen. Deck Dog is just going to freeze Whale. Yep, absolutely. There is the Gilded onto Signora, playing Treasure to proc the other Lumenstone. Also has the Egg in hand, by the way. Egg is also in this deck. That is so interesting. Yep. So this Whale is going to be frozen out. Yep. Oh, and the fast swap. So if you want to do something very silly with Egg, you absolutely can. I don't think so. So I don't think that ever happened. So this is basically just going to be Signora solo. So yeah, we can see the swap on to Scorpion. Unfortunately, the breakpoints are not quite there for taking out Scorpion right now, but that's fine. We draw another Treasure, and now Cosmos is just kind of stuck on Scorpion, who's at 1 health, because that Whale is frozen. Yeah, Forbidden Knowledge, you can't tune it, because you could consider that you could at least tune some cards on Scorpion to feed the Whale, but now you can't. They swap back to the Whale. Oh, that swap is so dangerous. That swap is so dangerous, not even going to let Scorpion be taken out here. I think if you're Deck Dog, Reviving Herald. Yeah, they're going for the extra flashy plays. Wait, what? Wait, what? That's crazy. I understand. This is to maintain the freeze on Whale. Yep.
Absolutely. Yep. Now they're going to be able to simply swap to Herald, drop in a skill, and then let them fall, and then Senora can freeze them once again.
Can I just point out how fast Deck Dog is taking his actions in this game?
Mm-hmm.
Just one after another, after another, after another. He's not stopping to think. He knows exactly what he's going to do against this Conwell.
Mm-hmm.
How many times has this player practiced against this deck that we have not seen in the Pacific Prince Cup tournament?
Mm-hmm. Yep, not in the slightest. I have a feeling Deck Dog was sitting in the lab, 24 hours a day, because the way that they are playing around Conwell so efficiently is insane.
I mean, it makes sense though. So the goal is literally to just keep Whale on lockdown, and if you do that, you win the game. Because like Whale is your anchor, it's your endgame carry, and that's exactly what Deck Dog is able to do here. Look, the sheer cold even taking out the Scorpion, and look at the freeze. This is why you use Egg on Herald.
Yeah, this is wild,
this is literally why.
Yeah, this is insane, and even right now the Whale, would have a chance to tune out and then. Do a really big elemental skill. It doesn't matter because Senora has the Fiery Rebirth, the Crimson Witch of Embers returns.
All these revives. It's a double revive deck. You have Herald and Senora, but here we go. Fast swap onto Herald is going to shut down anything Cosmos wants to do here.
Yeah, look at these 3 enemy cards. Just put it in the work. It's impressive. My goodness. Oh man,
Poor Princess drawing back that Gilded, and it's going to go on to Herald. And here we go. 14 dice, 5 more in hand. Gonna draw nothing because we're out of cards.
Yep.
Whale is frozen. This game is over.
Yep. Completely unnecessary max efficiency, but makes a ton of sense. This is just completely unexpected. We're flabbergasted at this match, really.
If you've ever wanted a masterclass on how to beat Whale, Deck Dog is showing it to you right now. This is how Deck Dog is going to continue in this tournament. Will stay in here and beat out the bane of everyone's existence in the Prince Cup Pacific. Wow.
They've shown them Sue's boss. Even with Herald not having their passive to give them a +1 damage bonus, they have 12 dice, 4 more treasures. They're just gonna keep. Oh, they're even gonna swap to Senora.
There we go. Yeah. It is the swap onto Senora. This should definitely be the burst. I think. Oh, yeah. I don't know why you don't go for the burst.
No, absolutely. Go for the burst. Flip over to the Crimson Witch of Embers, and then drop in a massive amount of damage from Pyro.
No. It's not going to be a burst. This is going to be so evil. No, Deck Dog. Are you really going to do it like this?
That's crazy.
Is this actually... Okay, no, it is a burst. Okay. I was like, what if Deck Dog just skills and then maintains the freeze again in the next turn? Oh! But here we go. Tuning everything to go for a skill, and now all you have to do is normal attack on Herald. The Whale falls, Cosmos falls out of the tournament with him, and Deck Dog is advancing through the lower bracket. Congratulations to Deck Dog.
What a game. Perfect amount of, mechanics on the side of Deck Dog to completely corner and counter Conwell. And there it goes. There is the Whale Hunter deck if you ever wanted it.
That is very impressive. I mean, it's a Whale Hunter deck, but it's also basically like Yulan OTK was back in the day. But before we go on and talk about the rest of this match, there are raffle winners below us here. If you see your UID, you have won a Blessing of the Walking Moon. Congratulations to you. And with every match you see today, there will be a welcome raffle for 2 winners each match. So just make sure you're paying attention to the instructions, the moderator in the YouTube channel for Astro Carnival. You can enter into those welcome raffles as well. So make sure you're staying tuned for that. But what a match. We have seen Whale banned 85% of the time. Even the best of the best players from last year's tournaments have been banning it out. And we have Deck Dog just coming in here, letting it through, playing this Senora Better Manifestation, basically OTK similar to Yulan, but with Herald instead, and showing us how it's done.
Absolutely. We can definitely attribute a little bit of Cosmo's struggles to the low roll, but regardless, they had the 2 talent start, which is really all you need for Serpent and Scorpion. And even still, through all of that, Deck Dog was able to just completely corner them out, right? They had the revives, and then especially the Thundering Manifestation Snipe onto the Serpent, dropping them the 2 damage, and then no means to fast swap on for an easy burst.
So impressive.
Mhm,
Basically functioning like very aggressive at the start and then slows it
mhm,
down at the end. But here is our update to the regular season bracket for Group D. This is the
mhm,
last group for the Prince Cup Pacific online qualifiers, basically to the
mhm,
live tournament. So Cosmos is the first one knocked out here, and Deck Dog will be advancing to the lower bracket second round.
mhm.
Meanwhile, Kirisa and Maytail will be up next, but it won't be us casting it, right?
Yep, it is going to be our good friends Sumi and Staffa coming up next because this may be, the end of our casting segment, but we've got plenty more for you and lots more raffles to go. Congratulations to all players who moved on today, and GG's to the players who unfortunately have fallen out of the bracket for today. But of course, you'll be walking home with 600 USD.
Yes, congratulations. Of course, all the top 32 will be getting like 600 USD, as Kojo said. And I was just so impressed with that last match. That was a great match to end the day
Hmm.
off on for us while we transfer over to Staffa and Sumi. So, I
Hmm.
mean, for now, as our next set of players is going to get ready and our next set of casters is going to get ready to come on and cast for you guys, this will be Leah, aka Windflower. Leah is signing out for today, and I've been casting with.
Kojo Creations, and we'll see you next time.
See you!
It's Thinking Action returns once again to grace your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, all of you, and thank you once again for joining us here at the Prince Cup Pacific 2024. We are down to the final week of the regular season where we will witness the conclusion of Group D. We're just about to enter the fourth match of the day, and we have swapped out our casting desk. My name is Stafa, and joining me is Sumi.
Yeah, as Stava just said, we're going to continue on to Group B. This will be our very last group, and it's already shaping up to be just as exciting as the last one. In the match we just finished versus Deckdog and his opponent, Deckdog not banning Conwheel. Surprise, surprise. 81% ban rate. Deckdog says no and brings out the anti-whale tech of Signora Thunder Manifestation. This is Prince Cup Atlantic stuff. Ancient technology being brought back here to hunt down Conwheel in the modern day.
A literally ancient technology. We used to see Signora and Thunder Manifestation in so many different variations of decks just because they work so well together. We didn't think we'd see it again, but turns out it still has a valid place here to hunt down some whales, and because of that, we get to see the current status of Group D.
As we just said, the battle between Deckdog and Cosmos with that anti-whale tech being brought out, unfortunately means Cosmos is hunted out of the Group D bracket. But that does mean that Deckdog does get to continue, and we hopefully can see more innovations from this player.
Yeah, would love to be able to see what else is gonna come out of a very innovative mind right there. One of very few players who seems to have figured out how to deal with Conwhale. But besides that, we will be watching the next loser first round match between Kirisa and Mayatel, and end the day with Doom versus CJR. So still plenty of TCG action for all of you guys to catch.
Speaking of Carissa and Nayatel, that will actually be our very next match, and what a battle it is. We just finally had the time to do our research, and the info is coming in now. Mytel was JP Prince Cup top 4 from last year, and their opponent, Kirisa, was the second place in the Japanese Prince Cup, just losing out against the eventual champion of Chikuwa. So this is the Battle of the Titans of Group B, and they're both already in the lower bracket.
It's really been a surprise, not just here in Group D, but throughout the regular season here at the Prince Cup, where a lot of long-standing TCG players, veteran names in the community, have been having difficulty against opponents you typically wouldn't expect. So we'll see whether or not these two long-standing players will be able to move on. We've got Kirisa versus Mantel, and looks like this time at least, Conwhale's ban rate will maintain.
The 81% ban rate is soaring ever higher. Kirisa and Mayatel, round 1, both playing Hydro Claymore. This is really the story of Group D. This is the deck that's so far been dominating, replacing Double Dragon Magic and or the Treasure Delivery deck, which is so common back in the previous groups.
It's interesting as well to see that both these players have brought the exact same 3 decks here. It's very rare that this happens. You often see a little variation here and there, but they've brought Conwhale, Herald Claymore, and Lear Armory. So we are going to be seeing some mirror matchups here. Starting off, let's have a look at Kirisa's deck list.
I think this is the very standard list for Hydro Claymore. You're running 1 Herald Talent, 1 Side Talent, because both just have so much value, right? Side Talent gives you an immense amount of draw, and especially because it refreshes, you don't even need to sacrifice a card in your hand or dice to play it. And Herald Talent is just, it's so annoying to deal with, just taxing you on your elemental skill, on your elemental burst, allowing dice on top of that. Just makes it so much harder for your opponent to operate. And of course, bring in the double Wolves Gravestone, as of course this is a double Claymore deck to just really hammer in the damage. And the rest of the deck is just standard Magic stuff.
We've seen in the past some variations of this deck where people might choose not to bring Sayu's Talent, but I still think it's a card that has a bit too much value because we know that this is the meta where you really want to have a lot of card draw so that you're able to put as much utility in your hand as possible. And now on the opposite side, we get to look at Mirtel's deck list, and it looks to be nearly the exact same. I think there is one difference. Hold on, let me look for it.
believe it is the seed box as opposed
yes.
to something else. I'm not sure what the something else replaced was.
It's the quick swap.
Was Kirisa running 2 Leave It To Me's? Is that what it was?
Yes.
That would be it. Something I would like to point out, though, is the Ancient Courtyard being added in for both these players. When Hydro Claymore was first introduced, it was a no Arcane deck, and if it was running an Arcane, it would have been running either Judgment or Covenant of Rocks. So bring in the Arcane card that lets you equip equipment for a lot less dice means the dice burden, or I guess the setup burden for Magic and setup burden for Gravestone is a lot lower.
I think it does help a lot, considering that Will's Gravestone is the most expensive card in the deck. But right before we jump into our very first match here, for those of you who've been paying attention today, we have raffles ongoing throughout this stream for every single round. Make sure you guys watching on YouTube predict the winner so that you stand a chance of winning a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. All you gotta do is type !pick, then the player's name that you think is going to win this round along with your UID, and you get a chance to be one of our lucky winners.
And if you like raffles, be sure to let us know. Scan the QR code currently on screen in between the player portraits. Let the organizers know, hey, we like free Welkins, and maybe we'll have more of them next time we're on stream. Or if you have any other comments and or advice, suggestions, criticisms, be sure to put it there so we can improve the stream for your entertainment.
We all love raffles, we all love free Welkins, so I'm sure that everyone will be very eager to jump straight into this. Mayatail, though, instantly going for a float 8 Herald play right off the bat, literally full ramp round 1.
Yeah, this is the standard practice for the Hydro Claymore deck. I mean, Herald with the Revive is just so disposable. And if you do get him to that Revive state, hey, you can just now equip the talent for free, and your opponent now has to deal with +2 dice, and if you kill Herald after that, another +2 dice for your elemental skill and burst. It is just so much value. And when you have a lot of equips you want to do, right? You have your Gravestones, you have Gilded, you want to set up double Lyre Song, double Golden House to get the free equips. There's just so much setup you need to do before the combo turn. It just makes sense to ramp 8 turn 1.
Yeah, it's something that you really cannot afford to do on a lot of characters, but Herald just offers so much utility because it has that defensive measure as well as ways to disrupt your opponent. That's why you're seeing Herald just slotted into so many of the recent meta decks, including Deck Dog's innovation of Herald, Signora, and Thunder Manifestation. For now, it does look like Kirisa is going to be looking to match Mayatail, but they have slightly less ramp here because they don't have a Timaeus in their opening hand.
Ooh, that is true. I mean, unfortunately, Mateo's Timaeus didn't draw them anything good either. Only a Gambler's in hand. Ideally, you would prefer a Gilded Dreams at this point in time. Or even a Heart of Kavarina or the Golden Troop would be fine as well. The Gamblers, you only really want during your combo turn because it just gives you a lot of dice, but the caveat of needing to get a takedown on the character first just isn't a requirement you can meet so early on in the game.
Definitely not, especially when there is going to be a Herald on both sides of the field here. Kirisa going to be using a very early quick swap there at the end of the round, I guess, to prepare for potential overdraw.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Kirisa should still overdraw 1. Even with playing that Leave It To Me, they still had, I think it was 7 cards in hand, so they need to have 6 in order not to overdraw, because Liven will draw 2 immediately right now, so we'll have to see what Kirisa burns. Oh, they don't. I guess I miscounted.
Yeah, looks like they were able to get exactly 10 cards in their hand there. So actually playing that Leave It To Me exactly made sure that they wouldn't run into an overdraw issue. But now that we're going into round 2, where we expect things to really get started here, Sylvie, I want to take the chance to ask you. This is a Herald Claymore mirror match. Not really something we've seen often. Are there any factors we need to look out for that will really push one player ahead of the other?
Well, as always in mirrors, whoever rolls better will have the advantage. If you really think of Mew mirrors, whoever goes first is just a significant advantage because you have more time to ramp and you aren't forced to do the skill swap, skill play turn 1. And in other mirrors, especially like an equip-based mirror like Herald Claymore, you need to get your cards, right? You need to draw your Gravestones, you need to draw your Gildeds, you need to draw your Lyre Songs, draw your Timaeus, draw your Golden Houses. And in that regard, Mateo is slightly ahead, although critically, no Gravestone.
Yeah, no gravestone in hand. We do see that Kirisa has one already. Maytel trying to draw more cards to see if they can find it, but still not really running into luck. Surprisingly as well, neither player has been able to pull their Herald talent out of the deck, both holding on to Sayus instead.
And both decks have a lot of ramp in there, certainly. They're running Judgment, double Lumenstone. I mean, we all know the power of double Lumenstone. Let's see, cycle through your deck oh so quickly. But keep in mind that unlike Treasure Delivery, the Kuke Kirara deck, there is only one Herald talent in this deck. So even if you have a lot of draw, the odds of hitting it every time you do are rather low.
Well, both players were able to hit the Sayu talent though, even though similarly they only run one copy, so maybe something's at play here. For now though, they're gonna be starting round 2 with 10 dice each, Mayatail having way more usable dice compared to Kirisa, who unfortunately didn't manage to roll as well as they ideally would have wanted. So we'll see whether that does make a difference, especially since Maytel now having the double Golden House, double Gilded in hand, has even more dice potential.
Herald's still going to come out, just apply that Hydro, put the pressure onto Kirisa. Kirisa really does want to respond to Herald skill in kind. No reason to go Chong right now, no reason to go Sai, really. You don't want to spread the Hydro, and there's nothing to throw with Sai, so there is really just no reason to swap right now.
Yeah, players are just gonna be mirroring each other. The first Liar song gonna be pulled out here by Mayantel. So combined with the Gilded, we'll have a lot more dice to play with this round. Just quite unfortunate that they still don't have a gravestone. So since neither player really has an impetus to switch over to another character right now, we are just seeing the Heralds trade damage.
I think if you are Mateo right now, you 100% go swap over to the Sai right now. Kirisa's Herald has that Hydra, which means you can get that Sora, which is actually really hard to do in this deck because there isn't actually that much Aura application, and more importantly, no summon applications. You can't guarantee reactions. And you have double Gilded, you have double Liar Song, double Gilded Dreams, you have double Golden House, right? You have the Boar Princess in there as well. There's a lot of dice generation on your side. You really can just go in and force Kirisa to spend their dice.
Interestingly enough, though, Maytel deciding to go over to Chongyun instead, which is a peculiar choice considering that Chongyun at this stage would actually pop Herald Revive, which if Kirisa had talent in hand, would be quite detrimental to Maytel's remaining round.
I don't think Mayatel swapped over to Chongyun or to skill. Right, if you did want to do another attack, it should have just been on that Sayu, because we would have been able to throw Hydro over onto Kirisa's Sayu and Chongyun, which would have set us up for freeze next round, or just let us combo off better this round, either way. So if we're swapping over to Chongyun, I believe it is just a swap style a little bit, but with how full our hand is, we really should be using our dice to go in this round. We don't have the Gravestone in hand to pre-equip, where our support slots are completely full, and so is our hand. Our entire hand is just gas right now, and we gotta use it.
Yeah, I think Mantel unfortunately drew a little bit too well in some regards here. Most likely will have to use some of that. So not going to be able to save it for like a bigger burst turn later down the line. But I think using one Gilded here should be just fine to make sure that they can keep that dice economy up. Actually will decide to go for the lethal on the Herald here, risking the potential talent. So it's a good thing for him that Kirisa doesn't have it.
I think this is fine with how much dice you have remaining. You could like already burn one stack of the Curse the Undercurrent, and then we would have enough resources to carry ourselves over to the next round, anyways. And also potentially just gambling a little bit. That Kirisa really doesn't have it.
And looks like the gamble did pay off here. So Maytel, realizing that, oh, Kirisa isn't playing the talent, has a pretty good idea that is not going to be in hand at this stage. Strategize, will it come out? Unfortunately not. So things not looking too swell here. We've already seen in the past that Herald Claymore can get really messed up if Herald goes down before the talent is drawn.
Yeah, like a huge part of your pressure is that talent, forcing your opponent to spend more dice than they should, and in order to further your own dice advantage. But this deck doesn't really need that, because Wells Greystone does a lot of work on its own. I think a large part of playing this deck is just knowing when you have to go in and when you have to swap stall in order to set up more. Right now, though, both players are set up for a really big turn. I'm curious, it does have that Wells Greystone, unfortunately just burnt their the Ancient Courtyard in order to play the Gilded Dream, so won't be able to equip that for free at a discount. but does still have enough for 2 Sayu skills, and being able to swirl as well will put a lot of pressure over to Mayatel's side.
Well, thing is, Kirisa is in a position right now to be able to swirl this Hydro onto Sayu, whereas because Mayatel used up his Hydro application to freeze and take down the Herald previously, there's no longer an elemental aura on the opposite side for Sayu to swirl with. He would need to commit 2 additional attacks in order to get that out.
Another thing as well is that with how full Mayatel's hand is, he actually needs to expend a lot of resources just like to clear in order not to overdraw. And in order to do that, we have to just commit to the combos somewhat. The only cards we can pre-play right now are the Timaeus and as well, and the Underwater Treasure as well. But the thing is, Timaeus is going to refund one of our cards and also force us to destroy one of our supports. And just playing the treasure isn't enough to not overdraw, so we are just forced to go in for the combo this turn, even though it doesn't feel the best.
It may actually be worth going for it this turn, actually, because we just saw Kirisa draw that talent. Maytel knows that Kirisa didn't have it in hand, but now there's a possibility it would come out in the following turn, right? So you could actually just spend all the value in your hand right now to get a massive damage advantage, because you know that Kirisa probably doesn't have that many dice to play with anymore.
On the other hand, though, because we're spending it now before we equip the Gravestone, it's a bit fortunate. Don't believe we have enough dice to equip it and skill, though. But as I was saying, if we are to spend our dice right now, if it wasn't for the Gravestone draw, and even if we do have the Gravestone, it's not a discount right now, so it is still a quite heavy burden on us. Next turn, Kirisa has Gravestone equipped on side, has Talent equipped as well, and if we burn all of our dice generation resources this round, we are going to be at a significant disadvantage, right? Because Kirisa has evened up the ramp disparity. There is the double Lumen Stone there as well. Sayu is fully equipped, and we already used the Lyre Song, and as well as a Timaeus discount earlier. We're going to be a lot less dice coming into turn 3.
Yeah, this is a tricky decision for Maytel to have to make here, whether or not you spend these resources now when you're still unburdened by Curse on the other current, or you wait until later to maybe use them as a way of offsetting it. The decision to go over the Herald to tank the Sayu attack and apply Hydro here is probably the correct choice to make sure that Maytel still has momentum in terms of elemental application going into the next round.
Key thing as well, Kirisa just used the last deck of War Princess to equip the Heart of Cavarina over onto Sayu, but at the cost of destroying his Lyre Song. Yes, we will get a card here, but critically, if we only have one more Gilded Dreams in the deck, not Lyre Song, sorry, I made a mistake. We only have one more Gilded Dreams in the deck. That means we can only combo off that one card. We can't do any more replace shenanigans, or else we're going to risk that very precious resource.
It looks like they decided to sacrifice it to get the Herald talent out here, just to make sure that Maytel isn't able to do too much more this round. And as you can see here, Maytel was able to get 3 more dice out, ordinarily enough for another skill's worth of damage, but now can only afford to go for a basic attack.
Either that, or we can pre-equip our Wolves Gravestone as well. I think that is probably the more important thing to do. Next turn, I believe we are expecting Kirisa to just do a skill in order to Lethal Herald. But the thing is, if that happens, we come in with Sayu equipped with Wolves Gravestone. A normal attack does do 5 damage because Sayu is critically under that 6 HP breakpoint for the Wolves Gravestone passive.
So Kirisa could very much be in danger here if he does decide to greed out an attack on Sayu. Because it would just lethal the Herald as well and give Maytel a free swap. Positioning going to be crucial here to make sure that he's able to take advantage of his earlier Wolf Gravestone equip.
On the other hand, swap slowing doesn't feel amazing either, because we're going to be applying Hydra onto our other characters, which just gives Maytel more chances to swirl, more chances to freeze. So no matter what, we're not looking too pretty for Kirisa, but we are still at a slight advantage right now. We do have turn priority, and we also have more equips in comparison.
That could be especially since they also did play the treasure earlier. Already managed to pull 2 out, exactly enough to put Sayu outside of that Wolf's Gravestone range. So now a lot safer for him to stay on her and attack without needing to risk being one-shot.
There is still the issue, though, that if we skill, no matter what we do, because we have Wolves Gravestone, Herald is 4 HP, Herald will fall no matter what, which opens up Maytel to swap over onto Changyu and frees our main carry of that Sayu. She is the one with the artifact, she is the one with the talent, she is the one with the weapon equipped, so if we can freeze her, if we can take her out of the equation for this turn, it will allow Maytel a lot more comfortability to swap into his own side in order to go crazy as well.
Speaking of, with that countdown, Kirisa was able to pull out 2 more treasures, not to mention one of the dice being produced by them being Animo. So now he has 11 usable dice on Sayu, who is on 9 HP, which means that even if you commit the skill here, it's actually quite safe, and looks like Kirisa will do so with that Gambler's equip. This is now going to be up to Maytel to decide how does he stifle his opponent's momentum.
Yeah, Maytel's at a significant disadvantage here. If we go over onto Chongyun, we're going to be down a lot of damage because he's the one with no weapon. But if we go onto Sayu and try to even out the odds with the Wall's Greystone, we have a lot less dice to use as well. And I mean, in comparison to our opponent, we have a lot less dice. We were forced to burn a lot of it last round because we just drew our dice generation a bit too early, and here we can see the consequences of that. And unfortunately, equips coming late, we weren't able to match our opponent's ramp efficiency, and we weren't able to leverage our earlier dice generation to pressure them, and this is the consequence of it.
It's not out of the woods completely, though. Maytel going to be able to generate quite a lot of dice here to make up for the fact that didn't really have a lot to play with Sayu earlier. I think he hoped that he could get a little bit more treasure, but now the Sayus are actually matched up in terms of HP, and Maytel technically has turn priority in terms of attacking, but definitely a lot less total HP across his board.
First up first, though, we do need to even out the HP disparity a little bit with our Wolf's Gravestone. Unfortunately, if we do skill, we're going to lock ourselves into an attack animation, which should give Kuriza enough time to kill our Saya before we're able to respond. But that will apply Hydra over to all 3 of Kirisa's characters, and with how much dice we have remaining, especially with Gamblers in hand, we should just be able to perma-freeze Kuriza with our Chongyun.
It makes me wonder whether or not it may have been better for Maytel to actually throw it. Ooh! Countdown pulling out the second Wolf's Gravestone here and a bit more treasure. Unfortunately, no real way of discounting it. But I was thinking, like, why not just switch to Chongyun after Herald's death to insta-freeze Sayu?
I believe it is because of that Gravestone gamble. Without the weapon equipped onto Chongyun, we need, like, it just doesn't even out the HP fast enough, right? Because Kirisa is at such a significant HP advantage compared to us right now. We need to do something to quickly close the gap. Otherwise, we're going to slowly bleed out in comparison to our opponent. And that way is Sayu, because Chongyun has no weapon. Now that we do have the Gravestone, though, that does open another opportunity. But I think right now, swapping over onto it would be too costly.
Yeah, he does have Ancient Courtyard in hand, so it's an opportunity to just get Chongyun equipped quite cheaply. Herald talent, unfortunately, a bit too late, but managing to draw quite a lot of treasures here, which could keep Maytel topped up. This is definitely going to be a very pivotal round here in determining who wins game 1.
Oh, Sayu's hitting each other back and forth, locked into that follow-up attack. Kirisa still has more dice right now. Maytel used a lot of resources to play that countdown to try to draw into a lot of resources. Did get 3 treasures as a reward, but still, the dice aren't looking the best right now. We'll be even up quickly, though. Right now, Kirisa needs to decide. We don't have enough treasure to heal our Sayu out of breakpoint range, so if we commit ourselves into another skill, there is a very real chance that she will fall. And with that Gravestone equipped as well, that is not something you want to lose.
And that's why it was very important for Maytel that he was able to match HP and attack first here. Kirisa not gonna have enough treasures to pull Sayu out of the Wolf's Gravestone threshold, so it would still be dangerous to attack. There is the option to quick swap the Chongyun to do a similar play of freezing Sayu, but it does mean you would lose some potential momentum.
I think that is a play that is more than worth it. My thinking here is that Maytel has 7 dice remaining, right? Like, if we swap over onto Chongyun, we can freeze the Sayu. If Maytel swaps over to his Chongyun, we can surprise equip the Gravestone and still have enough dice to do another skill. I think. No, my math is off. No, wait. No, we do. We do actually have enough dice to do that play.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Considering the information Kirisa has on hand, the quick swap to Chongyun, freeze Sayu, set yourself up because Chongyun is still at 9 HP, seems like a good one. Mayatel, though, still has 3 treasures in hand, so that can go onto either Sayu or Chongyun here, depending on who Mayatel decides is going to carry a bit more weight for the remainder of this round.
Oh, and Kirisa did what I talked about earlier. We're not playing the Gravestone. We're going to keep it in our back pocket like an Adeptus Temptation as of old. We can surprise Mayatel with like that surprise extra bit of damage. Of course, Mayatel, though, not falling for the trap.
Yeah. We do see the Ancient Courtyard and the treasures here. Ideally, you play one more just to pull Chongyun out of that Wolf's Gravestone threshold. And yes, they will do so. The last one is just up to them whether they want to play it. And then this will actually be an excellent position because both players have now used a quick swap. So the chances of having another one are not very high, and Mayatail will be able to play Chongyun while Kirisa's is frozen.
Mm-hmm. Really smart of Mateo, though. Like, we use the fast swap over onto Earn Chongyun. We're not going to risk the fact that Kirisa has a second Gravestone in hand. We are just going to get the freeze first to guarantee that we can get the damage out, guarantee that we get to live through the next attack. And this puts Kirisa on the back foot, now forced to swap stall.
Oh, Kirisa gonna be forced to switch to Herald here because anyone he goes to just gets one shot. But Mayatail has Gamblers in hand prepared to play along with a treasure, so that is enough for another attack out. But not quite enough for an additional one after that.
I think it should be enough, though. We have Boar Princess equipped right now, which means Gamblers will be free to
that's
play.
True, yeah.
Yeah. That 1 second Boar Prince guarantees 2 attacks.
Yeah, that's 2 attacks. Kirisa, if he switches to Sayu here, will be falling for the trap.
Oh no.
And
might be forced. I think Kirisa's forced to do this, though. We have to. Oh! Wait, Infusion!
Oh man, the Infusion, we forget. Kirisa still had enough dice to play. This is now a problem. Kirisa is guaranteed to take down at least one. Actually, does Kirisa just win here?
Kirisa just wins here. All characters within Wolf's Gravestone range, Side Prepare skill will hit both of them. And critically, right, the infusion from Chongyun's Frostfield, because Chongyun had Hydro Aura still on him. We freeze him before he has the opportunity to attack our Sayu with the Wolf's Gravestone equipped. If it wasn't for that infusion, if it wasn't for that aura, Mayatail would have been able to kill the Sayu and then follow up onto the Chongyun as well.
Yeah, that singular infusion made the difference. We didn't even notice it. We thought, oh, if you switch to Sayu right now, she gets one shot, the game is over. But then the freeze comes out and we realize we've missed something very, very important.
And the game of inches, right? Just 2 very small things culminating to give Kirisa the first game over Mayatail. But talk about that later. Here we have our raffle winners.
Yep, if you guys see, there's 2 winners down here at the bottom of the screen right now. If one of these is your UID, congratulations, you are one of our raffle winners for this very first round, and you can look forward to having your prize delivered to your account within 10 business days.
It is a little bit of a wait, but I think it is more than worth it to get those sweet, sweet gems.
I mean, we're already ready to wait 30 days to get the full worth of our Welkin, right? What's 10 days to get the Welkin, you know? We're used to this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already waiting so long, what's a few more days added to the equation?
So, congrats to those winners. Don't worry, though, if you're not one of the lucky winners. We still got plenty more raffles going on. There's going to be one for every single round. So make sure you guys stick around, because we're going to be jumping into round 2 right after this.
Mm-hmm. Round 2, though, Kirisa will no longer be able to play the Herald Claymore deck. Will now be forced on to leave your armory. Do we think Mayatail will stay, or will they also swap for another mirror match in game 2?
It's a tricky one, because on paper, Lear Armory is a more aggressive deck compared to Herald Claymore, and they have caught Herald Claymore decks off guard quite often in the past. In fact, the situation I talked about, where the deck got messed up because Herald died before it was able to pot the talent, oftentimes came at the hand of Lear Armory specifically.
On the other hand, though, Lear Armory is a deck that really likes to capitalize off of its early aggression. Like to cripple its opponent before they have a chance to strike back and set up Cryo for a chain freeze. But in a deck like Herald Claymore, you're perfectly fine with sacrificing Herald. You can just have him sit there as you ramp and then come turn 3, come turn 2, maybe, if you have that gravestone, if you have all of your setup, you can just overwhelm the army with how much damage you're able to output.
Absolutely. Well, having a look at the deck lists that have been selected here, it does look like Maytel will be staying on Herald Claymore up against Kirisa's Lear Armory. So it will come down to whether or not he is able to play around that initial aggression from this very terrifying early game deck.
It'll all be about whether Maytel can withstand that early pressure. Whether Maytel can sit there in the face of the storm and just calmly set up, calmly prepare, calmly equip his characters, or whether the never-ending pressure and the onslaught from Lear Armory will be enough to overwhelm him before that happens.
Well, speaking of Lear Armory, we got Kirisa up on the screen right now. We're going to be looking at their deck, and it does look to be the pretty standard line, though running the variant that has Tandoori roast chicken.
This is the variant that is, it's the more surprise damage variant. We're running that egg in order to get surprise freeze with our fast swap, because we do have that in our kit. And Tandoori as well to get that extra little bit of surprise damage in order to kill a character before they're able to get their full combo off, as well as running the double Wagner as opposed to double Master Zhang, which is more common in this deck list to search out our weapons a little more consistently.
And on the other hand, we've got Maytel's Herald Claymore deck. This is the same deck list that we saw earlier, that unlike Kirisa's deck, decides to bring a single seed dispensary in exchange for a quick swap. The seed dispensary helped a lot in round 1 in allowing Maytel to get a lot of ramp right out the gate, but I think he ended up losing a bit of momentum by going for that Herald Freeze instead of keeping the Hydro application for Swirl.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Maytel potentially misplayed the early rounds. He had such a significant dice advantage in comparison to Kirisa that probably could have leveraged that into a victory, but even so, even if that was a potential misplay, at the end of the day, a loss is a loss, and Maytel did a really great job playing regardless.
It was a very high-level exchange here that unfortunately was caused by a simple blunder. And honestly, Kirisa identifying the opportunity that was at his heel. I think anything could have changed at one point or another, and that is really why you see that Genshin TCG does come down to a bit of a chess battle at times. You really got to consider all the potential factors that are going into every single play.
And especially when you're playing in a mirror match, the stakes are all that much higher. There isn't really any tricks you can pull out, any surprise thing about your deck and surprise your opponent, because you are running the exact same type of deck. You play the exact same way, and it's all about who can execute better, whoever can draw better. Unlike this match, though, this is not a mirror.
This is not a mirror indeed. But we're going to be jumping into round number 2 very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we are going to have another raffle ongoing. Just like before, predict which of these players is going to be the winner of round 2, and you stand a chance to win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. You just got to type !pick the player's name as well as your in-game UID, and you will stand a chance to be one of our raffle winners.
I wish you the best of luck as we wait for the players to hop into Game 2. It is Kirisa the Aggressive playing a very aggressive deck, Lear Armory versus Maytel the Commander. Deck that man, I hope he lives up to the title, because he's going to have to stand calm in the face of the storm. Very much like a general if he wants to win this matchup.
You gotta make sure to commandeer your deck well. Considering the level of competition that we are seeing here at the Prince Cup so far, it has definitely shown that the level of gameplay has increased greatly recently among Genshin TCG, which is great. Always good to see that the community is continuing to grow and that the skill level is reaching ever greater heights.
And as a reminder, if you do want to see more raffles, be sure to scan that QR code and let us know. Oh, unfortunately, it just faded. But if you have any suggestions or anything you want us to improve, be sure to let us know by scanning that and filling out the form. We are here to entertain you, and we hope to give you the best experience possible, so let us know how to best do that.
All right, let's have a look here, kicking things straight off. Looking at the starting hand here, Maytel does have the opportunity to maybe go for Herald Float 8 again, but against a more aggressive deck this time, it does bring up the question of whether or not they're willing to do so, especially with Kirisa being able to equip Moon Piercer right off the bat.
I would go for it. I 100% go for it.
Really, really? Okay.
Yeah, I
Let's
go
have
for
a
this.
look. Countdown gonna. Ooh.
The only way we get punished here is if Shen is able to do 3 actions, and with only 2 dice remaining, I don't think that's a possibility. Even with a re-equip with the with King Squire, that only puts us up to 3 dice with Lumen Stone, and if we skill after that, that puts us back onto 2, because the equip as well costs 1 dice, and so does our skill. So leave us onto 1 dice. I do not believe we have enough to do a 3rd action after that, so this should be safe.
Yeah, that is a fair observation right there, and it looks like Mayatail will go ahead and do so. Herald Float 8 straight away is going to be able to set up a good amount of ramp for round 2. Kirisa going to have enough dice to potentially break the revive on Herald here. Actually getting that Moon Piercer re-equipped onto Xiao here. So will indeed pop that. Mayatail going to have the Herald talent in hand, though, so can immediately play that at the start of the second round.
Oh, very smart play, though, from Kirisa, going over to onto Zhao. Knowing that no matter what, Herald will live, and deciding to go onto Zhao, equip that Moon Piercer, because it does still, he's a Spirit character as well, he can get that discount, and you were going to float 1 if you did that play on Shenhe anyways, right? So you might as well get the swirl on the other 2 characters on Mayatail's side to set up for a freeze, and worst case scenario, you just get an extra free +2 damage because of those Icy Quills.
I think it's very good of a choice to decide to go to Xiao here, because he will obviously do it just a little bit more damage overall than Shenhe, and by swirling the Cryo over to Sayu and Chongyun, which are going to be the main anchors of the deck, Kirisa is already setting themselves up for success this game, though unfortunately their dice this round are not the best.
No, not ideal. And when you're playing a deck like Libra Armory, when there isn't a lot of draw available in the first place, having to tune is just that much more of a problem. Because it is all about outputting pressure. And if you don't roll good, you can't skill. If you can't skill, you're not doing damage. If you're not doing damage, you're not pressuring your opponent. This deck doesn't run anything you would call traditional ramp. It's just the Master Zhang and the Wagner, and even then, it's not good ramp.
I think that is the reason why we don't see a lot of aggro decks under the current meta. The need to run cards that go all in runs a little bit counterpoint to the way that a lot of other decks work now, which just operate off of dice efficiency and skill value. Therefore, Lear Armory being the only aggro deck that is able to still remain somewhat relevant.
I think the reason it is able to overcome that obstacle of the classic aggro deck is because we still run a lot of value cards in this deck. If you really think about it, Moon Piercer and King Squire act similarly to cards we'd see in stall decks, where it limits the dice burden it has on us, but making us need to spend less aligned dice. We can spend like 3 Pyro dice in order to do 1 Hydro skill, as opposed to just needing 3 Hydro dice every round, right? It kind of lessens the burden on us, and that is why it is able to keep up. And not to mention the extra value by just having weapons in general.
It's a very similar sort of system to Magic, where King Squire and Moon Piercer with Unseen Razor act kind of similarly to Gilded Dreams with Liar Song. But it still won't have quite as much value because you're not going to be running these sort of dice draw mechanisms that we see in decks like Herald Claymore. So it's very important for Kirisa to basically apply as much pressure as quickly as possible to not allow Mayatail to reach that power spike.
Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to be the case. I mean, Mayatail once again drew fairly well, got a lot of their dice generation resources early, and critically, an early Herald talent as well. And it does not help that Kirisa ruled quite poorly.
Yeah, this round could be a very big determining factor, because Mayatail, while they did end up losing Herald Revive very early on, was able to start the game with Herald talent, so we can see Curse of the Undercurrent already applied immediately. And they're able to generate a lot of dice this round. They've got 2 Gildeds in hand. Therefore, if Kirisa is not able to get enough value out of the dice that they rolled here, Mayatail could eke out an advantage in this round alone.
And we can see why Herald is just such a strong character. It lets you sit on him and ramp 8 with no pressure, right? Because he has the revive to absorb extra damage. And even if you do pop the revive, hey, now you gotta deal with your skills costs anymore. It's a win-win for me either way. And it's why he's been such a dominant character, having the highest pick rate in the entire Prince Cup Pacific, sitting at a very solid 21.2% and rising.
Unfortunately for now, though, because Maytel decided to stay on Herald here to make sure that the rest of his characters wouldn't take too much more damage and provide more swirl, Xiao will do enough damage to lethal it, and with Gamblers, will have a chance to tune back some of the dice that weren't useful to him before.
Unfortunately, though, does still need to tune one card in hand. All of them are such high value. We want a King Squire, want a Lithic Spear, want a Lumenstone as well. I guess the first thing to go would be the egg, but that takes away our surprise freeze place for later. Ooh, what's going on here?
Gonna play the King Squire here to activate the Lumenstone to potentially get a different card, and is able to get that dice tuned here to finish off that Herald, to proc the Gamblers, and now Maytail has to be a little bit wary about who is going to take the next hit.
Xiao does do a lot of damage on burst, a very healthy 5. We kind of don't want to eat that. I'm expecting a Chung Yun swap just to freeze him, but the problem is if we do that, we're going to run into the same problem as game 1. Not enough aura to swirl, and that lack of damage really did hamper some of the pressure we weren't able to output onto Kirisa.
This could... I think Maytail may have to go for a bit of a long play here, switching over to Sayu so that Xiao could swirl the cryo off of her instead. It'll result in her taking a lot of damage, but it would remove the risk of being frozen, especially if they're able to start pulling out some healing from the deck.
That's true, but the thing is, Kirisa just pre-played the King Squire over onto Yelan, so it is very telegraphed that Kirisa will want to swap over onto her right after this, because Xiao won't be able to get another Gambler's Reset, right, in order to get the extra dice to swap over onto her in skill, so we're just going to use the remainder dice to go over onto Yelan in skill as well, so we're not expecting the burst to come out, because it would be wasting the discount we so painfully managed to get.
But I also don't really feel like Kirisa is in a position where they need to switch to Yelan this round. Especially since it would be a lot more value to save the freeze for next round instead. Though if he does decide to go for that path, it would basically mean sacrificing Xiao.
The thing is, though, yeah, Xiao would be sacrificed if he burst here, but we also didn't play Moonpierce on the Shenhe, right? So we can't go over onto her in skill. And because we're still dealing with the Curse of the Undercurrent, if we don't have a discount, swapping puts us on 3 dice, which isn't enough to do it. Because it does cost us 4 to skill currently.
Like Kirisa will decide to go over to Yelan instead, going to go ahead and use up that freeze this round, but it does do a lot of damage, dropping Sayu now down to 3, which means that she will basically just die to anything. And that will make it very difficult for Maytail to play around now, considering that he has already committed Wolf's Gravestone to her.
And importantly as well, Maytail has not played the Underwater Treasures yet, so no healing currently in the deck either. And even if we did play, we'd still need to draw into the treasure in order to heal Sayu, and treasures only heal on field as well. Thankfully, we do have the Leave It to Me, so if we do draw into a lot of healing, we can heal her back up. But right now, Kirisa just sitting on Yelan is probably the most threatening thing he can do, because if we swap over onto Chongyun, he's going to get immediately frozen. But if we end on Sayu right now, we risk her just dying. And thankfully, though, Lyra Armory has no dice generation, but this is still looking threatening. Turn priority that changes things.
And Maytail has to go for turn priority here. The only way that they're able to try and really solidify their position somewhat is to go first next round, since, as you mentioned, both Sayu and Chongyun are at risk if they are left in front of Yelan. And Kirisa actually just hot deck that Leave It to Me as well. So having access to a quick swap in this position is really valuable to him.
Smart as well from Maytail. Instead of swapping over to Chongyun and doing another skill, which he did have the dice to do, especially with all the resources in hand, chooses to end first, knowing that if we end turn onto Chongyun and give Kirisa the turn priority, we're either going to have Sayu immediately lethal, or we're going to have our one healthy character put down to 4 HP and also be frozen, which puts us in a bad spot as well.
The thing is, even though Maytail made probably what was the best decision he could have in that position, Kirisa drawing quick swap here means that if Maytail attacks on Sayu, you quick swap to Xiao, lethal her, get the get the Gambler's proc, and if you switch over to Chongyun instead, you quick swap to Yelan, he gets frozen, and Kirisa's in a dominating position regardless. He's playing that treasure now because he needs this healing. He needs some extra dice going into this round.
Despite all this, though, there is still winning lines for Maytel. His dice are just so much more efficient. There's so much more dice generation. And if we can get that second gravestone, there's actually a very, very, very good opportunity for us to win. Because Yelan is only sitting at 6 HP. If we have to get gravestone, a skill will do 7, taking her out of commission. And this deck doesn't run a Lotus Crisp. And there isn't a weapon that can give Yelan shield like the Lithic Spear. And if we can just take out that Hydra application, no more freeze from Kirisa, and at that point, Chongyun equipped with Gravestone should just be able to solo the rest of Kirisa's team.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important line for Maytel to look for here. An opportunity to take out Yelan before exposing Chongyun and then pulling out his second World's Gravestone from the deck would, as you mentioned, Sylvie, allow him the chance to actually reverse this game. And I think that with that Lumenstone played here, we are going to see Maytel try to play a couple more action cards to see what they can draw from the deck.
First things first, though, we cannot swap over onto Chongyun right now. Otherwise, Kirisa will respond to a fast swap of their own and freeze, putting us in a very dangerous situation. So we are forced to just sit on Sayu for the time being. This does let us get a swirl, but we also risk Kirisa having a fast swap over onto Xiao, doing a skill, and then playing Freshman of Freedom as well to do another action over onto Chongyun.
How much healing would Sayu need to get here to prevent being one-shot by Xiao?
Currently, Sayu is safe. Actually, no, we're worried about the fast swap Yelan skill for the double freeze. In which case, it is what? 5 HP? So Sayu needs to be at 5. Which means we need one more treasure. This will heal us up to 4, and I don't think we have any card draw left in our deck right now. Unless it's Gilded. Gilded can draw us 1, but that'll be too little too late.
I can't remember if that second Lumenstone has been procced yet this round. If the Lumenstone hasn't been procced and is able to pull out one more treasure, then Maytel will be able to keep Sayu alive. But it's still a very tricky position to be in.
Unfortunately, the second Lumenstone did activate, so
did?
Maytel will just need to gamble if there is no fresh Wind of Freedom into fast swap over onto Yelan. Thankfully for him, though, that is in fact the case.
So they will stay on Sayu here. The second treasure does pop out, but just a little bit too late to save Sayu here, potentially. Kirisa now, with that quick swap, can freely go to either Xiao or Yelan. Xiao if he wants to proc the Gamblers, Yelan if he wants to set up for the freeze afterwards. But then actually, if you go to Yelan and Sayu goes down, then Chongyun would freeze her.
Yeah, because we don't have that
probably
fresh
go
wind.
Xiao, right?
Xiao is a play that is possible. I mean, just to equip Lithic Spear onto him as well, so we could, in theory, go for the play. I think what I prefer more, though, is because Sayu is locked into that follow-up attack, right? What if we just normal attack into Burst onto Shenhe? That would... Oh, wait, we need to skill into Burst. Wouldn't be enough if we normaled. We could have skilled into Burst on Shenhe instead, set up the Icy Quills, set the Shenhe Summon, and then next turn we have a guarantee freeze over onto Chongyun, and hopefully enough damage as well with Xiao Burst to finish the game by that point as well.
I think Kirisa doesn't really want to take that risk. Because we already mentioned that Herald Claymore gets more value the longer the game goes. He doesn't want to toy around with the idea that more treasures could come out next round and break breakpoints, when he could actually just slow swap to Xiao, finish off Sayu here, get the Gambler's proc, forces Maytel to go to Chongyun. He can only lethal Xiao here, and then Yelan just comes out and freezes him on the spot.
Yeah, this is a great play as well. I mean, Maytel has so much dice to work with right now. Being able to stop him in his tracks by forcing a freeze is definitely a win. This was much better than the play I was thinking of.
And it looks like Kirisa is going to set up in a position where they may just run away with a clean sweep here and eliminate Maytel in the first round of the losers bracket. Chongyun is frozen. There is nothing else Maytel can do this round but heal him with this treasure.
That healing will actually be enough to let Chongyun live just one more attack. But at that point, it is too little too late. Kirisa does have the fast up, so he's able to guarantee an action, and we can just apply Hydra once again and guarantee a freeze next turn. Even if Chongyun is miraculously able to have infinite HP next round, it won't matter, as of course Shenhe, with that fast up, will be able to freeze anyways, as long as we apply Hydra Aura right now.
And
Oh, we don't even need it.
You just go for the basic attack, the shatter, +2 damage, just enough to finish off Chongyun even through the treasure. So excellently played by Kirisa. He will actually eliminate a veteran player like Mayatel. Unprecedented and unexpected. And if you guys in the chat were able to predict it, well, congratulations. If your UID is up on screen right now, you are one of our lucky Welkin winners.
I mean, both of these players were absolute veterans of the community. Managed to make it to top 4 and top 2 respectively in the Japanese Prince Cup of last year. Who would have thought they'd be knocked down to lower brackets so early? And like their matchup wasn't even a best of 3.
I wasn't even able to bring it to a game 3, showing that Kirisa just straight up had better ideas of how to handle these deck matchups. We knew going into game 2 that Herald Claymore would have a slightly more difficult time against Lear Armory, and even though they were able to ramp and get things set up initially, Kirisa was able to identify the lines and play around the freeze threat to make sure that Maytel wouldn't have the time necessary to get that magic engine going.
And despite breaking on dice a little bit turn 2, was still able to just find the lines to be able to output that pressure. I think a lot of players in that situation would be forced to let up on the gas, but Kirisa, knowing better, knowing the win condition, was just to constantly damage Mayatel until he was forced into that checkmate situation, was able to find the lines to keep pressing on that pedal.
The Prince Cup 2024 continues surprising us, left and right travelers, as here in the final group of the regular season, we witness a long-standing player eliminated in the very first round, allowing Kirisa to move on into this loser's second round to keep card slinging another day.
And the next match is just another absolute banger one as well. It will be Doom, the JP Prince Cup winner from last year, triumphing over Kirisa, who we just saw win in the lower bracket, versus CJR, a top 8 contender in the HS Cat's Tail Gathering.
We've got a lot of high-profile names here mixed in with a lot of rookies, and you would think that it would go one way or another, but even the rookie players here are showing they've got one or two things to show to the rest of the world. A really interesting time that we're living in here as TCG fans, and I'm sure that we are all for it. But for now, we're going to take a short break before we jump into our final match of the day. Don't worry, we've got even more raffles coming up, so if you guys want to take part in that, make sure to join us right after this. Just like their unexpected encounters behind every corner, the Prince Cup 2024 Pacific region continues to share with us unpredictable outcomes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prince Cup once again. We are on our very final match of Week 5, Day 1, and we will be the casters bringing you all the action. My name is Stafa, and joining me is Sumi.
And as Group D continues to develop, surprises are underway, as you've said, Staffa, and this next match will hopefully be just another one of those stories along the road. It will be Doom, the Japanese Prince Cup first seed, the winner, the best TCG player in the entirety of Japan, versus CJRs, a rather noticeable player in the Cat's Tail Gathering arena. Has a lot of consistent placements, so we'll need to see if this is going to be another one of the surprise matches where the underdog takes the victory, or if it'll be like you versus Ito in the Summoner Summit.
Remembering back then, and I understand exactly what you mean. Based on what you've described to us, it definitely seems like Doom would be the favorite going into this. But we've already seen a lot of players that would have been considered favorites to move on to the live event eliminated very early in the competition, Mayatail being one of them. So we can never really say what is going to happen here as we have a look at the current status of Group D.
First off, we just finished the match versus Kirisa and Mayatail, with Mayatail unfortunately being knocked down, but an excellent showing by Kirisa, showing why they deserve to be the Japanese Prince Cup second seed of last year. Hopefully they're able to make their way through the lower bracket, and we might even see a rematch between them and their rival of Doom over in the upper bracket.
And once again, for those of you who may be a little bit unfamiliar still with the format, there have been 4 groups throughout this regular season, each starting with 8 players and narrowing the field down to 2. We've already had 6 players from Group A through C qualify to the live event, and now we're just going to be looking for the final 2 from Group D to join them.
Yeah, the players are really going to be feeling the pressure now. There's only 2 slots remaining, and I think the reality of the situation is slowly creeping up on them. So it's not just the stress of the game, it's also of the tournament as a whole. So we'll need to see if that anxiety, that added layer of competitiveness, maybe influence them to make a mistake they normally wouldn't have.
Being able to play under pressure is going to be a very important factor for these competitive TCG players, especially since if they are able to qualify to the live event, they would be playing on a stage. So that is a very different experience from competing from the comfort of your own home. Thus, you can consider the pressure of wanting to move on into the next stage already good practice for what's coming next.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to that live performance, it is a completely different atmosphere. The entire world's eyes is on you, the audience as well. If we do have a live audience, you'll hear them just shouting for your plays, cheering for your victories, perhaps booing at your defeat. So completely different experience if we do get to that point.
It's an incredible atmosphere to be live at one of these events, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. And I imagine that our players are as well. But without further ado, our final match of the day going between Doom, the aggressive, and CJR's, the mathematician.
Doom bringing a very standard lineup for Group D. Just Conwell as expected, and bringing Harold Claymore, the rising star of Group D. This deck has been showing itself to be one of the meta staples currently, and it's been rising in pick rate here in Group D, and also bringing back Double Dragon Magic, the Layla variation, which has been seeing a drop in usage rate compared to the Q version, which CJRs is running. Also running Conwell, did get banned, of course, not very surprised. And CJRs is actually the only person not in Group A to bring Farisley. A very ambitious choice.
We've seen very, very few players bring Farisley so far into the tournament. While it can definitely have a lot of value overall, it's a little more difficult to get going compared to something like a Double Dragon Magic. So it's going to be interesting to see what exactly develops between these 2 players, considering that this is an upper bracket match, so the pressure isn't going to be quite as high.
If one of these players falls, they will have another opportunity back in the lower bracket. But if you're able to win the entirety of Group D through the upper bracket, you will actually carry the extra life into the live event. So you are still trying to win every single match possible. But talk about the reality of the tournament later. Here is Doom's deck.
This is going to be the more traditional version of Double Dragon Magic with Layla as the character that will kick things off. With her skill, if you're able to time the stacks correctly, Nuvalet will always have the ability to go for on-demand freezes. And looking at the deck list, quite interestingly, this is going to be a deck that runs 2 copies of Tule Tulen.
Yeah, I mean, typically in Double Dragon Magic, you are only running that one copy because it's kind of like a feel-good / win more card. Nuvalet doesn't really need it to win games, but it does make your damage burden a lot lower. The rest of the list, though, is fairly standard, only running 1 Gamblers, as is more common in combo decks these days. The double Veteran's Visage, just to get that extra dice generation, and the double Lyra Harbor Wharf, while not running Mausoleum. I mean, it is typically the anti-Mausoleum tag, but as Treasure Delivery has been falling in popularity, I think it's unnecessary to bring that card.
I think Mausoleum as a whole has just been dropping off in popularity. We have been seeing less and less players bring it to the field nowadays. And now we look at CJR's deck list. They're going to be running the Ice Cube tech. Instead, a slightly more aggressive version that can take advantage of Ice Cube's ability to apply Cryo more easily as compared to Layla, in exchange for not having those easy on-demand freezes on Nuvalet alone.
Yeah, I think it's just like being able to apply Cryo on skill is just so much better than waiting for Layla, right? You have the first skill on Layla, you have to charge up the stars, and when you charge up the stars, you only have 1 instant, and even then you can't snipe people with Cryo as you can with Cube Summon. And for the support cards as well, running the more common list these days, especially in the Q version, and bring in that Parametric Transform, but have even more dice during that very critical combo turn.
I definitely do like the Cube variant just a little bit more overall. Looking at the pre-match data here, starting with a Doom, I don't think they've got too many stats that are totally outstanding. It's actually looking pretty average across the board, as the Pentagon doesn't really have any particular factor that leans very heavily.
Yeah, I mean, Strongo Single Strike is for kind of to be expected when you're playing Double Dragon Magic. There isn't a lot of opportunities to do big burst damage except on that Ajta. Although that number is lower than what you would expect. That means that Doom typically doesn't play for the Ajta burst line, more preferring to just charge up everything into the Nuvalet basket.
Yep, looking at the opposite side, we have CJRs right here. They showed some pretty impressive impressive performances previously. So we can see that they do have one of the higher average round counts here at 5. It's impressive that the higher end of the average round count now is 5, considering that a lot of games do feel pretty long, but that's because of how prevalent Magic has become.
Yeah, it's less about how many turns there are and more of just how long turns are, because you're generating a lot of dice with Magic, and you also have to wait for the animations on top of that. Average number of dice is 13, which is on the lower end, but the single strongest strike of 7 is rather impressive, considering we're not running Adeptus in this day and age, so that's just raw Ajda burst damage.
Well, without further ado, we're going to be jumping into game number 1 very, very soon. And you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. I already see people spamming it in the chat. The raffle has begun. Make sure you guys type ! Pick the player's name that you think is going to win this round, as well as your UID. And you stand a chance to win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
And if you like raffles, be sure to let us know by scanning that QR code and leaving your feedback. If you have any suggestions, criticisms, or just anything in general you want to see on stream, be sure to let us know by scanning that QR code and filling in the form.
Alright, let's kick things off, starting by having a look at what kind of dice luck we're going to be seeing from these players. CJRs, unfortunately, not really going to be what they're looking for here. Only a single Cryo dice there to work with for the Ice Cube.
I think that single Cryo dice is more than enough, though, because much like Herald Claymore, Double Dragon Magic is very much a ramp 8 deck. You do want to skill on your characters eventually, especially on Cryo Cube. You do need to actually apply that Cryo yourself. You can't just wait for the stars to stack up. But even so, a lot of your early game plan is just all about carrying dice over into the next round.
And that's why we do see a lot of growth in the usage of Countdown to the Show, even in decks that don't run discard mechanics. The ability to not only spend dice for a huge amount of card draw right off the bat, but also tuning the remaining dice so that you can use it for any means necessary is very high value, even without the discount.
On the other side, Doom, we can see that ever so popular Lumenstone, and I believe that's the Tula's in hand. The likelihood of Doom drawing it early is a lot higher because he does run 2 in the deck, but having it like in turn 1 is just great because you can ramp so much easier by just slapping that over onto Nuvola, and having it later for your combo turn, having it as early as turn 1, just equip it whenever you feel like, it makes your game plan so much more comfortable.
We are actually seeing very similar openings from both players thus far, having Lumenstone into Seedbox, into Timaeus. Unfortunately, Doom does not have the same Lieben that CJR's does, but can remedy this by instead going for a Layla skill to maybe get things started.
Ooh, interestingly, not going for the equip setup. I mean, it does make sense. We don't really have anything to pass on the other 2 dice onto the next round, so it is kind of wasted, but it's also the same if we go over onto Layla and skill. So either way, I think we're at a disadvantage already in comparison to CJRs.
Yeah, it's not going to be the ideal start that they're looking for, but it does mean that Doom could potentially go for a different line instead. I do think that skilling on Layla could allow them to get a little bit started on potential damage in exchange for having a little less dice going into the next round.
Yeah. As you said, Layla's skill coming out, going to generate the shield, going to protect Doom's character a little bit. Oh, interesting choice here, swapping immediately over onto the Nouvelette. Curious.
Curious indeed.
So the reason this is an unorthodox play is because you really want to avoid the cryo aura onto Nouvelette because he is your main carry. If he gets frozen, especially when he gets in the prepare skill, he's a very open target. It kind of just stops your entire turn because you're investing everything onto this character. If he gets frozen, he's effectively dead. So you want to avoid that cryo as much as possible. And CGR's Cube is already on field. He needs to charge up the burst. We're expecting CGRs to just go for the skill. I'm not really understanding why we're giving over that free aura application so early.
Yeah, it is a very unusual choice. I was literally just thinking about the fact that CJR's going for the full float on round 1 may force Doom to switch to another character, which is more valuable to apply Cryo to instead of Layla. But I never would have anticipated that they would go to Nuvolet instead. So clearly they've got something cooking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason Doom is in this tournament, not me. If I was as good as Doom, I'd be playing there and not sitting back here, backseeing these players as they play. So I'm sure there's a reason behind it. We'll have to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, there is the possibility where if Cryo is applied straight away, Doom will find some way to maybe remove it, maybe even bait CJRs into a position where they may want to use Azlaha to absorb it, just because, sometimes you do want to go for that low-hanging fruit. But I don't know, I guess we will have to find this out, especially since Doom's dice in comparison this round are really not that good.
Oh yeah, no, I just looked at the rolls and that's not pretty. I don't know what else to say. 3 Electro. Ooh, what are we playing? Pyro Station?
I miss the days of Fire Station. That was always a fun time. The 3 Electro could be used to equip Tula. We see that Doom already does have one in hand. It's not the most efficient use to equip it at this stage, but since Nuvolet's already out and ready to attack, you could argue that it's an option.
Going for it. I don't hate this option. I mean, we already have Cryo on Nuvolite, right? So we might as well go attack. The hardest part of playing Nuvolite is actually just getting that first Source Water droplet on field, and we have a golden opportunity right now. We're expecting CGRs to just normal attack on Cube again, and we get that skill up, we get that first energy, we get that first Source Water droplet, and after that, we can swap off and chill for a bit.
Yeah, that is a possibility here. Wouldn't really even be worried about a potential quick swap, because, yeah, if CJRs uses up this cryo application early, then Doom feels very satisfied about not having that on Nuvolette anymore. So now CJRs will need to decide what they want to do. There's no real point going to Nuvolette and freezing at this stage. It won't get you much value. You could maybe switch to Azdaha and absorb the cryo, but again, it means removing a very important elemental application on your enemy's main carry.
We're just gonna combo. All right, I see how it is. It makes sense though.
Ooh.
Looking at CJR's hand right now, there's actually just so much dice, right? Double Board Princess, the Ajda Talent, Gamblers, Gilded. There's so much dice just sitting there. Well, we can 100% just combo.
Yeah, it looks like they will just decide, I'm going to eat that cryo on Azdaha here. Start building up that burst damage and give Azdaha access to cryo, which oftentimes Double Dragon will want to get because New Blade already has so much hydro application on his own anyway. And CJR is using up all of his Gilded, his Liaison. He still has an Azlaha talent in hand as well. This could be a pop-off turn for him to take advantage of Doom leaving New Valette exposed.
I would not at all be surprised if this is. There's enough dice to skill, and also Ajna Burst after that. Even enough to do an extra action on top of that. If Doom plays it incorrectly, there's a very real chance he just loses a character outright this turn.
Yeah, the last thing Doom wants that character to be is New Valette. So this would be a time to maybe, considering that they don't really have any dice left to do anything with, could choose to go over to Layla and just have her tank damage to end the turn. Otherwise, going to Azdaha and tuning for the talent to get enough dice out, nah, that would be a bit too slow.
Oh, we can't stand Nouvelet right now. A skill into burst is enough to take him out. Even through his Source Water Droplet healing, we need to swap off no matter what here.
It's like Doom will go over to Azdaha. There is the option here where with Azdaha talent, Doom can just absorb whatever element he is hit with, thereby allowing CJRs to basically gift him cryo, but it would be tuning a card and even delaying another turn, which would be way too slow here. So it's just gonna be swap stalling from Doom.
I think CGR is perfectly happy with this as well, though, because we are generating our Ajda Burst, which we do have now. We don't really want to press the button onto Layla. If we are CGRs right now, I would just equip the Tula Tulas over onto Nouvelet and also play the Timaeus and gain ourselves a turn priority, equip our main carry just that little bit more, and coming into next round, we are still immensely threatening.
Yeah, I agree. Going for the full ramp here with Tula Timaeus makes a lot of sense. Could even choose to go for the Veterans equip instead of Timaeus if CJRs wants to, but I think Timaeus makes a bit more sense. You could argue that going for an attack here onto Layla would allow for more cryo application, but Layla in this deck really doesn't play much of a role outside of skilling on that round one.
Yeah, Layla in this deck is like Mona in Mew, and actually Mona in most other decks now that I think about it. She is there to get her skill off, get the initial bit of cryo application, and then soak damage. Layla doesn't really contribute to your combo. It is mainly just Ajda and Nouvelet, so you are perfectly happy with her just soaking all the damage. So whenever you see an opportunity to ramp with Layla on field, you really should take it, because putting damage onto her is kind of just a waste of dice.
So, admittedly, we have seen situations in the past where having Layla burst and stay to do a lot of damage actually did end up being the correct choice. Still not a character you can afford to underestimate, but as of the current circumstances, there's nothing that CJRs really needs to worry about here, so he does decide to go for the full ramp.
Ajda was full HP, even has a Crystallized Shield on top of that. Doom only had one dice left in the tank. Very unlikely to be able to even threaten Nouvelet, even if there was enough dice to combo off on Layla. I think the ramp in front of Layla there was 100% the right play all of the time.
Unfortunately for CJRs, dice not looking good this turn in particular, but they've got plenty of dice in hand to play around it, so I don't think they mind too much. Double as the talent, free Gilded, even more dice access this turn as well. CJR is just getting everything they need.
Double Ajna talent, just a +2 dice. Oh, and the Timaeus is already on 3 stacks. It's another free Gilded equip. And the Seed Box as well. That's going to let us play our Parametric Transformer for -1 cost. That's another +2 dice. We are rolling in the dough for CJRs.
Right now, Doom is actually facing a literal mountain in the form of Azlaha here, as CJR just continues piling more and more treasure underneath him. literally all the ramp that they could hope for this round when they already played so much of it in the previous round. Means that Doom still has to figure out a way to stifle all this pressure coming in his direction.
And that's the difference between Cube and Layla. Layla is that more slow option. It lets us methodically equip our Nuvola as we stall for turns, and then we use our shield to absorb damage. But the Cryo Cube, it's that instant hit of pressure. We apply the Aura faster, which gives us our Ashlas absorb faster, which lets us build burst faster without wasting too much dice. And we can see that kind of snowballing into just this advantage for CJRs that Doom is struggling to deal with.
Yeah, I think the choice to switch to New Valette initially also ended up being a little bit of a bane. Because I'm still struggling to understand what the idea would have been behind it. It's just resulted in New Valette dropping down to 5 HP very, very early on. Now, ordinarily, this wouldn't be a big problem because this deck already runs a lot of healing with Source Water and Treasure, so New Valette will be able to get back up quite healthy. But with the pressure that CJRs is exerting, the time is starting to run out of it.
I think initially swapping over to Nuvola, equipping two tools and doing the skill wasn't actually terrible because we do generate the Source Water Droplet, and CJRs initially was looking like there was only one action on Ajda remaining, and then we could have healed up Nuvola after that. The problem was that Doom was underestimating how much magic CGRs had in hand. CGRs were able to go from one action to 3 or 4, and after that we were forcing Nuvola to swap off, and that put us at a huge disadvantage. And it really just came off of our ramp disparity in the turn 1, because if we had more ramp to play, if we had Timaeus, maybe even another Wharf, we would have played that instead of swapping over on Nuvola, but our poor dice and our poor hand really forced us into a bad spot.
Does make sense looking back at it. So Doom has to overcome all these obstacles. But things are tricky. Right now, they are in a position where they would ideally want to swap stall so as not to give free parametric stacks over to CJRs. But the character they would want to swap stall to, Layla, is already active. Anyone else you switch to is going to take unnecessary damage at this stage.
We 100% cannot swap over onto Nuvola. Ajna Burst right now does do 5 damage. And Nuvola, being at 5 HP, is a prime target for that. But you swap over to the Ajna of our own, it will heal 6 damage, and being left on 1 HP is never good for anyone, especially because Cryo Cube does do piercing damage with that skill and with that status. Oh, we could be offering up a free Gamblers based on a Silver Platter, but hold on, this is even better for CJRs.
CJRs is just gonna play out the clock. They've got double Aztec talent, plenty of ways to make sure that Doom is the one forced to make a move here and potentially waste dice. Doom will respond with their own talent. We'll see whether CJRs decides to play their second. Yes, they do. Okay.
The classic Ajda standoff, and I think CGRs is probably going to win this one. Doom doesn't have that second talent in hand, which means that Doom will be forced to act first, whether to swap back over onto that Layla, or just do another skill on this Ajda and perhaps offer him up on a silver platter.
Aztec talent really just feels like the equivalent of Uno Reverse. It's just a no you card. Let's see what Doom will do to try and overcome this. They do still have quite a lot of dice to work with, so if they need to swap stall, they can do it for days. Unfortunately, they don't have the HP to work with. That is the main issue.
What they do have this turn is more dice in comparison to CJRs. CJRs is in an advantageous position so far, but was forced to use a lot of magic last round to achieve it. If Doom is able to withstand this pressure, next turn perhaps they'll be able to overcome this disparity and be able to make a comeback from there.
The ideal for CJRs here is to make something happen this round specifically, where he spent double Aztec talent, played the parametric, will decide to use Aztec Burst on Layla, dropping her down to 1 HP. Very nice breakpoint for this deck because, as mentioned, both New Valette and Ice Cube have ways of dealing piercing damage to standby characters.
More importantly, though, because we did a skill on Cryo Cube earlier, there is that little status. As long as CJR does a normal attack, Layla will fall.
Doom gonna continue swap stalling here. No longer has to worry about the threat of Aztec Burst. And if CJRs decides to attack here, it would mean giving the rest of the turn advantage over to Doom since they only have 4 dice left.
And it is now CJR's turn to go tank some damage over onto Nuvla. He is still at a very healthy 10 HP, so nowhere near in range of breakpoints. And Doom's Ajda hasn't even absorbed an element yet, so it's not like he can threaten a freeze either, or even threaten to up Nuvla for a freeze next turn. And the parametric transformer is about to go off. We have double treasure in hand. Gambler's Veteran's Visage. Hold on. Is CJR's going to go free Gamblers?
Okay. Doom switched over to Layla to make sure that she wouldn't be a free kill as a result of piercing damage, but it has given CJR's easier access to the Gambler's reset on top of parametric. So this could be a mistake.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's the parametric. Oh, there's Tulas on CTR's Nuvlet as well. Yeah, and Asha's Cryo Aura.
Basically, everything is going exactly the way CJR's want. This is like the ideal performance right now for a double dragon deck.
Wait, Stars are 3 stacks.
Yeah, Doom does have the 3 stacks, so the on-demand freeze is possible coming up next if they're able to tune the right dice for Nuvalet to use.
Okay. Swapping over to Ajda here is smart from CJR's. If we swapped over onto Crowdcube, Doom would respond by swapping over onto his Ajda in order to get the absorb, and then we'd be kind of in a swap stall game. CJR's wants to use the dice this round, so swapping over onto Ajda. This forces Doom to either freeze with Nuvla or swap over onto his own Ajda, which is fine for CJR's, because you either get an absorb and do a lot of damage over onto our opponent's remaining healthy character, or we get a Cryo Aura onto Nuvla if he doesn't freeze us, for whatever reason. And if he does freeze us, that's fine. Use his only Cryo Orb, we can swap back over into our own Nuvla and combo off with that Tulas with our Gamblers and with our double treasures.
Doom still gonna be able to reset Gilded once more after this, actually, since they are still sitting on that second Liar Song in hand. And looks like they will decide to use it to get even further dice economy, considering that they cannot afford to end this turn before CJR's.
Doing that normal attack when you heal Nuvla, and more importantly, burning up that star. No more freeze for Doom. But this does mean Doom will have the attack advantage. We'll get the first action off immediately after CGR does something.
I think it is going to be very safe to go back to Nuvalet now. No risk of being frozen. Is fine with tanking a hit since they have the Source Water Droplet and the Treasure to bring him back up. Nuvalet still has the opportunity to go for 2 or 3 actions this turn, which is more than enough to wipe most of Doom's board.
If we normal Nuvalet, we just lose. We'll heal to 6 and then take 4 in return. Be locked into a follow-up attack, which means CJR is just burst, does 3 damage, Nuvalet falls, and left on Ajda solo. So we need to swap over to Ajda here.
Gonna quick swap as well, so that he can maybe get an Azdaha skill out to get that extra health from Crystallize. But that's basically all that Doom can do this turn.
Yeah, that's all their dice. Which now means CJR has a free opportunity to just burst on Nuvalet, set up 2 more Source Water Droplets.
And we have to remember, he still has Gamblers equipped too. He could actually win this turn.
And we have a treasure after that to do another normal attack because Tulas hasn't given us our second discount this round. CJRs might just win this turn.
Doom has ended their round. They've got no more actions left here. Gonna leave Azdaha out to hopefully tank as much damage as possible. But I don't think it's gonna be enough. Yep, the burst comes out. Now Azdaha and Nuvalet are both just 1 attack away from being taken out. And that treasure is exactly what CJR's needs, along with a card to tune it. Everything that CJR's could have hoped for to end the game right here, right now.
All according to plan for CJR's. All 3 characters still standing. The cube hasn't even lost its revive. And it just came off the back of that superior turn 1. We had better ramp, we had better pressure with Crowdcube, and we leveraged that for a better victory.
That was basically the planets aligning for Ice Cube Double Dragon right there. CJR is really well played and getting some great draws. So, for those of you who predicted that CJR is going to be the winner, we've already selected 2 of our lucky raffle winners here. So, if your UID is one of these down here, congratulations. Look forward to getting a Welkin Moon awarded to your account within the next 10 business days.
So congratulations to those winners, but also congratulations for CJRs. And this match, I think, really explains and exemplifies why the Layla version of Double Dragon Magic has been falling out of favor. It's just not able to keep up with these faster decks. It's not able to play enough crowd to threaten freezes. And as we can see, against the faster version that is able to apply the crowd or is able to apply or is easier, it just kind of struggled. It wasn't able to match the pressure. It wasn't able to match the ramp.
But this was basically the dream of what the Ice Cube Double Dragon deck could have achieved, right? It's basically every player who plays this deck what they want to get. An excellent ramp on turn 1, getting all of the ramp cards that they wanted in Gilded, in Liar Song, in Double as the talent to maintain turn priority against your opponent, and then pulling just enough treasure out at the end to finish off the game, not allowing your opponent even another turn to maybe find something back. Like, it was a perfect storm, and unfortunately, Doom was on the receiving end.
I just don't think Doom was able to put much of a fight there. Their hand wasn't as good. We didn't have enough ramp turn while we were forced to do these suboptimal plays. He would be able to force to put Nuvola in danger early. It would have been fine if we were able to get a follow-up normal attack to heal it back up, but just CJR's having the magic, having the dice in hand in order to punish that play, I think really just cemented the Doom's defeat right then and there.
It's going to be a very difficult loss to come back from here because basically it seemed like everything was against Doom in that particular position. But as you mentioned, they are a high-profile player that has had great accolades under their belt before. So I imagine that they won't have too much difficulty picking themselves back together going into game number 2.
That being said, though, game number 2 is going to be a very tough matchup for CJRs. I think there's a very good reason why Farizi hasn't been seen ever since Group A. It is a slow deck like Layla Double Dragon that just kind of falls under any significant pressure. It has a lot of healing, but in order to dish anything back, it needs to wait a long time. You need to wait for your opponent to exhaust their resources before you're able to make a comeback. And against strong combo decks like Conwhale, like Double Dragon Magic, that's not a guarantee.
And that's why we're going to have a look at the decks here that are being selected. Doom going to actually choose to switch their deck here over to Herald Claymore to give themselves a better chance up against CJRs, who will now swap over to Farizi.
Ooh, very smart choice from Doom. I mean, yeah, Sayu is rather threatening. Sayu's kind of easy to freeze because you have that follow-up attack, but being able to equip Graze on her, being able to double dip into that damage, puts Farizi in just such a difficult position. It is a deck that already struggles with high amounts of burst damage, and adding in that extra layer just makes it that much tougher for CJRs to deal with.
So this is definitely Doom's game to win here, and their tagline is aggressive, so they should be able to leverage that to get an even game here and maybe bring this to a full series. For now though, looking at their deck list, it doesn't seem like anything too out of the ordinary, though it does look like they're not bringing the Sayu talent.
Oh, that's rather curious. We saw this version earlier, where actually we even saw no talent versions earlier in Group C. And we can still see like the experimentation of these players trying to optimize that list just that little bit further, or maybe finding the version that works best for their playstyle. We can see like continuous optimization even as we're so far into the tournament. Other than that, though, the one thing I would like to point out is that this deck is running a double Dunyazar, which the other versions of Herald Claymore are not.
Ooh,
this deck is only running 6 companions total, so there isn't a lot of things that Dunyazar could search out. But the discounts on the Timaeus, and it kind of makes your ramp a little bit more consistent as well to help draw out those live ins. So I can see why it's there, but we'll need to observe if it pays off or not in the game itself.
It'll be an interesting one, considering it's been a while since we've seen the Dunyazard engine really work its magic. For now, though, CJR's side, we've got the Farizi deck with Farina, Herald, and Arisely. Gonna be running the single copy of Tulate Tula, as well as a Mausoleum, which could work well depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, Farizi is one of the few decks that is actually able to run it. This is a deck that's focused on slowing down their opponent as opposed to accelerating its own game plan. Very much like Treasure Delivery in that regard. So it is one of the few decks that's actually able to leverage the Mausoleum to a significant degree, which does make sense why CGRs is running it. Other than that, though, the one thing that is kind of interesting is that a lot of Farizi players are choosing to run the Tulas as opposed to Rise's signature weapon of the Cash Flow Supervision, because it just gets that constant +1 damage where the Cash Flow Supervision will only amplify your damage once per turn. No, twice per turn.
It may seem like Cashflow Supervision has a bit more synergy with the way that Furina and Risley work, but I think a lot of players are eschewing that in favor for a more consistent performance from a weapon like Tula. So it is understandable, but it does mean that it's a little bit more expensive to play. So if you don't quite have the dice in those particular situations, then it may end up being a little bit more difficult. We've also seen this deck run things like that Teyvat Fried Egg, which has actually brought it back from the brink before, because Herald is the only character that can very consistently apply Hydro.
And bring like the egg there. We've seen so many plays where just like Egg Herald with a fast swap or something completely turn the tides of a match. And whether it will happen again this round will be up to CGRs to find the angle.
And once again, guys, another round means another raffle. So make sure you guys comment right now, !pick the player's name who you think will win round 2, as well as your UID to stand a chance to be one of our lucky winners who will receive a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
And if you do like receiving welcomes, be sure to let us know by scanning that QR code and filling out the form. And while you're there, you might as well let us know what else you want to see us improve or just any comments in general on the stream.
We always appreciate any feedback that you guys are able to give to make sure that future Genshin TCG streams will be even better. So make sure you guys scan that whenever the QR code pops back up. But let's jump straight in here with Doom on the top side. We got CJR on the bottom. We have been seeing Furisley players shift to the Risley opening rather than Furina like in the past.
Like New Valette, one of the hardest parts of Furisley is actually just getting the skill down. You're not going to get your discounts, you're not getting your extra damage unless you first do the elemental skill, and in a stall deck like Farizi, one of the best times to do that is during this turn 1, where he's not really under much threat, and you can, of course, just healing right back up with Farina's Singer of Many Waters. So it's like the damage never happened, and it makes your setup that much easier, because if you go for your combo turn where your opponent's burnt all their resources, you might not have the dice to do a skill and a normal attack, so doing it early right now, when the consequences aren't that dire, is an excellent adjustment from CJRs.
It's an adjustment that we've been seeing a lot of Furisley players, or at least the ones who are actually bringing Furisley here, actually go for. Doom, though, with that countdown, able to pull out quite a lot of ramp in the form of Liven and Timaeus. So already setting up for that Herald float 8 straight away. Ideally, CJRs is able to punish this somehow with some pressure. Unfortunately, for Dendro Dice, not really what he's looking for.
If CGR just had one... Sorry. If CGR just had one more cry, it would be so good, because you can play Tulas into a skill Mausoleum pass, and that'd be an excellent turn 1 play. Unfortunately, with how the dice rolled, we need to tune one more card in order for that to happen.
Well, they do have the Furina card in hand, which is a very easy way of just tuning a card for that dice if necessary. But we'll see whether or not CJRs goes for that. Starting with Mausoleum as well could be high value for them, considering that Doom has played quite a lot of ramp, though Liben isn't going to be popping this round, so there's also the argument to save it for later.
Usually when you play Mausoleum, especially when we already see a Liben, we want to wait until he activates. So I don't think we should be playing it this round. We should wait until the end of next round, where Doom is going to guarantee feed enough dice over on Liben to activate. And ooh, the 2-cost Golden Troop coming out as well. Curious. That's not a card we see very often.
Sometimes we see the cheaper version of it being played in Herald Claymore to be placed on Chongyun early on, since you usually won't see the field until a little bit later to get that higher efficiency. But the 2-cost is definitely something that you don't often see.
It's actually like a heavier investment, of course, just causing more elemental dice. 2 is more than 0, but it also gives you less effective dice turn 1, right? Because the Golden Troop, the 0 cost 1 costs 0 to play, and will give you a 1 dice discount immediately next turn. So you're already going dice positive, but the 2 cost 1 will only give you a 2 dice discount every turn for a max of 4. So by turn 2, like the turn after you play it, you're only net neutral in dice. You need to wait an additional turn after that in order to actually gain value.
Yeah, playing the 2-cost version means that there's a character in this deck list that CJR just regularly leaves on standby for long periods. I'm gonna assume that it's Farina, but we have also seen Farina has some value in the past. So I'm kind of wondering, because, like, yeah, I feel like the 2-cost version of Golden Troop is one of the less valuable upgraded artifacts in the game overall. So very interested to see what CJRs will get out of it.
Oh, we do equip the Tule Tulas as expected. What comes after? 4 dice remain, and we could play the Makashose Hunter, but then what do we do after that? They won't have enough to do a skill. Ooh, okay.
They
Okay, I
will
see.
decide to play it on Farina. So I guess we're not going to be seeing Farina do much for a while. Now, typically when you're playing this deck, especially against like other slower decks, you want Farina's skill out early to get as much advantage of the healing as possible. So the fact that they played Golden Troop on Farina straight away is an interesting choice.
This does make sense, though, because you are going to have Karina just sitting off field most of the time, and you're not going to have her come back on field in order to summon unless her summon has already ran out, or you're trying to get her burst down in order to stack the Revelry. So this does actually make quite a lot of sense. We're going to get a lot of value from that Golden Troop.
That is fair. Will they be able to get the max value, though? Typically, the reason why you run the cheaper version is you don't usually have to wait more than 2 turns.
But this is the genius. This is where the math works out. Free to summon last 2 turns, so you're always going to get the discount.
That is fair. That's a fair point. We'll see whether that does pay off here for CJRs, as Doom will have turn priority. Doesn't actually have as much ramp as usual, since Liban wasn't able to proc previously, but they do have both Gilded Dreams in hand. So there is more actions hiding in the waters.
I would like to make a disclaimer now that we're getting into the line of turn 2. This matchup is either going to be very fast or very slow. Either Doom is going to go equip Wolf's Gravestone and absolutely annihilate CJRs with Sayu plus Wolf's Gravestone being able to double dip on that extra damage. Or CJR is going to be able to withstand the pressure. Doom's going to burn all his resources, and then CJR is going to go drag it to round 15.
As much as that's an exaggeration, games are lasting long enough that it feels like it's happening regardless. One thing to note is that CJRs has gotten Tule Tula and Marchese Hunter equipped on Risley very, very early on. So he's already prepared to do a good amount of damage whenever the opportunity arises.
Discount's about to go crazy here. Farina Summon should only be 1 dice right now because Golden Troop discounts it by 2 aligned dice. And then after that, Seishas will have 1 extra dice to spare to play the Mausoleum if Doom decides to feed dice over onto Liban.
Yeah, pretty solid line here for CJRs. Doom gonna go ahead and switch over to Chong Yun to prevent CJRs from going back onto Risley. But CJR not really intending to do that this round.
Doom has so much magic. Actually, not that much magic. No Lyre Song, so it's only able to get 1 extra free Gilded Equip. Not a lot of work with this turn, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, wait. Value play here. Equip Gilded, use the extra dice to equip Gravestone, and then pass the extra 2 dice to Liban. It's genius.
Yeah, it would be a very efficient play.
Unfortunately, it does play into Mausoleum.
But Doom doesn't know that CJRs has Mausoleum.
That's true.
With the information Doom has right now, the play you mentioned of equipping Wolf's Gravestone and feeding the remaining dice into Livet is actually the most efficient play.
Oh, wait, Luminstone I know, the Luminstone just activated. Okay. I mean, now we can also play Herald Talent because Luminstone just gave us 1 extra dice to work with. Oh, wait, but if we do that, we're going to overdraw. That's kind of an issue.
Yeah, you want to avoid having that happen here. Unless Doom intends to like attack to put some damage pressure on Furina, which I don't think is really worth it, since with the Golden Troop equipped, you know that CJRs isn't going to be fielding her much after this summon. Yeah, you probably do just go for the ramp of equipping weapon, feeding Liben, playing Herald Talent with the remaining dice. Or, you just go for the treasure play instead.
I think we're playing Treasure a little bit early than we want. We need to empty our hand. Our hand is way too full right now. We need to just start playing cards so Liben doesn't overdraw. Fortunately, this means that our dice is a little bit awkward for the Gravestone equip. We do need to tune 1. We have stuff in hand to do that, though.
Yeah, even if you do go for the Gravestone equip, you're not going to have any dice to feed to Liben. So they either go for Gravestone equip here or Liben play. You can't go for both anymore once you've played that treasure.
No, not anymore. Oh, but if we want to go for the Gravestone equip, we have to tune 2, and that just feels so bad.
Well, they already tuned 1, so it seems... Oh... The tune so that they can switch and feed the remnants to Liven. CJR spots this, plays the Mausoleum instantly so they can take advantage of the proc. And I like that as well.
And it's like switching over to healing mode. Yeah, this is why we don't tune the Farina card in Freezely. We don't care for the Hydra application. We don't care for the damage of the Salon members. We much prefer the extra healing just from the Singer, and that's why we won't tune the talent card, because if we do, it requires us to do a normal attack in order to get it back, and that's just not great.
Yeah, it does feel awkward. Not to mention that by turning it into the healing summon instead, the damage doesn't pop the Herald a revive on end phase. That's something CJRs doesn't want to pop, like, at this stage, because it's very likely that Doom does have a talent, well, it's already played, so he knows he doesn't want to pop it.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we're already at a dice deficit, we don't want to be in even more trouble by dealing with the Curse of the Undercurrent. That extra little bit of dice tax. Don't care for it right now. We need to wait until Doom expends more of his resources, uses more magic, and then we can consider popping it, and then we can slowly wear that down.
It means that if Doom wants to try and force CJRs to pop the Curse of the Undercurrent, he has to stay on Herald here, which means spending dice on a character you typically wouldn't want to be spending dice on. But I don't think Doom actually minds that too much, considering the dice advantage they have right now. They could just try to win out this swap stall battle.
I mean, you can sit on Herald comfortably. You have a lot of dice, so no matter what, you're doing damage one way or another. The thing is, though, we do still care to be efficient with what we have, because CGR's is running a deck with lots of healing in it. If we burn our damage on meaningless characters and just do damage that doesn't progress the game states, usually will heal it right back up, and we'll just be down a lot of resources for no real gain.
Yeah, looks like that is why Doom decides to go over to Chongyun instead. They are currently sitting on a single Wolf's Gravestone in their hand. Unfortunately, no real way of discounting it, so it would still be very expensive to play. But if they do, would do a lot of damage right now to Herald, since he is always below the Wolf's Gravestone threshold.
I mean, no matter what, it's 6 max HP. You cannot heal beyond that. Oh, you can see the Forbidden Knowledge is already coming into play.
All things considered, Doom doesn't have too many of these to play around, but they're still gonna be annoying when they do come up here. Unfortunately, generating even more because of the card draw that they're getting.
Yeah, it's not fun for Doom. I mean, I guess we're slightly thankful we don't have the Sayu talent, so we're not going to generate even more Forbidden Knowledge on top of that.
Ooh, they are going to full cost equip Will's Gravestone. So like we mentioned, this is going to do a lot of damage to CJR's Herald. I don't think it quite pops Revive, but it should leave him at 1 HP.
Skill will pop Revive, because it's 3+3.
Oh, right, yeah, it's 3+3, okay. Well, that's
Yikes.
gonna hurt quite a lot since, unfortunately, CJRs doesn't actually have talent in hand yet.
We can't stay Herald over CJRs. Herald is a lot of our early Hydra application in order to help Risley get the freeze down. So yeah, well, that's gonna be risky.
Ooh. I was literally just about to say, but like it would be dangerous to switch to Risley as well, because he'll get frozen, he'll take a good amount of damage here, even if he's not below the Wolf's Gravestone proc. Like,
Okay, not as dangerous as it looks, because one, Sigurd Many Waters will heal him up with a double tap healing because he's below 6 HP. Two, we have double Hydra Res, so we can heal him up after that as well. We have the Macrons in hand as well for even more healing. And Ryze will actually heal himself by 2 HP if he's below 6 HP and also has this Ice Fang Rush status activated, which he does. So when CJRs goes to combo, Ryze will heal himself. He'll heal himself with Sigurd Many Waters, so it's not as bad as it initially looks, but it is getting a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it's still gonna hurt a lot, though. Risley now to 3 HP. Doom continuing to generate Forbidden Knowledge in his deck. This is going to eventually hurt him really badly if the game state persists. But I think Doom is basically saying that he doesn't really care about the Forbidden Knowledge. He's gonna try and end the game ASAP by just piling on as much damage as possible.
We already went through a lot of our draw. I mean, Lumenstone was popped earlier. We're not going to use our strategize and or countdown to the show this turn, and we already got a draw from our Gilded Dream, so unless we swirl again, it won't really generate more Forbidden Knowledge. Yeah, we're still going to have 6 stacked in the deck, but that is like 6 out of the 20 or so cards we still have in there. They're going to be coming quite slowly in comparison to what we've seen otherwise, where like the deck is completely empty and it's basically just full of Forbidden Knowledges. So Doom can slowly get rid of that through the course of many rounds, and it won't actually be that bad.
Yeah. Alright. Doom still in a pretty dominant position. They were able to get Herald talent out before the revive popped. Both Sayu and Chongyun are still very healthy, and CJRs is just being forced to switch around characters to eat damage at this stage. They've got a good amount of healing, like you mentioned, double Hydro Resonance, Macarons in hand, the Serena summon, so their characters should be quite healthy again at the end of the round. So their goal is to survive this onslaught and slowly like bring the game state back into their favor.
We're in trouble here.
Oh,
We cancel up Herald because Doom just played Treasure. If we play Treasure and Chongyun like just skills again, Herald dies. But we can't stay Farina right now. Farina needs to heal to at least 10 HP. Alright, sorry, 9 HP.
Oh, you're
because
right.
Burst plus Wolf's Gravestone is 9 damage. So we need to play another Hydro Resonance.
He does have it. I don't think it would be too bad to go for it, since you are still gonna get the maximum efficiency here, and keeping Farina alive is still very important overall.
Oh, the second Mausoleum coming in.
Alright, CJR is gonna try and affect Doom as much as possible, since he knows that a lot of the dice generation mechanics are also tied to card draw in one way or another, thereby playing another Mausoleum to maybe convince Doom not to play too much magic for the rest of the round here, and ending on Farina so that he can get turn priority next round.
Oh, that strategize is big. That does the same thing as Lieber Harper Wharf. We'll put it to 4 stacks with the end phase draw, so it's not actually going to be that punishing. But because we played that strategize, it actually gives us more Forbidden Knowledge from the Mausoleum we just activated earlier in the turn. So either way, it's bad. It's just not as bad.
I kind of wonder if it would have been better to save the strategize to play next turn instead, so that you don't end up proccing this turn's Mausoleum.
But if we do it next turn, this Mausoleum is going to activate, and then we have like an entire turn of draw to worry about, so it is actually worse for us if we wait.
That's also true. Doom's just trying to get it out of the way, but now I don't have you been keeping count? Because like they have so many Forbidden Knowledge in their deck at this point.
I know it's at least 6.
6 is quite a lot, and they've been continuing to generate more on top of that as well.
Yikes. Oh, we're still comboing? Okay.
Ooh.
Alright.
CJRs has managed to survive the onslaught. Unfortunately, their hand card is not looking the best to go into this next round with, and Doom has actually managed to pull out his second Wolf's Gravestone despite all the forbidden knowledge. So there is an opportunity for Sayu to get equipped after this as well.
Yeah, and as soon as Sayu gets equipped, it's just looking so much worse for CJR. CJR already was forced to burn a lot of healing resources to just stay in the game. Both Hydra Resonance is gone. Sacred Many Waters just wore off. A Cry on two of his characters, which sets up this Abyss Herald for such a threatening double freeze potential. And unfortunately, no talent coming out either to slow it down.
And the fact that CJRs hasn't been able to pull out talent this entire time is very unlucky. And the fact that they did have to end turn on Furina previously means that they weren't able to get an extra stack on that Golden Troop to reduce the cost of this skill as well. So Doom's still in a very comfortable position, but we can see that those forbidden knowledges are going to start to hit here.
Even so, though, Doom used a lot of resources last turn to combo, so down a lot of dice generation, and the hand is slowly being filled up with forbidden knowledges. There is still a way back into the game for CJRs, it's just they need to withstand the pressure of a few more turns.
We'll see whether they're able to. It might be a good time to consider playing that treasure. Unfortunately, they don't really have card draw mechanisms to be able to pull them out. At the very least, no, even if they go to Risley now to avoid the swirl, we can see that Doom is specifically sitting on that Wolf's Gravestone in hand to bait it out from CJRs.
The thing is, though, Sayu doesn't actually do 3 damage on skill, which means Risley will live on 2 HP, but that fast swap back to Chongyun will be oh so devastating, and CJRs cannot possibly risk that as a possibility. The thing is, we don't want to burst here on Furina either, because that puts us on 1 dice, and Doom still has 7, which means that we can very easily just get comboed to death with a Gambler's Play, but we swap over onto Herald, that's bad as well, because we're giving away a swirl, we're putting him down to 1 HP as well.
Having Herald talent right now would be so much value for CJRs, because he knows that Doom is going to not have a lot of ways of generating dice anymore, so a Curse of the Undercurrent would really limit the number of actions he can take this turn, but he doesn't have it. So we can see the Macaron come out and Risley take the field.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
There
it is. It's done, yep. Chongyun burst 7 damage, 8 with the Wolf's Gravestone, will finish off Risley, and the unfortunate thing about the Risley deck is that the other 2 characters just simply don't have carry potential.
I mean, Herald is able to do a little bit of damage, especially with the Revive Pop, but with the extra Hydra damage infusion, he does do 5 damage on skill, but like just not enough HP for that. And unfortunately, Doom's characters are too healthy for that to really become a factor. I think Risley is quite a strong deck to be able to withstand the pressure, but against a deck like Herald Claymore, which has a lot of dice generation, as well as Gravestone to amplify the damage even more, and also burst damage to break through like very high HP characters with that Chongyun burst, was just too much for CJRs to deal with. Hopefully, he'll have a better time against Double Dragon Magic.
It's a really, really tough matchup, and it's the reason why we don't see a lot of Risley anymore. Even though Herald does do a good amount of damage, a lot of your like carry potential is being shouldered by Risley. So the moment he gets taken out, when there's so many different mechanisms of one-shotting characters in the meta right now, it is just basically over, and we can see Furina go down as well. Herald doesn't have revive anymore. CJR is still not able to find the talent, and we can see that his luck from game 1 has not responded in game 2.
No, unfortunately, the ever-constant pressure of Chongyun's skill, enhanced by that Wolf's Gravestone, was just too much for CJRs to deal with. Just the HP on his character is not enough to suffice, not enough to withstand the constant blows, and eventually a small slip-up cost him the game for Risley falling prematurely, but perhaps that was an inevitability.
It's unfortunate as well, because if CJRs had been able to hold out for maybe 1 more turn, the amount of forbidden knowledge in Doom's hand would have slowly overwhelmed him. But Herald alone, without revive, has no chance of picking off 3 characters, 2 of which are equipped with Wolf's Gravestone. So we are basically guaranteed to go into a game number 3 here, folks.
Yeah, I think CGRs was just 1 or 2 turns off being able to combo off on that Rise. The unfortunately just did not happen. Chongyun just did too much damage with the Gravestone. Whatever healing resource we had in hand just wasn't enough to withstand it, because Wall's Gravestone is, if you're under that 6 HP threshold, will just do +3 damage for free, and that's just such a constant pressure to deal with.
It's unfortunate as well. It's a tough matchup, and the one thing that could have helped, the Curse on the Undercurrent, just did not show up. But you know what did show up? Our raffle winners right now. At the bottom of the screen, if one of these is your UID, that means that you've been selected as one of the winners who will be receiving a Blessing of the Welkin Moon within the next 10 business days. So congratulations!
And congratulations as well over onto the opponent of CGR's, Doom, bringing it back into a game 3. You'll have a chance to reverse sweep now.
That is a possibility, and it's gonna come down to 2 slower decks as well. We've got the Double Dragon versus the Furiesly. So we've been having a pretty quick day so far, Sumi. We've been getting a lot of 2-0s, but looks like we're going to end things off with a slightly slower grind here. Because after all, both of these players want to stay in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, and this is certainly an interesting matchup as well for Furiesly, because I think Double Dragon Magic is debatably even more dice efficient and damage efficient compared to Herald Claymore. Yeah, you don't have the Wall's Grace though, but Nuvolette does a follow-up attack, so you can also double dip into the weapon, and he also heals himself as well. And the Tula Tulas makes his normal attacks do 6 damage for only 2 dice. But the thing is, there is no big burst damage threat. There's no Chogging Burst to deal with, so maybe you can sustain yourself a little bit better with that.
Maybe, but it also means that you don't have the same sort of aggression that allowed CJRs to win out game 1 by just not allowing Doom to play the game, right? Now it's time. Now this game will come down to who is going to be able to equip their weapons and utilities earlier, get set up in better positions. And we have to note that in a 1v1 situation, Nuvolette having Layla means that he will be able to freeze Arisely without depending on a secondary source of damage.
The thing is, though, CGRs cares a lot less about freeze in comparison to Doom. Doom is very much a combo deck. If you don't get that turn 3, potentially even turn 4 combo, depending on the game turns out, you are very much behind, and at that point, you're going to be slowly bleeding yourself out of resources, while CGRs is perfectly content to sit back and absorb the pressure and just wait for you to gas yourself out. The longer this game goes, the more favored it will be for CJRs. And Doom playing a slower deck, I think, is already at a slight disadvantage.
But a slower deck will also mean a little bit more time to think about things, and we have to know this is the last series, the last game of the day. So these players hopefully will still have the mental acuity to be able to bring this forward in a potentially long series here. It's gonna come down to a best of 1 now. Doom versus CJRs. Which of these players will be able to keep themselves in the winner's bracket?
It has certainly been a roller coaster of ups and downs for both players, but it all culminates to this one game. Will Doom have the damage and have the dice to break through CJR's defenses, or will CJRs be able to withstand the initial blows and then counterattack with some swift punches from Risley?
We will find out very, very soon, but before we find out, we have to look inside their deck. We gotta dig inside their brains a little bit. Starting things off, we've got the Layla, Nuvolette, Azdaha, Double Dragon Magic. We've already seen this deck list earlier, but it's a very interesting variant that runs double Tula.
Yeah, it's the more efficient equips onto Nuvolette, the more consistent equips on Nuvolette could help you close out games where you will have more damage to deal with. And we have seen not being able to find that one-off weapon really hurt players in the past. So, but like having that consistency does come at a cost.
Yeah, it means a little bit less utility in your deck. But if you ask me personally, I would prefer having the consistency of pulling out that weapon over having one extra value card. We'll see whether it comes into play here, as CJR's Furiesly deck will only be running that single copy.
I mean, when you're playing a stall deck, though, you are playing for turns 5, 6, 7, and beyond. So you have all the time in the world to go dig through your deck to find that one copy. You're not rushing in order to dig through in order to find your very important cards like a deck like Double Dragon Magic. You're perfectly content. Just sit back, watch, and slowly cruise your way to victory.
See whether that slow cruise will be smooth though. CJRs was able to generate a lot of forbidden knowledge in Doom's deck in the last game, and Double Dragon arguably draws even more comparatively. So maybe Mausoleum will have value going into this one?
It should. I mean, it'd have a lot less value because Doom's deck isn't actually running Liven. That is the cost of running that second Tulas and a few other tech cards in their deck. So it actually plays in our favor this time. Yeah, we can't carry over dice as efficiently. We're not gonna have a draw as efficiently. Would maybe hurt us in other matches, but in this deck, in this matchup, it is arguably a benefit because it's a lot harder for CGRs to get big amounts of forbidden knowledge into our deck without relying on that Liven to just grief their opponent.
Well, considering all those factors here, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys go participate in the raffle right now. As you know, type !pick the player's name you think is going to win this final game and the series, as well as your UID to stand a chance to win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
It will be CGRs versus Doom in this best of 3 now on Game 3. Whoever wins this match will decide it all. Winner, of course, will continue, but loser will be knocked down into the lower bracket with only 1 life remaining.
As we already have mentioned, this singular life carries over into the live event. So even if you are one of the 8 players who manages to qualify, only half of those players will get to keep 2 lives going in. And we all know how much value it can be to have that second life.
Especially considering the caliber of opponents. Like, you were already facing the top tier TCG players in the group stages already, but moving on to the in-person event, these are the players who've beaten the best of the best, and having that extra life will make you feel that much more secure in your tournament.
Yep. So we're going to see some high-level gameplay right now. Unfortunately, from what I could see, neither player has been able to get the usual Lumenstone opening. In fact, not really a lot of ramp in either player's opening hand. Not to mention Doom having pretty bad dice to kick things off is already a very interesting start to Game 3.
Oh, not even enough dice to equip the Tulas. Oh, we did equip the veterans though, so CGRs does punch into this. It will give us that 1 extra Hydra we need in order to equip it. After that, though, it is still a bit cringe because we have 3 rainbow dice and no Liben, so no Liben really hurting us right now. If we had it, our opening would be a lot better.
But it also means that CJRs will be able to play Mausoleum. So maybe a blessing in disguise, who knows? Either way, it means that Doom has no smooth way of spending the rest of his dice. I think he is going to be forced to float a few here, which is never a good feeling.
Especially when you're floating 3 into thin air. It's not like you can invest that into anything, so that feels even worse for Doom.
And on the other hand, CJRs doesn't quite have as much ramp, but they do have Vanarana in hand, and we know that Risley wants to get things going by immediately starting whacking on the opposite side. Interestingly enough, Doom did leave New Valette active here, so he's going to be the one taking Cryo right off the bat.
Oh, that feels so bad. We just tuned our treasure. No!
We know how valuable treasure can be once we get into those later stages. It has saved Double Dragon in many different circumstances. So CJRs, this could already be the start of something good for them.
It could be the start of something wonderful, CGRs, but a disastrous opening for Doom. That has got to be one of the worst openings I have ever seen in this game.
It almost makes me feel like it may be better to float the dice than throw away the treasure, just because of how much value it gets. That is 6 healing, 6 dice you could be playing around in the later stages of the game. And we already know there's a very good chance that this game lasts until those later rounds too.
And if it was like just any other 2-cost cards, we could have played the Golden House into Tulas into a 2-cost card, but because it was the treasure and we haven't thinned out our deck enough, we just didn't have the option to play it. Because it would have griefed our draw so much. It would have really hampered us in finding our dice and draw mechanisms. Not that it's helped us. We got second veterans and gilded, neither of which we can use. So CJR's is eating good this time. Their opponent is rolling terribly.
Yeah, this is probably the worst opening you could ask for, especially in a game that will decide whether you keep your lives intact in the upper bracket. Doom will have enough to scale on Layla, but after that is basically forced to go over to Azaha, which will allow CJRs to continue whacking on Risley for a while.
Yeah, building towards that burst. And also, fun fact about Risley Burst, every single time you either heal or damage Risley, if it's a self-damage effect, actually, I think it's any damage, it'll also discount the cost by 1 aligned dice.
It's a very high value ability, and that's why Risley is able to really carry this deck on his own, just due to the sheer number of attacks and the amount of damage that he's able to do, as long as circumstances line up correctly. CJR's, though, not going to continue whacking on Risley, will go over to the Herald instead, basically telling Doom that he has to switch over to Azaha no matter what.
Ooh, but now with this Ashla swap, this allows CJRs to swap safely over onto Farina. Yeesh.
Yeah, things are
one
not
dice.
ideal.
1 dice elemental skill.
That's the value of the Golden Troop there. CJR's thing is definitely looking very good for them right now, whereas Doom, again, left with a single dice with nowhere to spend it other than maybe switching to another character. Yeah. Ooh, going to New Valette when they have no dice left. A potentially higher risk move.
I mean, CGRs isn't running what you would call classic magic. I mean, veterans can actually generate you a lot of dice, especially Makashose Hunter, if you have treasure, is able to get you a lot of dice, because it will refund you 2 for the first 2 instances of healing or damage you receive, and then also an additional 1 dice if you take for the 4th instance of damage that you receive or heal. So it does generate you a lot, but CGR just hasn't played treasure yet, so isn't actually able to benefit from it just yet.
All things considered, though, despite basically a pretty bad turn 1 and 2, it is not completely over yet for Doom. They're still in an okay spot because CJR is playing a slightly slower deck, not able to really punish a bad opening here, but their positioning definitely not as good as they would like it to be in this situation, especially now that they've got a couple of Forbidden Knowledges in their deck as well.
And funnily enough, Doom drawing really, really poorly actually played into his favor. The Forbidden Knowledge got no value.
What is this dice? Actually, what is this dice? What are we looking at right now?
As if the heavens were against him. Doom was just smote with the worst dice I think I've ever seen in a competitive game.
For 3 turns in a row, the dice just looked at Doom and said no. Meanwhile, on CJR's side, basically everything you could ask for. If Doom is able to claw his way back from this, man, you really see the reason why Beasley isn't played.
Yeah, unfortunately though, I do not think Doom is coming back from this. Ajna talent might help us, but we actually have to tune a card in order to even use it, so it's not even that good. I swear the world is against Doom right now. You could not ask for a more bricked opening.
It is basically like he was doomed coming into this series. Pun intended. What do you do in this position? CJR has so many dice to play with, 11, most of which are very useful. Doom has 5 dice, which are very colorful, but colorful is not what you want.
Oh man, if this wasn't my tournament life on the line, I would actually just consider resigning if I was Doom, because this is actually unplayable, I swear.
I wouldn't even blame you looking at it. It's Doom gonna be trying to rack his brain right now. CJRC is taking his time with his turn, which gives to Doom time to think about things. But also time to contemplate existence, which I imagine a lot of people would be doing in his position.
Yeah, no, Doom's opening is oh my god, we just tuned our veterans away.
At the very least, Nuvalet is able to use some of this rainbow dice since normal attacks, and he did have the source water droplets already built up for it, but it still does not feel good.
Ooh, can't really go swap over to Herald right now because that will pop the revive with a follow-up attack with Tula Tula's equipped. It will do 4 damage. We don't want to eat on Risley either, though. We could just freeze Nuvalet this turn. Oh, okay. What are we going for here? What's our play?
Honestly, looking at the status of the board, I feel like Doom is still in a pretty comfortable spot, though, actually, despite everything. Like, CJR's already losing quite a lot of HP on his characters. Unfortunately, neither player actually drew particularly well into their draw engines, so they're both, like, playing with very few hand cards, which is quite unusual for both these decks.
Oh, healing coming out on Risley. Doom could normal attack again. It would hurt. It would certainly hurt. Just,
I think inflicting some hurt right now is what Doom needs to do. He needs to like turn around the hurt that he's receiving from the dice and throw it at CJR somehow.
I mean, like, I think despite a really bad opening, Doom has made the best of it. Nuvola is actually fully equipped right now, and that is traditionally one of the hardest parts of Double Dragon Magic. It's just getting Nuvola stacked with all of the equipment you could ever ask for. And Doom has already passed that hurdle. We just need to now find the dice to utilize it.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? Even though Doom has had 3 turns of basically like the worst dice you could ever ask for, he still has only taken like 4 points of damage total compared to the amount of damage we are seeing on CJR's side of the board. Nuvalet is fully equipped. CJR's is not out of the game as well. Like, he still has all the healing in his deck that he just needs to find. So despite everything, I would still say this is either player's game.
Yeah, and I think that it really just comes off the back of how much stab CJRS needs to actually do damage. Risley has a lot of discounts in his kit, but he doesn't have damage amplification. That really comes from Tule Tulas, which Risley doesn't have, and also Farina's Burst generating Revelry snacks for Risley to help stack up and also do additional damage off of that, which isn't active right now.
We're gonna see that Risley Burst coming out here. Just gonna be some damage trading here between Risley and Nuvalet. Risley actually taking a lot of damage.
Oh, wait. Is it possible to kill Nuv here? No, it's not. Okay, we don't have enough dice for it. A little bit scary for Doom for a second. If CJ had a little bit more dice, or if like Farina Burst was actually active, the very real chance Nuv actually dies here.
Now, CJR drawing Lumenstone in round 3 is actually the first Lumenstone we have seen all game. Like, it's actually insane how long it has taken for any draw engine to be pulled out of the deck for both players. Like, this is such a weird game.
Oh, actually, I just saw a really, like, 5-head play over from Doom. They actually played a Forbidden Knowledge to get the Mausoleum from 1 stack to 2 stack. That way it doesn't carry forward like 3 stacks into the next round. It will just instantly pop, and we don't stack our deck full of Forbidden Knowledge. Great optimization from Doom.
I think a lot of players have just become very used to playing around Mausoleum, right? It saw so much play in the first couple of weeks of the Prince Cup Pacific. And players have just figured out, okay, what are the strategies, what are the cards we can bring that kind of overcome this a little bit. So we could see that while this game has been very strange, I do still think it's fairly even despite the dice disadvantage that Doom has had to face.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going for Doom right now. A lot of things going for CJRs as well, but his characters are quite low because Nuvalet, despite not having a lot of dice to combo off of, still does a ton of damage, especially with the Tule Tulas equipped.
All right, let's see if the dice are going to be strange again. Going into the next round, CJR is finally some draw engine here in that countdown, and Doom will be able to limit the Forbidden Knowledge to only the first 2. Unfortunately, still not really getting the cards he is looking for either. How's the dice look? That's the big question. I do hope Doom still has a reroll.
Okay, reroll.
Reroll?
Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that for sure.
It's not rainbow, at least. It's still not the best, but it's workable compared
We
to
can
what he
work
had
with
before.
that. We can certainly use that dice. I mean, CJR is rolling quite nicely as ever. The thing is, though, the HP bars are getting low, and unlike in Game 1, no double Hydra Resonance to patch ourselves back up with off-field healing.
You could definitely make use of Stove God or Countdown here just to get like more cards out. Like he actually does have draw engines now, as well as the Lumen Stone on field. So CJRs will finally have stuff to play with.
Unfortunately, what we drew isn't what we want right now. Treasury is nice, it'll stack our deck with even more healing, but now is not the opportune time. I think what CGRs really wants this turn is a burst of instant healing like the Hydro Resonance, just to play around with those breakpoints.
Gonna play the treasure here. I wondered if he might just play the countdown on top of that to maybe pull the treasure out and get some healing across the board. Because right now, lacking a way to get his characters topped up means that Doom is actually the one somewhat in control.
Yeah, the new Vlad really, really hurts. I will do 6 damage for only 2 dice, as we talked about earlier. So, is a very real threat, even without a lot of gilded to combo off of. I mean, honestly, I think if Doom rolled any semblance of normal, like if he just had anything to work with, the CGRs probably would have lost by now. The only thing keeping CGRs in the game is the fact that Doom is just continuously bricking round after round after round.
I 100% agree. And we are actually seeing why we're not witnessing a lot of Furiesley anymore. The fact that CJRs has been rolling well. His initial cards were not the best, but at least he has some draw engines now. And Doom has been having the worst dice I've ever seen in a long time, and is still kinda even. Yeah, this deck is in a rough spot these days.
I think just stall in general is not being great right now because of a combination of 2 factors. One, our opponents just do too much damage, right? Like the whole point of stall is absorb pressure and then counterattack. But if we never get past that absorb pressure phase, we can't complete our 2-step game plan to win. And then 2, like a lot of stall decks need a lot of setup in order to get going. Like Furiesley is probably one of the lower maintenance ones. Just get Farina Burst, equip Risley, and then we can profit. We don't even need to charge 3 energy to get like a Tartag Burst or a Ningguang Burst, but even then, it is still too much setup, especially while we're also trying to absorb pressure in the meanwhile. It's just too slow, and the payoff takes too long, and it's just too hard to get there. And that's why we're seeing a decline in stall in general. Even so,
this game is just starting to feel a little bit of a slog here. I think both players are realizing that their opponent isn't really getting what they want, right? Because considering the less than ideal opening that they both had, they would have already been punished a lot more heavily if their opponent had anything good to work with at all.
We could freeze here. Wouldn't be a bad choice. We'll start getting Revelry stacks. I mean, yeah, our opponent could fast over to Ajda and skill, and I mean, we lose our Farina, but maybe it's fine at this point.
I think CJR still wants to keep Farina around at the very least. Because the thing is, when it comes to the cards like Hydro Resonance, for example, you start losing value the less characters you actually have alive. And since CJRs hasn't really been able to get like the engine going on the deck just yet, he hasn't really been able to draw the cards he's looking for. Losing Farina right now would still be kind of bad, even if it does freeze New Valette and drop him to quite low.
Ooh, here comes Ajda. Thankfully, only enough dice to do a single skill right now. Oh, actually, no, with the talent and with the absorb, we could do 2. Oh, it could be bad.
I also know that CJR has basically not seen Herald Talent the entire series.
That's
he
true.
drew it at the very end of the previous game. But that's basically the same as not seeing it.
Yeah, by then the game was already lost, so it didn't really do anything. Oh, with the Ajda talent, though, we could actually do 2 skills here on Ajda if we decide to go for it. Oh, but the thing is, we do that, we don't have enough usable to do a skill without tuning.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels so bad. Oh, no.
I think it feels so bad is just a tagline of this entire game. This is not a feel-good game for either player or for anyone watching right now. Literally everyone involved in this game tree is suffering.
Not like this, dude. I like the wharf. The wharf could solve some of our issues, but like,
It's something. It's literally the first card draw engine that Doom has gotten the entire game. And when you run so many card draw engines in this deck, that is ridiculous.
yeah, like the amount of unlucky you need to be to not see any by like this is turn 3, maybe even might be turn 4. No, it should be just turn 3 at this point. But like the chances of you not seeing any card draw until turn 3 is it's probably pretty low.
It's even lower for both players, because we have to remember CJR's only drew his first Illuminstone at the start of round 3. So it's just like, what's happening with the decks this game?
Well, I think this is giving CHRs to show us what Farisi's all about, because if Doom
look,
rolled
talent.
good, like, at all, the game would be over by now. Oh,
Okay.
do the Tulas.
We are finally seeing some actual cards in this game here. We got Herald Talent, we've got the Hydro Resonance for CJRs, we got Tule Tulas for Doom with some quick swaps. Now we just need dice. Okay, CJR's dice is workable. How about Doom?
Wow, we are, like, we're in Brick Central today.
What did Doom do in a past life to deserve this? I cannot believe what I am seeing. Like, serious. Okay, at the very least with Tule Tula, he has a way of spending the animal dice, right?
No, we
Then,
can't.
like...
We already have it equipped.
Oh, wait! Yeah, that's the second copy! I forget he runs 2. Oh, man.
Man,
man.
Was Doom working a brick factory in his past life or something? Because we have a lot of those today.
He's got double Asta talent. That's something.
Double Asta talent saves it somewhat. Okay. The Liar Song also gives us some more usable dice to work with. This is okay.
Second gilded as well. Okay.
We can work with this.
Finally getting stuff to work with.
We can actually work with this now, because the gilded will fix our dice. And it'll also put us back to 8. We can work with this. We can work with this for sure.
Round 4 is where the game officially begins, Traveler. Everything before this was just set up. Okay, so now we have a lot of dice for Azdaha to play around with. His burst does do 5 damage, so he would immediately proc Herald Revive. And CJRs actually has talent at an opportune time to work with, so it's up to Doom to decide if he wants to commit to this.
Ooh. Man, but because Aj's Hydro Aura, we can also fast monitor Risley and stop him from getting the burst down this turn. The issue arises after that, where, I mean, Nufla and Layla both have Cryo Aura, which means Risley can't freeze off that. We need to somehow swap back onto Herald, but with no other fast up currently in our hand, we actually only run one of these in our entire... Oh, no!
Oh! Not like this! Not like this!
Oh, we needed that! We needed that!
Maybe the luck has switched for once. CJR still has a lot of dice to play with, but the problem with the Furiesly deck is that oftentimes you will have a lot of dice to use because of how much value the deck is, but not enough HP to use it with.
No. This is still fine. This is still fine. Fast up Risley's skill, freeze the Ajdaha. If they swap Layla, we go Farina and Burst. If they go Nuvola, we equip the Tula Tulas and just go ham on Risley. This is still okay. We are in a position where we could still win from here. It's not impossible, it just feels bad.
That's like how everything else this match has been feeling bad. But yes, the opportunity for either player to win from this position is actually still there. Just because both players have been somewhat unlucky in one way or another.
Oh wow, that's a lot of dice.
Yes.
Wow, that is a lot of dice, I gotta say.
If CJRs is able to set up in a position where Risley is able to use all of this dice, he does have the Tule Tula ready to be equipped in hand. Unfortunately, only one Hydro Resonance, but Risley is still somewhat healthy at this stage. And he's going to start pulling out treasures from the deck to put out even more dice. 16 dice! I haven't seen that in a while.
That is the dice cap, by the way. So, like, CGRs shouldn't play any more healing to generate more dice from veterans, because that would actually just waste dice overall. And we're going in.
I think you just have to go in at this point. You have 16 dice to work with. Like, this is the pop-off round. You just gotta go. You already burned the Hydro Resonance. You can't afford to wait any longer.
Swapping over to Layla doesn't actually freeze. Layla needs the stars to be at 1 stack to actually freeze Risley here. Stars at 0 stacks doesn't actually give... It shouldn't freeze here. Yeah, 1 off.
But Risley isn't able to freeze her in return, and Doom still has 1 more quick swap in hand. So they can just switch over to New Valette after this. Insta-freeze Risley, and then CJRs actually can't use him with the rest of his dice this turn.
No, this is fine. Normal attack here is okay as well. But, like, I was thinking we swap Soul over onto Herald, and then, like, we force Doom to use 1 extra dice. If they swap over on Noodle, we just freeze. If they burst on League, that's fine. No dice remaining. We can safely go over onto Farina and burst, set up the Revelry stacks, and then we can just combo off next turn. And we should still, even after that, have enough dice to do another action onto Risley.
Ooh, gonna commit the Layla burst. Definitely works as well, and this is going to provide for some more consistent cryo application across the board. So I think Doom is in a pretty good spot here. This is a turn where CJRs ideally needed to do... Wait.
Burst in normal. Does that kill? Burst in normal kills Layla.
I think it does.
Yeah, burst in normal kills Layla.
Did Doom need to end there?
We needed to burst the freeze Risley or we lose. We have no more dice generation. We had to end on Layla. There was actually nothing we can do.
Ooh, this could be... Okay.
This is still fine, though. This is still fine, because CGRs has no dice right now. We can't normal attack to shatter Ashta again. We actually just don't have the dice for it.
Being able to freeze Risley there meant that CJRs wasn't able to get more value out of the remaining dice that turn.
Wait, that's veterans on Farina? I thought it was still Golden True.
Farina can attack again here. Asaha goes down.
Farina should attack again. If Farina attacks again, it's actually just game over, because we sit on Farina until we find a time to swap over into Herald, and then we just freeze Nouvelle and it's game over.
Oh my god.
I thought it was Golden Troop on Farina. I forgot we swapped over to the Veteran's Visage.
I don't blame you, Sumi. I don't remember anything that happened this game. It has all been a blur. Oh my god!
Game. Wait!
Even the switch to the...
Oh, and Farina's... Wait, no. Okay, so the play here was to get Farina above 6 HP so it attacks twice and kills Nouvelette. But then the Layla's summon attacked first, bringing Farina below 6 HP, so it didn't actually instantly end the game. But even so, this should just be game over.
Oh no, Doom. Not like this.
Not like this.
4 or 5 out of 6 rounds of unusable dice. What do you even do? There's literally nothing you can do.
It's like I said, game 2. The world was just against him. Like, as if the gods themselves, or I guess the Archons themselves, did not want Doom to win. Oh, they bricked again!
What?
He bricked again!
I wasn't even looking at the dice. He actually rainbowed again. As if it was even necessary at this point.
Like, the Archons themselves just did not want Doom to win this series, and in fact smote him with bricked dice for 5 entire turns in a row.
Doom could retire from TCG after this, and no one would even blame him.
I'd be mad,
I cannot
honestly.
believe this.
I'd be
Who
so
wouldn't
pissed.
be mad? Like, what is this? I have never seen this before.
Never in my entire career have I ever seen someone roll this poorly. You'd have to try to roll this bad.
Like, Doom is single-handedly giving a reason to buff, like, dice fixing cards in the game right now. We will be able to get the Nuvolette burst out. He drew a good amount of treasure, so Nuvolette is back to 5 HP, but that's basically it.
Burst into Sacrifice Farina into Freeze on Risely and then go off just wins here no matter what, so...
Yeah.
Should just be game over for Doom. Also, they generated a lot of dice of treasures. Unfortunately, the dice they got were trash. Not that it matters.
Literally, give him a break. What? I don't even know what I'm watching anymore.
None gets frozen here, so it's not like it matters.
And CJRs is just pulling, like, all the treasure out of the deck. Like, we have Fanfoy up, we have Treasure out. Like, yes, his characters aren't particularly healthy, but he still has 3 of them against 1 of Nuvolette, and we know what that means when it's a freeze matchup.
Yeah, no, it's not even close.
This game is gonna go down in history.
So what CJRs wants to do here is apply Hydro onto the Nuvolette and then swap over into Risely, or no, never mind, we're just gonna keep normal attacking. We're gonna burst the normal attack again. Yeah, that's fine.
It doesn't really matter who is attacking on CJR's side at this point. Like, anyone can just end the game.
Oh, as if it wasn't enough, Doom couldn't get that free Gilded because he bottom decked both Golden Houses, and Demise is only at 2 stacks.
Wait, oh yeah, you are correct. He has not pulled a single Golden House the entire game.
Okay, now it's actually game over though. Now Farina finally falls.
It's just the most Jover it has ever been.
Oh, it's actually so Jover.
Like, it has gone past the point of insanity, straight into the point of what in the world just happened here to Doom.
It's Farina's favorite play. It's a divine comedy of her own making.
You are absolutely right. Well, let's put the divine comedy behind this and congratulate our 2 new raffle winners, our last raffle winners for the day as well. If one of these is your UID, congratulations. Expect to receive a blessing of the Welkin Moon in your account within the next 10 business days.
Yeah, I mean, these winners are a lot more fortunate than Doom, and dare I say it, he probably should have won that game.
He could have, he should have. Literally, Doom, if he had good opening cards, he would have won. If he had good opening dice, he would have won. He didn't even need, like, both. He could have just had one or the other. But the game decided that he needed to be doomed with bad card draw, bad dice rolls, the entire time. The only reason why he wasn't, like, receiving more damage initially was because CJRs also didn't have the best cards, but he had great dice.
Look, I mean, we could be a little bit biased, right? CJRs was running a deck with Farina in it, and I mean, the world is her stage, so who's to say she didn't add a little bit of a snippet in there? It's like, hey, I win game 3.
So basically, all of the suffering that Farina went through for like hundreds of years was repaid in this game, you know?
Yeah, a little bit of a divine inspiration, perhaps some retribution from the Archon from Beyond the Grave. Cursing Doom to suffer in the lower bracket. I mean, not out just yet, so there's one more life to go.
Yeah, at the very least, it's still the winner's bracket, right? So Doom is not out of the competition. If you are eliminated from the Prince Cup because of dice rolls like that, I don't even know what to say.
Modern decks are built to be able to withstand one turn of bad dice, because especially if you're running Magic, you can generate a line dice for your character. But, like, nothing can fix 5 turns of continuous bad dice. It's unsolvable.
Oh my god.
2 will actually make it past Group D. Which 2 will be remains to be seen. There's, like, a lot of big names in here. Doom is still here.